I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a
win.
rockstar.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku kuat di skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for
I'm
the
a rock
win.
star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, kuat di skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat datang ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan diraihkan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga rakan setugas saya Lafel dan juga co-host saya C.
Hey, and honestly, hari ni I sangat-sangat happy. Syah datang balik. You nampak lawa gila hari ni.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
So dapper dengan pakai blazer warna grey and everything. Like, you look good, man.
Ya, sebab semalam kita nampak semua kumbang.
Semua kumbang.
Jadi saya nak cuba hari ini jadi kumbang yang berbeza. Tapi kita dah ada bunga. Yes, selamat kembali Aisyah. Dan hari ini hari yang cukup menarik.
Ya. Sebab apa? Ini musim yang kelima, hari yang kedua.
Musim yang ke-9, minggu yang kelima.
Minggu kelima, ya Allah, ya Allah. Minggu yang kelima, hari yang kedua. Jadi semalam kita dah saksikan beberapa perlawanan. Ada 2 match semalam dan kita pun dah tahu siapa yang menang. Tapi hari ini pula kita ada 3 match. Dan sekarang ni, Lafel.
Ya, I pun dah tak sabar untuk tengok kita punya.
Sihat tak?
Saya sihat.
Saja je. Jom kita saksikan perlawanan hari ini punya jadual. Di mana match yang pertama SMG versus MAB. Yang match kedua adalah SUHAZ Esports berlawan dengan Orange Esports. Yang ketiga CARACAL versus RED ESPORTS.
Ya, semua match hari ni semua hebat-hebat. Especially yang last kali tu CARACAL lawan dengan RED. Tetapi match yang akan datang SMG lawan dengan MAB. I memang nak tengok MAB. Boleh ke tidak ada orang kalahkan SMG kali ni?
Mungkin agak sukar, tapi saya percaya mereka mungkin boleh dapatkan at least 1 point kerana ini merupakan kali terakhir kita melihat mereka bertemu antara satu sama lain. Sebab masuk minggu yang ke-6 kita dah cross group.
Ya. Tapi sebenarnya saya nak saksikan Orange Esports ni kebangkitan.
Ya.
Sebab semalam pun diorang ada
So close.
Yeah, so close kan?
Yet so far.
Yet. So far, so good.
Wah, senang buat dialog
Betul, senang buat duit. Tapi ya, Sif, I rasa itu satu perbualan yang bagus di mana kita pun nak kena berbual. Sekarang ni Group A lawan dengan Group A,
Betul.
Group B lawan Group B. Tapi bila dah cross macam tu, it's gonna be amazing.
Ya, tapi kalau viewer yang nak tahu sekarang ni, minggu yang kelima adalah minggu last untuk grup-grup berlawan sesama yang lain. Sebab pada minggu depan, Group A akan berlawan dengan Group B.
Ya, dekat sini kita boleh lihat grup mana yang lebih kuat. Di mana sebab kita pada minggu pertama sampailah minggu yang keempat ni, kita asyik kita asyik bercakapkan bahawa grup B paling kuat setakat ini.
Ya, dan sebenarnya kita ada perbualan tau backstage. Kalau katakan Group A dan juga Group B, kalau diorang nak buat all-star team yang boleh ambil satu je player daripada setiap team, apakah team tersebut? So kepada semua orang yang tengah tengok, komen kat bahagian bawah, you guys punya superstar team untuk Group A dan Group B.
Okey, tapi apapun sebelum tu, kita akan saksikan video Meet the Teams daripada SMG terlebih dahulu. Let's go.
Defend title champion ni sebenarnya susah bagi saya sebab benda baru. Saya pun baru champion sekali. Saya memang nak defend title ni sehabis-habis.
Bang, tutup saya dong, bang.
Pada pandangan saya, dengan ramai orang ni, kita akan bawa gameplay yang unik lah. Kalau dalam kemasukan diorang dalam satu perlawanan tu, mungkin akan benda baru yang berlaku.
Setiap player akan bersaing untuk mendapatkan slot untuk bermain lah maksudnya. Semua orang kena all out untuk tambahkan performance.
Before this, season 8, SMG champion. And then, after try out tu, I lepas and dapat masuk team ni, I try my best lah.
For me, before they announced that I dapat masuk SMG, I can't even sleep, like thinking about the result. Then when they announced it, I'm quite happy about that. Yeah, I'll try my best to like kekal the defending champion.
I don't want sombong leh. And just for me, I try my best only lah. Just like you think I strong, then strong lah. I don't care another people think how SMG I did lah. We only focus on ourselves. Just we try our best to get back to back lah.
I thought you want finger, you tahu saya boleh follow up, you tahu.
Nama saya RED ESPORTS. Saya dari tim SMG. Role saya bermain sebagai roamer.
Nama saya Agus Prasetyo, nick M Mobile Legends saya Harpis, role saya jungler.
Dan sesama nick, Cok. Apabila berjaya menjatuhkan Sasa, satu lagi pertempuran dan Hafiz berjaya mendapatkan box.
Awalnya sih saya main rank dengan Harpis juga. Harpis invite game. Jadi kita mabar di situ dan ditawarin untuk trial di SMG.
Tidak, karena kan bahasa Melayu sama Indonesia hampir sama sedikit. Jadi tidak ada.
Enggak ada sih, soalnya kita paham-paham aja.
Ruby hati flicker ya. Tunggu kill satu udah.
Now, because I have a lot of new player, right? Everything need to from zero start again, right? I think just take time and then play a lot, can have the chemistry again.
Pada awalnya kami training sebenarnya agak susah lah sebab kita orang training, kita akan try maksudnya partner macam contohkan Stormy mid laner. So kita try partner dia ni dengan dia ni, so tengok mana yang lagi bagus, so dia ni yang okey. So dia kena pilih lah, kita pilih so untuk main nanti time tournament.
Like in training wise, you need to be disciplined, on time.
If lewat turun even 3 minit, kena marah, kena cakap, kena counselling. If scream, if make mistake or what, James tegur. And then if buat lagi, kena marah and then push up.
Describe for the SMG, right? Discipline only lah. Then discipline only.
Team moving the gunfire, cara saya describe dia adalah time kita lawan walaupun dalam pressure yang kuat, tapi kita harus teruskan perjuangan kita sampai habis game tu.
My dream is on win all the way champion lah. I mean it's like MPL season 10 and then M4 lah. M4 is really important last fight.
We are really gonna focus more on season 10 because there is M4.
Prestasi saya dekat tournament World yang lepas agak mengecewakan. Tournament MSC kali ni saya akan buat yang lebih baik.
InsyaAllah kami akan cuba yang terbaik untuk champion MPL season 9 dulu dan kita akan fokus next tournament. So kita akan fokus one by one.
Itulah sedetan ringkas dari Meet the Team daripada SMG. Sebenarnya macam agak teruja tengok video daripada Sasa sebenarnya. Yeah. Sebab I don't want to be sombong lah. Tapi dalam video tadi sebenarnya kita ada kedengaran lebih 2-3 kali mereka sebut pasal disiplin.
Yeah.
Jadi setiap player-player atau pasukan dalam e-sport, mereka perlu disiplin. Tapi disiplin macam mana lah, Fel?
Ya, disiplin dia lebih kepada kita tahu dalam setiap perlawanan decision making tu adalah penting, dan decision making yang salah akan dilakukan bila kita tak disiplin. Sebagai contoh, kita diberi tugas untuk push tower katakan, tetapi kita cuba untuk kejar kill, itu dah ada masalah disiplin nombor 1. Dan nombor 2, item belum ada tapi cuba untuk fight, itu juga adalah masalah disiplin kat situ. So masalah disiplin adalah di mana kita dah dilatih untuk buat A, B dan C, tetapi kita of course buat D, F, itu masalah disiplin.
Ya, tapi disiplin ni kalau kita melihat dari sudut atas, sebab disiplin ni sebenarnya besar. Dia lebih kalau even salah komunikasi pun sebenarnya itu adalah satu disiplin. Sebab tu kalau kita lihat bagaimana James sangat-sangat menekankan disiplin, dan kita dapat lihat dekat sedutan ringkas tadi, mereka dihukum sampai kena push up.
Ya.
Oh,
Saya pun selalu macam tu. Cuba
Itu-
saya buat macam tu.
Macam mana? Push up.
Kalau buat silap, buat push up.
Janganlah, saya bukan SMG.
Habis kalau Syah buat silap, kena push up sekarang mampu.
Janganlah dah
Oh,
bagi belum.
Okay guys, tapi itulah tu setiap pasukan untuk masuk ke dalam e-sport perlu disiplin. Disiplin itu sangat penting untuk build the team and juga chemistry. Tapi kalau berbalik kepada chemistry, dalam kumpulan SMG pun ada bahagian pairing body.
Ya, kita pun boleh dengar dekat dalam mereka punya video, mereka ada buddy system di mana dia pun cerita tadi, okay, Stormy adalah mid laner, jadi kena pairing berdua sampai dapatkan the chemistry. And kita boleh nampak pasukan SMG, Stormy kerja sangat bagus dengan semua orang.
Ya, dan saya suka poin apa yang dikatakan oleh James dan bercakap tentang Buddy, di mana dia membawa masuk Isaac dan juga Hafiz, di mana kedua-duanya merupakan orang Indonesia. Kemungkinan dari segi chemistry mungkin mereka adalah buddy partner sebelum mereka masuk ke dalam SMG, dan dibawa masuk nampaknya mereka mempunyai chemistry yang cukup baik, dan mungkin kerana ada relation di antara James dan juga pemain-pemain Indonesia.
Ya, tapi macam sebelum ni pun Aj pernah dengar pasal James. Nampak tak, walaupun tak masuk MPL, first time masuk MPL. Tapi James sebenarnya dulu dia adalah coach dekat salah satu Indonesia punya team yang mendapatkan kemenangan 2 kali. Dan juga ke Malaysia pun dia menang 1 kali. Tapi boleh Lafil kenal lebih James tak?
Ya, James ramai orang kenal dia sebagai superstar coach sebab dia pernah coach untuk RQ Oshi, berjaya untuk dapatkan 2 championship dekat situ, dan dekat dalam Malaysia dengan pasukan SMG juga dapat lagi 1 champion. James, daripada segi dia punya coaching style, seperti mana kita cakap pasal disiplin, dia sangat-sangat strict. Kalau buat kesalahan sikit, dia akan pastikan yang you tahu kesalahan tu and dia akan hukum.
Yes, tepat sekali, dan dia berada dalam landasan yang betul untuk dapatkan back-to-back champion musim yang ke-9 ni.
Itu yang pentingnya ada coach. Tapi sekarang ni kita dah tengah hari. Masa untuk perut dah berbunyi-bunyi.
Nak cerita sponsor ke?
Okay guys, so siapa yang masih sedang melihat tetapi rasa lapar tak tahu nak makan dekat mana, just order McDelivery dan masukkan voucher MPL Rewards dan spend minimum RM50 untuk dapatkan 6 ketul nugget dan juga skin eksklusif MLBB. Saya dah dapat dah skin MLBB.
Tak, saya tahu awak nak nugget. Kita tadi makan, asyik cerita je, manalah nugget bila nak sampai.
Sampai
Tapi awak
Aisyah 2 kali guna MPL Rewards.
Macam mana tahu?
Sebab bila 6 tambah 6 dia jadi 12.
Ya, tapi diorang sebenarnya tu curi saya punya nugget. Tapi sekarang ni guys, inilah dia main point di mana kita nak check, tengok coin toss untuk kedua-dua tim ini, SMG dan juga MAB. Dan sekarang ni kita menjemput Head of League Ops kita, Melina Lai, Marshal kita. Di mana bahagian kiri kita ada SMG Sasa dan kanan Amir MAB Esports.
Yes, kita akan saksikan Sasa yang akan memilih head, sementara pasukan daripada MAB yang akan memilih tails. Jadi kita punya Leagues Ops ataupun Melina Lai akan melakukan coin toss sekarang juga, dan kita akan dapat saksikan bersama-sama heads yang akan menjadi pertama, dan pasukan SMG memilih untuk first pick, dan kebiasaannya mana-mana tim mereka memilih untuk first pick. Jadi kita dah tak boleh nak terkejut kalau diorang tak pilih first pick.
Ya, tapi Aisyah paling suka kalau ada kejutan tiba-tiba, saya nak second pick. Itu macam, ni mesti ada something dia susun perancangan ni. Tapi itulah guys, sebelum kita teruskan conversation kita, let's go. Kita akan teruskan program untuk game yang pertama. Let's go to Caster.
The defending champions against the unexpected upstarts. Will the current occupants of the MPL throne find their reign challenged by the newcomers to the MPL season? Welcome back to MPL MY Season 9, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Stafa. Alongside me is, as usual, Gideon, here to inform you that you are watching one of the best MLBB tournaments in the country, which is, of course, brought to you by our sponsors, the official gaming Gaming Chair, Secret Lab, Partners in Esports, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and EGG Network, and not to mention our co-organizers, ESI.
Yep, we've got a whole line of games slewed for you guys here today. You saw it in the earlier schedule, and more importantly, this week is important because this is the last round of the regular groups. After that, we're going into intergroups, where Group A and Group B are going to go head-to-head.
Yep, it's going to be a very important time for all of these teams because now, as we approach the final week of the battles within their group, it's very important for them to keep in mind the strategies that they've learned from their opponents so far. But for those of you who have been watching so far, you guys already know the drill. Make sure to click on that share button if you want to hit the share milestones you see on the bottom of the screen.
Keep helping to cultivate the MPL MY Season 9. All you gotta do is share that stream, and you guys can be farming and harvesting the benefits of the in-game rewards with each and every code that comes along with the 500, 800 to 1,000 shares in our milestones to help you get ahead in the game.
Yep, we've seen that you guys have been pretty consistently hitting that 1,000 share milestone, so thank you guys very much. And if we can continue to keep that up, well, I'm sure all of us here will be very happy. The players will appreciate the support as well. So make sure, get your friends, get your family, all of you enjoy some Mobile Legends action together.
Well, speaking of Mobile Legends action that we're having here today, MAB's performance up against Team SMG as they battle it out one more time before they head on off as each team, this is their last game in Group A. And after that, we're moving on into Group B. Do you think it's going to be any different from the first time they met?
That's gonna be a good question here, but I think it absolutely is going to be a pretty notable change. If I do recall correctly, I'm not too certain. Yes, I believe it was SMG ended up winning 2-0 against MAB Esports the first time they met. I believe that was in week number 2.
Yep.
At the time, MAB, their performance was still a little bit shaky, still a bit nervous since it's their first time in the MPL season, but it feels like more recently, MAB Esports as a team has become a lot more solid. I'm seeing a lot of improvement overall in their gameplay, their coordination. But if we're talking about coordination and gameplay, Team SMG are basically the textbook example of that.
Yeah, I think, a lot has changed for MLBB, especially after week number 4, where we recently had the transfer window actually closing and allowing some newer players and newer faces to join MLBB, even though they have plenty of fresh new bloods to actually try and carry that mantle here at the MPL. SMG decided not to. They decided to stick with their guns, and the only addition that they had was going to be Harpist. And honestly, he's been performing relatively okay. We haven't seen his hyper escalated gameplay just yet. It feels very normal, very standard.
Well, either way though, we're gonna be seeing these two teams up on stage very, very soon as they walk in. Make sure you guys shout your support for Team SMG and MAB.
Team SMG. To kick things off, it's Team SMG standing at the top of Group A. SMG is looking to ride that wave to end Phase 1 on a high note.
Yep, as the defending champions and as the top of Group A right now, Team SMG, they've got a lot to prove. Will the players be able to continue pulling off the upsets, the smooth gameplay we come to expect from them? Can Sasa continue to carry and lead the team to another victory today?
This team is currently in development. They've set their eyes high and their standards above and beyond. It's no more about the local. They want M4.
MAB Esports! But on the opposite side, we got the contenders, MAB Esports. Will they be coming in and crashing the party today? They are right behind Team SMG in the standings for Group A and looking to grab some points from the top contender.
Now, it looks like their lineup has Alif in it. It's his return to the main lineup. Let's see if he can spice things up for MAB Esports.
Yeah, this is going to be a very exciting game 1 of the day to watch out for. So ladies and gentlemen, you guys don't want to leave your seats anytime soon. Team SMG, MAB Esports, who will take it home?
Oh boy, now the matchups can be very, very different from what we saw previously in week number 2. Let's pull up these stats here to see their current performance in the league, starting off with Team SMG.
All right, y'all, you all know him, you love him. It's Smooth, Zion, Sempoy, Harpist, Stormy, as well as Sasa. We can see overall their scores, their KDAs, everything looking to be very, very smooth overall. When we consider as well, Zion, Sempoy, and Stormy are currently ranked as number 1 and number 2, respectively, in average assists per game.
Overall assist is great, and more importantly so, as a fresh new player, you wouldn't have expected something of this sort of level and this sort of statistics coming out from Stormy himself. He's taking over an important position, right? Zion Senpai used to be playing that mid lane, now going over to that roamer, being the shot caller for that team. Stormy seems like he's filled his shoes just fine.
Yep, and I think he's definitely thriving in this position. Not to mention, as you highlighted, Zion Sempoy moving over to the roamer position. Definitely not something he used to be comfortable with, but I think right now he's one of the strongest roamers in the league. On the opposite side, though, we have to consider MAB Esports.
Yep, I mean, if we're talking about the strongest roamers in the league, we got to talk about Nova so far because he's definitely underrated. Don't count him out. Despite the fact that a lot of his stats is putting him as the best, the 5th best roamer in the league thus far, which is in the middle of the pack, his effect, we've seen it when he was playing during his time with SMG. And now with MAB, we're seeing a very different side of him. Sometimes he's confident, sometimes he's a bit lackluster. It really depends on the mood of the team.
Yep, but we can definitely see that Nova has become a lot more aggressive, a little bit more consistent in the more recent weeks of the game. But if we're talking about consistency as well as newer players coming into the league here, we have to talk about Zach QT, who's going to be the counterpart of the mage player as compared to Stormy from Team SMG. He has the highest damage per minute right now, ahead of Stormy, in fact, mostly attributed to his impressive gameplay on mage heroes like Eve, Lilia, and Kagura.
I mean, that explains why he has lower average assists when he's just nailing those kills each and every time and really being an anchor for the team. When Olive gets a bit crazy, when Nova starts playing towards X-Slash's lane, it's up to Zach QT to kind of ground them together and make sure that those plays come effectively against their opponents.
Yeah, I am really liking the sort of prevalence of newer and solid mage players in the league this season. I feel like there's quite a few of them, and these two really exemplify what new players can bring to the table as the seasons of MPL move on forward. But regardless of their individual performances, it's going to come down to how consistently both these teams are able to execute their gameplay to determine who will be the winner of this first series.
Now, in terms of gameplay, right, we previously did see the newer players coming in from MAB during the transfer window, but now the fact that Aleph is back, do you think they're going to revert back to previous strategies, or they're just going to double down on what they know?
Well, let's have a look at what everyone else thinks as well. Looks like from talent predictions, it's actually pretty even overall. 4 of us thinking that Team SMG are going to be the winners today, with 3 of our casters thinking that MAB are going to be coming out on top.
Well, personally for me, I believe that with Olive back into the lineup, they're going to go back to old habits. And Team SMG beat them in week number 2. So if they keep on doing their old habits, Team SMG should be able to come up on top.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, I'm thinking that going for Olive might not be a bad choice in this lineup here, because if they were to stick with Zuto, going for those assassin heroes might be a little bit difficult. What do you guys at home think?
An overwhelming majority for Team SMG here. So it looks like the audience will be on our side here at the English broadcast for now, but definitely don't count MAB out just yet. Now, considering the fact that, you know, they do have CARACAL as their analyst overall, he has been watching a lot of these teams play during the MPL, just like every other competitor would when they have a team qualify for the MPL. Do you think that they are going to start targeting lanes or play for their own strategy? Because that's the big question, right? It's either you play for red side, it's about that counter draft, or you play for blue side, where generally you have a good idea of what you want.
I think overall, both these teams are the type of teams that will just end up sticking to their own personal styles. Obviously, they'll try to target certain picks from the opposite team when they can, but they like to stick to their own guns, and that has worked out for them so far. Just like your ML gameplay will work out for you if you consider looking into MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung.
Yep. Cop yourself a brand new phone with a sleek design and you're going to receive an awesome gaming experience in return. Check out the new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G because you could be earning one yourself here today. Only one time, the first match of the day, and only for game one. All you got to do is head on over to MPL Malaysia's social media, either on Instagram or Facebook. Find that post, like it, give your predictions, and you could be walking away with an awesome gaming experience. A52s 5G.
Yep, you guys know that we at MPL got your back, so if you guys want some free stuff, make sure to pay attention, make sure to participate, and above all, make sure to enjoy the festivities today. We already saw we have some audience in the room once again. If you guys haven't bought your tickets for the rest of the week, for next week as well, make sure you guys look into that if you guys want to join us here live at the MPL Arena.
But Staffa, what if I only like one team and I can't go anywhere else unless that team is there?
Yeah, well, in that case, you guys can consider grabbing the team season passes. Honestly, there is a limited amount of these, and it's been quite a while. I wouldn't be surprised if many teams were already sold out. So if you guys weren't aware of this beforehand, make sure to go check it out. See if your favorite team season passes are still available and nab them before someone else gets the jump on you.
Remember, these season passes do allow you to go all the way. If your favorite team makes it to the playoffs and they keep on going to the grand finals, you basically get to sit in the playoffs for free. It's nuts.
Yeah, that sounds like a good deal to me. So if you guys haven't checked it out by now, what are you waiting for? This is your best opportunity. But now that we got that out of the way, let's talk about this game that's going to be coming back up once again. Both these teams, SMG obviously going into the favorites in terms of the audience, but as you mentioned, MAB are contenders that you cannot take lightly.
Not at all. And I think I'm interested to see how ZachQT is going to match up against Stormy, right? Because a lot of the time, initially in their first matchup, we did see Kagura be whipped out by Stormy up against Lilia from ZachQT. And in that matchup, you definitely see the nuances in lane, getting zoned out, Kagura having that extra bit of range, not allowing Lilia to walk up for free, definitely changes the pace of the game. But the meta has developed since then, right? They've taken a new step. People are now leaning back to Farsa, Yeve more often than not if it gets slipped through the ban.
Yeah, I think people are realizing the sort of impact a really solid mage player can have on the game, especially if they have good scaling options as well. So we are starting to see more and more mages get banned out in the draft. We see the Kadita, the Lilia, the Eve typically being targeted, especially by teams that know that their opponents are going to heavily prioritize those to set up for better team fights in the mid game.
Yeah, but it really comes down to the flavor, right? Some teams do like playing Kadita, other teams really like playing the peel back composition with Lilia. Oh, it's really, really tough to see. But I think the big indicator is with Team SMG's high tendency in favoring the jungle heroes, right? Hayabusa, Lancelot, Ling, and with Harpist, we've basically seen him play assassins all throughout his debuts.
Yeah, I think part of that is the reason why MAB are going with Aleph as their jungler instead of Zuto this time, is because they don't want to be put in a position where they have to be forced to contest for these assassin heroes against Harpist. This way, they can be a lot more comfortable because we know Aleph, he can play the fighter junglers, the Aulus, the Paquito, and so it gives them a lot more opportunity to maybe ban out Harpist picks or put some pressure onto Team SMG in the draft.
I think we'll make an argument that at this point, that flexibility might be key. Because so far, we haven't seen Harpist pick up anything crazy, like Aulus or Paquito, like you mentioned before. And Paquito so far does a really good job at kind of keeping Lancelot, keeping Hayabusa in check.
That is true, but if we're talking about other heroes that both these teams might prioritize as well, there's also the Franco, the hero that no one really would have expected to come up in Season 9, but all of a sudden is becoming more and more popular. We've already seen both Zion Senpai and Nova play the Franco, so this could be a hero that both teams have to watch out for.
Well, what about Cho? Because both Nova and Zion Senpai have a really good win rate on Cho and generally are able to find those big pickoffs at the end of the day to set up for the team.
That is true. We do know that both these roamers tend to be quite aggressive in the early game after all. So since they want to make sure that their side laners can scale, both these teams, they're not particularly aggressive towards the mid game. They like to farm, they like to give more net worth to Sasa, to X-Slash, to ensure that their late game is a bit more secure. For that reason, we might see these teams lean more towards the early game picks to ensure that since if they can secure the early game priority, then mid game should be a lot smoother for them.
Well, hopefully that's going to be the case because the way we've seen MAB and Team SMG play, they like to wait for that later stage of the game. We haven't seen Team SMG, or maybe in a few situations where they have such a huge lead, a huge snowball lead that they can actually press towards the mid game, but not from MAB.
That is true. Overall, I'd say that these two teams aren't too different from one another in terms of their preferred playstyle. All of the players are solid individual performers, but obviously Team SMG, I think they have a bit more pressure on their heads here as the defending champions, as the ones that might be able to compete for a back-to-back championship in MPL. They're not about to let themselves lose a game over to MAB, who just joined the league this season.
I mean, it would be a very big statement in terms of MAB's overall growth since they've started, because they were shaky. If they can beat Team SMG and actually widen the gap, because right now, if I remember this correctly, MAB is currently at the second spot of Group A, while SUHAZ is currently just slightly under them by 1 point. I think it's like, what, 10-9 at this point? And if they can widen that gap, they have a very good opportunity to make it into the upper brackets for playoffs.
It would be so incredible for this new team if they were able to secure themselves an upper bracket spot. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be playing their hearts out to ensure that they can solidify that position for themselves. But without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for the draft. Team SMG gonna be drafting first pick, as we saw in the coin toss earlier. MAB Esports drafting second pick on the red side.
Yep. Immediately, we're seeing Team SMG banning out the Fanny. MAB, on the other hand, get rid of Valentina. Extremely standard bans from either side. I'm curious to see whether or not SMG is going to be banning out Phoveus.
That is a good question, considering they are on the blue side, and it's a hero that they typically ban out. We already see it. They've already decided to remove it from the pool. MAB gonna be banning out the Selena in return. Typically, the reason that the blue side would ban out this Phoveus is because having first pick, the option to pick up the Lancelot early on is very much there. So locking this hero in early prevents them from being able to give away a very notable counter hero.
Now, the big question is the jungle. What is it going to be? I don't think Team SMG is going to be banning out any crazy junglers. Maybe Ling at the very least, but we've seen Harpus play both Lancelot and as well as Hayabusa, and mainly around those two heroes. MAB, they could look for their late game scaling, play to their strengths, play in Aulus if they really, really want to, or arguably go in for a Paquito. Team SMG, though, they do ban out the Franco.
Yep, this makes sense from Team SMG. They're on the blue side. If they want to lock in something like the Lancelot, they don't want to give MAB notable early game picks. The Franco, we already discussed earlier, a hero that both sides heavily prioritize, and the SMG definitely don't want to give it away to Nova, which puts the choice on MAB, and they do ban out the Lancelot.
Fair enough. I mean, it's understandable because you don't want that early game pressure from Team SMG, and especially with Harpus, who seems to be very good at executing his opponents given the right amount of space and the right amount of setup. He makes it look really, really easy, but we haven't seen him done big outplays just yet. Matilda, first pickup coming in for the side of Team SMG. We haven't seen Matilda in ages. I'm not even going to lie about that.
Yep, it's pretty surprising considering the hero is still pretty strong in the early game here. I'm assuming this is going to be a Zion Senpoi roamer Matilda, but it's still possible that it might go to Stormy as well. So a little bit of flexibility by Team SMG. MAB, they now have the choice. We typically see that when they have Alif in their team, the Aulus pick in the first 3 heroes picked up by MAB isn't particularly uncommon.
I don't know. Maybe it's just because these past few weeks we haven't been seeing too much Matilda, and half the time Matilda comes up, generally a good answer would be having something like Kufra, Esmeralda, either steal away the shields or punish, or get both. Punish the fact that they give shields, punish the fact that they are going to stick together. If you catch them both, you catch them all.
Alright, going for the Esmeralda on Ren certainly makes sense. This is a hero that he's quite comfortable with and pretty solid, as you mentioned, a counter to the Matilda. Though I am a bit curious about this Kufra pickup at this point. This is not a hero that SMG would contest anytime soon, so MAB going for that means that they're kind of setting up for something. But SMG instead going to be the ones grabbing Aulus away from Ali.
Okay, this is really new. I would like to see how Harpus generally plays it. It can't be too hard playing the Aulus. It's all about positioning. It's all about timings as well, and just hard, efficient farming for this type of jungler. So now the question goes over to MAB. Was that their initial plan? Did they want to actually pick up the Aulus? And if so, do they have a counter to deal with him?
To be honest, I have a pretty good feeling that MAB wanted to go for the Aulus as the third pick. It's not an uncommon thing for them to do, so Team SMG going for it themselves is pretty smart. It does kind of halt the momentum of MAB a little bit, and we have to remember, when playing Assassins, Harpus actually farms really quickly. So on a hero like this, he might actually be pretty at home.
Now MAB, they lock in the Kagura for themselves. I think Kagura is always generally good, able to kind of bully out a lot of the meta mages as of right now with their extended range with that umbrella. Yves just has to casually sit back, try to clear the waves as quickly as possible, and priority should be generally controlled by the mid lane.
MAB gonna continue up the second phase by banning out the Uranus. They already have the Esmeralda. Don't want to have something in the EXP lane that would be difficult to contend with. What is interesting between these two teams is that a hero that's typically highly contested in the first phase, the Beatrix, has not been picked up or banned by either side. So it looks like Sasa and X-Slash both have hero pools that are wide enough to not have to consider very heavily going for these gold laners early.
Yeah, here's the thing. Both X-Slash and Sasa play very similar roles in their style of gold lanes, right? Where generally, yes, you are looking for the energy shield, but the way that they handle their matchups is different. They're not looking to overall big team fights. They're looking to dominate their lanes. So they're looking to kind of control the lane with their kill pressure. And that's generally what you see from Sasa and X-Slash. Now, the next couple of bans here, MAB, they do decide to get rid of Yuzong. Team SMG, they got rid of Yin. I guess they're afraid of like taking somebody out of the fight instantaneously and playing the 4v4?
I'm wondering if they might just go for something like the Paquito ban here. The Yin seems to be to focus down on Olive. They've already removed Olive, so I guess they're just afraid of more fighter jungler options. They ban out the Hayabusa, but yeah, SMG, they're aiming for Olive's heroes. MAB, they're aiming for Smooth's heroes in response.
Yeah, okay, all right. So they're targeting junglers for the side of a Team SMG, and MAB is just targeting the EXP lane, which is fair. Now, Ren, the last time he was up against Smooth, he really needed to win his lane. So when it was his time, he was able to get something like Khalid and was able to get multiple kills in that match against SMG. I don't think he's going to be able to do that again now that Smooth has kind of refined his own gameplay. So Ling is going to be the lock-in for MAB. Team SMG will now finish their composition.
Okay, what can SMG go for here? They're still looking for an EXP lane. They're still looking for a gold lane. As for gold lane, they basically have the pick of the litter. Sasa can pick up any hero he wants, and MAB is aware of that, which is why they went for Olive's jungler rather than X-Slash's hero too early on, because they already know what the jungle matchup is compared to the gold lane and want to play it safe. As for SMG, the EXP laners, not a lot of them left.
What else could go into the EXP lane? I mean, Paquito doesn't go very well against Esmeralda, but finally we do get to see the Beatrix. Glue is going to be the lock-in for the side of Team SMG.
If you ask me personally, while Glue is pretty obvious of a choice now that Yuzong, Uranus, Esmeralda are not available for Smooth, I would have actually liked it if they went with something a little bit more peculiar. Maybe the Derov, considering that MAB, they have tanky frontliners, or even something off-meta like the X-Borg would have worked pretty well against both Esmeralda and Kufra.
Let's not forget about Khalid as well, just to generally win the lane, and I think I was leaning more towards that side, but you know, this is Smooth. He is great when he's using these tank style of EXP laners, much beefier, much more annoying, and very easy to help kind of control the tempo of games. Now, final pick coming in from MAB is going to be Claude.
Huh, that's an interesting choice by MAB, considering that the Popol and Koopa would usually be the direct counter to when the enemy team picks up the Beatrix. The Claude is going to have a little more difficulty going up against Sasa in the gold lane, but if he's able to scale up into the late game, MAB will have a pretty solid counter to the Aulus and the Beatrix. The question is, will they be able to get there?
Well, it's about who's the driving factor from either side, and I think that's where the supports come in, right? You're expecting Kufra from the side of MAB to look for these big pickoffs, and you're expecting Matilda to always match him, mirror him throughout the map to give that info to his team to know, hey, this is where they're banking their bucks.
Yep, it's honestly gonna come down very heavily towards Zyme Senpai as well as Nova to set up space for the respective junglers and side laners to get their net worth, their items, and scale up into the late game. Looking at their lineups overall, Team SMG, pretty typical lineup, but Harpist on the Aulus is definitely going to be a first-time thing. As for MAB Esports, they're gonna have a pretty solid early game, but the late game is where their team really starts to shine to counteract this Aulus from Team SMG. The land of Dawn beckons once again, ladies and gentlemen.
We've got Team SMG on the blue side, MAB Esports on the red. Now, the overall compositions, and what's really concerning for me is that the fact that Team SMG is very ultimate reliant. Their natural abilities is going to be good here and there, depending on what lane, but MAB Esports in general aren't that reliant on their ultimates. They can actually take fights way earlier if they want to.
Yep, but just in terms of hero picks, Team SMG definitely has a slightly stronger early to mid-game lineup, considering that most of MAB needs a little bit of time and items to actually start doing some DPS. The first thing that I am kind of curious about here is that Harpist on the Aulus has elected to go for high and dry instead of the usual Demon Slayer.
Stormy losing out his 1v1 against Zach QT in lane. The first mistake has been made and even got his flicker off as well. MAB Esports, the mid lane, Zach QT showing dominance.
That's kind of unusual there, but first Blood Bounty going over to MAB Esports. That's kind of uncharacteristic of Stormy, especially considering the early game poke from Eve should be superior to that of a Kagura, considering he also has the Impure Rage.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he wanted to go for these traits, but again, Magic Worship is really effective on Kagura, able to get, you know, easy procs off of him. I guess he just took one bad trade. It had to be that. Now, Olive, again, invading the top side of the jungle, trying to slow all this down as quickly as possible. Harpist is already level 4. Zach QT should be able to hit his level 4 as well as Stormy, just slightly behind in EXP.
I do like the choice of Aleph to go for these more aggressive jungle invades. He knows that early game Harpist, his farm speed is going to be a bit slower without that Demon Slayer, and since the Ling has the Demon Slayer instead, it's a lot easier for him to jump in with his mobility and take camps away to ensure Harpist farms slower than he would ideally like to.
No, they need to increase the pace of the game so far. As Smooth, he gets into the middle of the fight as the Falling Star move comes down from Red. It really doesn't matter at this stage of the game, especially for Team SMG, because their main win con is going to be Harpist. Stormy dropping the real world manipulation out of nowhere there. Okay. I guess he misclicked it. It looks like he's playing a little shakily today.
It's a very curious question. You certainly can't allow yourself to fall back in terms of gameplay, especially on the MPL stage. But hopefully, he does manage to buckle up soon enough as MAB Esports. As you mentioned, they are the ones increasing the momentum against Team SMG right now. And if they're able to maintain this, they will be in a pretty good spot going into the late game since they will have the net worth advantage.
You know, speaking of spots, this mid lane, Zach QT gets into the middle of Stormy as Zyme Senpai just jumps at the same time with the guiding wind. This could have been a great opportunity for Nova, but I don't think there was much of an angle for him to lock them against the wall. Or maybe, I don't know, maybe I'm just a little sketchy on the hitbox, on the wall hitboxes, especially towards the mid lane.
Nah, going for that engage there was probably not the best idea. Nova wouldn't have been able to get the proper stun, and even if he did, Zach QT doesn't have enough damage yet to really take out two members of Team SMG instantly. That would have definitely put the Kufra in a much more unfortunate position under their tier 1, but MAB now looking for the gank.
Yep, speaking of unfortunate situations, they're trying to get onto Sasa. Ooh, good movements here. Nova blows his flicker, but Sasa is able to get out of the way with the help of Zion Senpai's guiding winds to pull him into safety.
I'm not too certain if that was Nova missing his ability or if Sasa was just able to outmaneuver it, but either way, using the flicker there, not being able to get a catch will mean that MAB loses out a little bit, as they did have to rotate Alif over to try and get the kill, and not being able to do so means that Harpist has a little more free time in the jungle to himself.
He's very happy with this, you know, with every single one of these moves and, you know, resources utilized by MAB. They're just going to use their ults and then back away. There's no point trying to chase them down. Team SMG has some pretty good counter-engage and disengage tools as well. Now, we're looking for Turtle. Nova didn't find his initial engage, but it's going to be Harpist, who's slightly behind Aleph in terms of levels.
Yeah, that is the Demon Slayer on the Ling putting its work in. He is definitely ahead in terms of his farm, in terms of his EXP. Harpist not too far behind though, as Team SMG, they've been playing more of a passive style, knowing that as long as they can get level 12 on this Ollis, they will be in a good spot.
Yep. Now looking for a way to get in on the enemy team. We're seeing X-Slash playing around the side of Team SMG. Oh, nope. The 50-50 didn't work in MAB's favor. Smooth is going to be looking for a target with a split, but instantly we see the Blade of Tempest. Smooth trying to get on out of there. Yin Yang overturn as well as X-Slash jumping into the back line. That's going to be Stormy taken out straight away by the Falling Star Moon and Blazing Duet. Smooth looking to kind of press the advantage as Aleph is trying to run away. He can't get away. Glue's just way too sticky.
Yep, a 1-for-1 trade. Smooth still looking for X-Slash, but now he's the one out of position, and a very quick stun by Nova allows ZachQT to pick up the kill. A 1-for-2 trade, and Team SMG gonna come out on top in that one as they were able to secure the turtle as well.
Yep, Sasa just playing it safe for as much as he can. He still has Flicker, so if he gets Dove, he's got to be extremely careful of Nova only. Everybody else kind of negligible because you wouldn't expect ZachQT to be ready to go for a gank at this stage of the game since Stormy is maintaining priority with the help of Zion Senpai.
Yep, Ren gonna come into mid to help clear up the lanes as well. They've already lost their tier 1 tower down bottom as Harpist was down there split pushing, so that's gonna give Team SMG a little more map control as X-Slash, hold on, looks like the Blazing Duet gonna come out. Nova flickers in forward, gets the ult, but Sasa not pinned against the wall as now Harpist gonna be dealing with Ren in the background. Real world manipulation already dropped down, gonna stop Nova, but the bouncing ball will allow him to escape.
Look at how much both sides are tickling each other. A lot of resources were blown on either side, but not a single one of them were able to secure that kill. And now on the bottom side, we're seeing both enemy sides looking to proxy each other's wave. Smooth cutting the creeps. Same goes for Aleph, but it's going to be a Team SMG win objectively by securing another tier 1.
That is the power of the Beatrix here. Typically, this hero is picked up just because of how quickly and easily she is able to take down towers. While it's true that neither team was able to get kills in that last engagement, Team SMG came out on top because they were able to zone out MAB. And wow, Sasa doing a lot of damage with Renner already.
Yep, he's starting to scale on up. The first items are starting to fall into their pockets. Team SMG quickly on top of this turtle to kind of speed up Harpist. He needs that EXP desperately. They sacrifice that top side. No big deal. Team SMG is relying very much on their scaling.
Yeah, MAB resorting to having to split push now because they know it's going to become quite difficult to team fight against Team SMG since they're starting to actually get some damage, and the cores on the side of MAB haven't quite been able to keep up just yet. So far, Team SMG, they're the ones in control, but MAB not too far behind.
Ooh, now, Nova, he's getting attacked by Zion Senpai as well as Stormy. He's losing 50% of his HP as Sasa has already shoved out the wave. Will be joining them to start sieging that mid-tier 1. If they can get that mid-tier 1, then they might be able to make things happen across the map. ZachQT gets a big hit so far, and Team SMG just continuing to roam as 3. Zion Senpai opens up the map. Nova looking for the opportunity, but here comes X-Slash, takes out Sasa, takes his Battle Mirror image back, allowing Aleph the space, but Stormy quickly flickers out of the way. Real world manipulation saves his life and chunks out Nova. ZachQT now on the run. Harpist, he's already level 12.
Oh, and they're not quite done. They're going straight in. Another kill onto the Kagura. Harpist gonna be chasing down Nova. Gets a kill onto the Kufra as well. They lose Sasa, but MAB lose 3 in exchange. While MAB did a pretty good job of taking that fight and attempting to disengage, the scaling for Team SMG has kicked in.
Finally, importantly, it's only taken 8 minutes and 50 seconds to get to this stage of the game. 25,000 gold in their pocket, just slightly ahead of MAB Esports. But most importantly, Harpus can now participate in these fights, and he's got a Berserker's Fury, so just doubling up on that damage.
That's important to note, is that he has high and dry as well. If you get caught out by yourself, well, goodbye your HP, because that Ollis is going to be melting through it like butter. That's going to be quite a blow to MAB, because they have a team comp that wants to split up the fight.
Yeah, and for now, I think it's working out for MAB, right? Like, the combos are working very, very nicely. Wow, Smooth is taking way too much damage. He goes into that split form, gets himself out for free, as Team SMG still playing for these objectives. Sit on Lord.
Yep, the Lord being challenged. Harp is already taking it down real low. Ren not even able to approach. Alif tries to go in for the steal, but is instant able to get it. Smooth, the one in trouble, as the Undying Fury is dropped down. They lose Smooth, but they instantly take out Zach QT. Meanwhile, Blazing Duet in the backline does not matter. Harpus has just way too much damage. Where did they go? A 1-for-3 trade, and Team SMG get the Lord.
Yep, Harpus is now farmed up and heavy, 2 levels ahead of Alif, who has not been able to touch his jungle for the longest time. Everybody is just collectively stealing away this free economy in EXP from Alif's jungle. And now Zyme Senpai, he sees Alif, doesn't really care. Let's wait for Lord. We're going to start looking for inhibitors.
Yep, Team SMG are now in full control of this game. A 4K net worth lead in their pockets. We can see in terms of their items as well. Harp is way ahead of his counterpart. As you mentioned, Alif, he hasn't been able to safely farm his jungle for the longest time. And Harpus, his fast farm speed on his assassin hero is really demonstrating its power here on Ollis too.
Yep, now the contest again for that orange, but it doesn't really matter. Team SMG is maintaining control over topside jungle, allowing bottom side to crumble fast. Tier 2s are down, and now they pay their attention to the mid wave. Second Lord-empowered minion wave is coming on through, and Sasa continuing to start pelting down that bottom inhibitor. It's 50% HP.
Team SMG have traditionally been known as a very objective-oriented team throughout the years, even as their roster has changed up, and we can still see that they're doing a very good job of prioritizing turrets and structures over going for kills. Typically, Team SMG, their games, you don't see a lot of fighting going on because they just go in for the objectives, and that is what is important to allow them to secure the victory.
Yeah, but the high ground defense coming out from MAB Esports is proving to be a little difficult to crack for Team SMG. It's either they force a play or they wait for MAB Esports to make the play.
But the ambush coming out from Team SMG gonna catch Ren all by himself as Zyme Senpai continues to zone out the rest of MAB in a bit of a tough spot here, but Zach UT gets spotted out in the bush. Move going in, looking for it. Split already popped down. X-Slash uses the Bell mirror image to get over the wall, and Smooth, he's happily just standing there and taunting his opponents.
He knows he can take that damage. He knows he is a big boy, but more importantly, I don't think anybody from the side of MAB Esports could actually kill him realistically.
Yep, Alif, now the one in trouble, has to quickly jump away, gets stunned for a moment by Smooth, but should be able to escape. This, however, means orange buff going over the Team SMG. Nova charging up the Tyrant's Revenge, but not going for it. It's a bit too dangerous for MAB to fight right now.
Yeah, and just look at the way that they're positioning themselves, right? They're using Sasa, putting him much closer so that when the re-engage needs to happen, Stormy is not going to be put in danger.
Right now, the way that Team SMG is splitting up their forces is very good because they know they're strong, and now the fight already began. Smooth jumping in with the split. Undying Fury gonna be dropped down. Zach QT instantly has to back it up as the Circling Eagle gonna chase Alif down, putting Zyme Senpai a bit out of position. X-Slash goes in, Zach QT as well. Nova charging up the skill again, but Team SMG, they don't need this fight.
No, they don't need it at all. What they need is a Luminous Lord on their side to start cracking open those inhibitor turrets like a nutcracker here. And fortunately for MAB, it's hard for them to walk up. Every single time they do, they see Zyme Senpai just waiting for them. They see Smooth just covering a different angle as well.
Yeah, these two are doing a really good job of zoning out MAB, and the damage from Sasa doing the exact same. We can see Alif still trying his best to do some split pushing. Harp is already going up to respond to it though, so I don't think it's going to get much out of it.
Yep, now with MAB Esports. Again, this is an AK lead coming in from Team SMG. It's looking to be an extremely clean game from them. Full items coming out from Harpus' side. Zyme Senpai slowly building up to that third. And even Smooth, absolute tank.
Up the Lord now pushing down the bottom lane. We can see most of Team SMG pushing on the bottom and middle lanes respectively, looking for one. Smooth jumps in, split, gonna instantly zone out the rest of MAB. They can't take this fight. Now they've already taken the bottom inhibitor. Lord gonna get taken out to the middle side. Nova taking a fair bit of damage, but he's fine. Harpus instantly destroys the tower. Undying Fury drop down on both X-Slash and Nova. Lord doing some damage to the Crystal. It's gonna drop down to half HP, but not quite enough to break it open. And Team SMG, they're not quite done. They're looking for the top inhibitor as well.
Yeah, but that does mean that MAB Esports are all back, and here we go. And X-Kobar tries to get into the middle. Zyme Senpai gets the initial block, but now they have to pull away. Real War Manipulation punishes him for jumping into the middle of the fight as Team SMG tries their best to end this game. X-Slash Blazing Duet. Olive tries to clear the minion waves with the Blade of Tempest. He ends up dying to Smooth, and this should be the game here as Harpus is unstoppable to end game one for Team SMG.
A clean victory for Team SMG. It looks like they had that game in the bag from the beginning. Excellent game plan, even better execution as they were able to zone out MAB Esports from ever getting even close to their victory condition.
I mean, generally talk about calm and collected, extremely disciplined gameplay coming in for Team SMG. Well done.
Yeah, that was a performance befitting a defending champion of the MPL and really shows Team SMG, even against these rookies, they're not taking any chances. They're gonna stick to what's comfortable. They're gonna stick to what works, and well, it certainly does work.
I mean, it's all about how you kind of pull that trigger, right? And half the time they knew that the enemy team, MAB, was trying to do the exact same thing as them. Look for that initial big fight to waste all your utilities on, maybe get 1 or 2 picks, and once the fight is over, then you get your big executioners to come in, whether it be your assassin or it could just be your late game scaling Aulis, who, by the way, as soon as he hit level 12, the kills started rolling in for him.
Yeah, that's the typical performance you expect from the Aulis here, and I'm really impressed by Harpus' gameplay. We already noted that, when he plays on the assassins like Hayabusa, like Ling, he actually farms pretty quickly compared to a lot of other assassin junglers, so it should work quite well if he's playing Aulis as well, right? Well, it sure did.
Let's look at the item builds. Let's see if there's anything out of the ordinary. And personally, I don't see anything out of the ordinary except for Stormy, who realized that he was going to be the main target of X-Slash and purposefully bought a brute force breastplate and a Juggernaut armor to make sure he can at least withstand the initial blast.
Yep, pretty good safe pick from Stormy. While he did end up dropping first blood in the mid lane, he's still a solid mage player and was able to turn things around once the mid game arrived and Team SMG started becoming a lot stronger. We can see just in terms of net worth, Harpus has 14,000 gold in a match that's only 14 minutes long. I feel like that's pretty close to Link SR's record.
I can't recall the numbers, whether it adds up correctly to beat Link Aza's record. We'll get a double check on that in a little bit, but for now, that's some very good odds. And with only 14 minutes and 46 seconds on the clock, very good game for Team SMG to start off the momentum in this best of 3.
It can be pretty risky here for an Aulis to go for high and dry. Even if you don't go for Demon Slayer, typically you'd settle for Killing Spree, right?
That's the thing.
So he's just going all in for damage. We know Alif, he had Demon Slayer and he's way behind in terms of farm. Let's have a look at who the MVP is for this game, and I think it's no surprise. It's going to be Harpus on the Aulis with a 998 match GPM.
Ooh, so close to breaking into the 1,000 mark. That would have been great. That honestly would have been really, really sick. And I think, MAB, they had a good idea. They made sure they got Ling, farms fast, rotates fast, give him a Demon Slayer, gets even faster. But man, high and dry on an Aulis. That's interesting. You don't get to see that too often.
it's just gonna hurt quite a lot. And to be honest, considering most of the time when Team SMG were fighting, they were just going for team fights. I don't feel like he even used the high and dry most of the game. It just wasn't even a factor, all things considered. So Team SMG did a really good job here. Harpist, really impressive showing. And I do think as well, part of it is because they were able to catch out MAB Esports by surprise. I don't think any of them were expecting Team SMG to steal the Alles away.
Yeah, no, I don't think, honestly, I wouldn't have expected it, right? It was definitely going to MAB's side, but now we're seeing a different side of Harpist that, you know what? That's a very good start. Can he go further and beyond? Can he pick up something like Paquito? I want to see Harpist set up or at the very least make the play for the team.
He's definitely demonstrating that he might have deeper pockets in terms of his hero pools than many of us have assumed. And so, MAB Esports, they're gonna need to go back into the drawing board here and figure out exactly how they want to counteract this perfectly coordinated gameplay from Team SMG.
Now, just in case you missed it, here are the highlights brought to you by Samsung. And we're going to watch it one more time because every single time you see X-Slash jump in with this blazing duet, somehow Sasa has chunked him out before the fight even began.
Yep, Sasa doing a very good job at getting the snipes down. And although MAB Esports, there were situations where they were actually taking solid fights, getting pretty good disengages. Once the scaling kicked in for Team SMG, MAB just could not keep up. They tried to pick up the Claude as a bit of a late game insurance to try to counteract Harpist on the Alles, but Claude is just a little bit too conditional right now. Takes a bit too long to really start coming online. And once he did, well, Team SMG was already miles ahead.
Yep. But MAB, could they have done anything better in this matchup? I feel like it really just came down to a couple of micro mistakes from MAB's side, and maybe mood, I guess, but that can't have affected them that much, right?
Honestly, I just think the really big thing that secured the victory for Team SMG here all came down to the draft. I can't call out MAB for playing badly that game because they were actually executing pretty solidly towards the early game, but once they started losing out on a few trades, a few fights, it looked like they started getting a little bit frazzled. They still kept up pretty well, but when the draft is like that, there's not much you can do once Harpist starts scaling up.
I suppose. I don't know. I definitely thought that ZQT would have been able to kind of pull it back for the team, maybe look for a really big yin-yang overturn, but the discipline from Team SMG to kind of mitigate the damage, you've only seen yin-yang overturns land on one target at most throughout this game.
SMG perfectly split up their resources. They knew exactly how many people they had to send to which lane to push out structures, get objectives. Whenever MAB was trying to force a fight on this side of the map, they were taking a tower on the other side. But what's happening on the other side of this screen is you guys pressing on that share button. Thank you very much. We have hit the 500 share milestone.
You guys are just planting those seeds. Just keep hitting that share and you get more rewards. Harvest the first share of the crops here with the 500 share milestone. Grab that code while you still can, but we still have 2 more for the rest of this day, the 800 and the 1000.
Yep, so if you guys haven't clicked on that share button yet, you know what to do. But without further ado, game number 2 gonna be coming up very soon. MAB Esports 1 game down and looking to be close to replicating what happened in their first meeting, the 2-0 victory against Team SMG. They don't want that to happen, right? MAB, they're not gonna let that happen.
I mean, ideally, they want to be able to get at least 1 game off of Team SMG to kind of widen their gap against SUHAZ. And if they do it, they'd be celebrating it with Nescafe, guys. If you are feeling a little sluggish on this Saturday, had a great time on a Friday, then how about consider Nescafe? Scan the QR code down below. You'll get yourself a discount for some of their favorite flavors. By the way, we did receive a couple of funky flavors from Nescafe themselves. I think it was like, what, Rose Bandung and like Gula Melaka?
Really?
Yeah, they've got a ton of flavors other than just the typical mocha, latte, and as well as the original. It's nuts.
Well, with all those sorts of flavors, all of you out there are certain to find one that fits your taste. So if you missed the QR code, hopefully you'll be around the next time it comes up and maybe pay a little more attention.
Don't worry, you can always pull back the buffering.
True.
That's just one easy way of doing it. Just pull it back. It saves you a lot of time. Speaking of which, Team SMG right now as we saw in their interviews, they are consistently trying to look for bigger goals. They're in development. Do you think there is a ceiling for them? Is there going to be a plateau where we can't see them improve any more than what we're seeing on screen?
I don't really think so. I feel like Team SMG overall are basically the most disciplined team in the MPL right now, based on how they focus on the objectives, how they take fights, and despite all of that, they're still the ones really outputting the damage here. We can see in the previous match recap, Harpist doing a staggering 54,000 damage overall.
That's a lot of damage. Flex Tape ain't gonna save you from him. I think at this stage of the game, or at this stage of their development, I do want to see some big outplays. I know they're all about that discipline, that very Indonesian play style of make sure you focus on these objectives, play for our game plan, and make sure we stick and follow to the plan. Let's get a little bit flexible here and there with our engagements, but that's about all. I want to see, maybe it's the Malaysian in me, maybe it's the MPL MY that I've been, know and love for so long. I need a little bit of that chaos. I need someone to make a 6 sidestep. I need somebody to somehow get into the backline in an unconventional way.
That is true. When we look at the way Team SMG plays, it's very clean, very coordinated. You know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. But that's not really our style, is it? We want to see the big fights. We want to see kills flying all over the screen. Don't know for sure if that's going to happen, considering it is Team SMG. But if MAB Esports can create a little bit of that chaos, they might be the ones coming out on top.
And I think that's the one thing that we're lacking here in the MPL. Like, we don't get to see too many games because the meta has strayed away from early to mid-game compositions. It's so easy to come back from a 5K deficit, a 4K deficit even. Most teams need to get at least 10K, and even 8Ks, you've got like a 30% chance of actually bouncing back from it.
Yeah, being able to get those comebacks is becoming more and more evident among these teams, since the late game is really starting to shape up to be the deciding factor of this current meta. If you're able to come out on top, if you have the stronger team fight, if you can put more map control over your opponents, you can just slowly choke them out from within, even if you can never actually break into their base because they simply cannot fight you.
Oh boy, inhibitors have never been more frustrating to deal with. But I'm surprised, we've seen more backdoors than we've seen teams win before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, that is true. Considering that, yeah, it's a bit more difficult these days to try to really break into the enemy base because of the way that, it's so easy to defend all the inhibitors because they're so close to each other. They obviously have the base really nearby. You have to really depend on the Lord to be able to break into the enemy base. And since the earlier Lords, the first couple, they're not strong at all. They get taken out so easily. It does come down to the late game for the objective to really start putting in some work.
Well, with 8 more seconds, what are the adaptations do you think are going to happen in this draft?
I think going into the draft, we're going to have to see exactly how the Aulis is going to be contested by both teams, especially since now MAB, they're going to be on the first pick, SMG going to be the second pick. This Aulis, will MAB be able to lock it in themselves this time?
Maybe not for first pick. Second rotation I can understand for MAB. For Team SMG, possibly. It's tough to say. It's really tough to say. We don't have a lot of information to kind of work off of it. But my best guess is that if it works, keep doing it. So far, MAB was not able to punish it effectively in game number 1. Might as well get a free win in game number 2.
Alright, looking at the bans so far, MAB have banned out the Phoveus, Uranus, and Esmeralda. SMG going to be banning out the Valentina, the Fanny, and the Lancelot. But this does leave the Selena open if MAB wants to lock it in, and they will do so instantly.
Yeah, and you can tell by MAB's bans. They got rid of the Phoveus, they got rid of smooth heroes again with Uranus, Esmeralda, and I'm guessing the Phoveus on top of it all. It's not too shocking. It really isn't too shocking. MAB open up with the Selena, very typical, but SMG now with the Franco as their general support roamer tank setup.
Yep, we've already discussed this hero earlier. Both Zion Senpai and Nova have played the Franco, and both do seem to like it, considering that the Selena has already been locked in by MAB. You never want to give a team both Selena and the Franco, so SMG locking it in for themselves makes a lot of sense. However, now the question is, is the Aulus prioritized enough to lock it in now to steal it away from MAB? Turns out no.
Okay, so it's going to be Lilia instead, and they haven't locked in Aulus at all. It's going to be Cho, a fast pickup for the side of MAB. Do they want to get Aulus themselves, or are they just going to, you know, run down with a typical blue side pick of Hayabusa?
I personally feel like the Aulus would be a pretty safe pick, but then you also have to consider that the Beatrix is still open.
Right?
So, do you want to give that to Sasa again? MAB, they have a pretty difficult choice on their hands here.
So many questions. So many questions. And it looks like it's going to be Beatrix getting picked up for X-Slash. So that's generally okay. Which does tell me that I'm guessing Sasa is most likely going to get Clint at some point of time. But it depends. It depends. Last time in game number 1, we saw that the only person who had to sacrifice a little bit of his lane was Smooth. It might be Sasa this time on the red side.
But the Popol and Koopa is open for Team SMG if they want to nab it first up.
That's true.
Considering, yeah, it's a good matchup against the Beatrix and not too bad against Sho and Selena as well, since Koopa can just eat the Abyssal Arrows or become an accidental target of the Way of the Dragon.
Yeah, no, I think more importantly so, it kind of helps with this siege type of composition that Team SMG is trying to shape here. You already have the Franco, which is a good component with this pressure, and it looks like they're going to go with Aulus once again.
Alright, so Team SMG, they're gonna be beating MAB Esports at their own game, demonstrating that Harpist is very comfortable on this hero, locking in the Aulus and risking the possibility of Popol and Koopa being banned out by MAB in the second phase.
All right, so Karina gets banned out for the side of Team SMG. MAB, on the other hand, well, I mean, Karina is rather annoying, right? Especially if you have scalers, and I'm guessing Sasa wants to play a marksman down in the gold lane as well. That's going to be 2 heroes, assuming that Team SMG won't be able to deal with Karina. Auto attacks, doesn't matter. Shadow Dance, can't hit him anyways. MAB, on the other hand, I'm guessing that they're most likely going to start banning out EXP laners once again. Yep, Yuzong.
Yeah, they're gonna ban out the Yuzong. I wonder if they want to ban out the Paquito here, but it's not really a smooth hero either, so I guess we'll find out what MAB has in store. Banning out the Karina makes sense. Since SMG, they're gonna be fielding the Aulus, they're gonna want to wait until the late game. They don't want to give MAB early game options that can start snowballing out of hand, so remove the Karina, remove the Yin as well.
All right. Yin to kind of stop the Aulus from getting around, maybe take out the Franco. I don't know. Just the lack of success with people playing Yin in the MPL so far really doesn't help the argument. So I don't know. Maybe I don't think it's as a priority ban as Team SMG believes, but I don't know. I'm leaning more towards the stats.
I think they just know something that we don't. It could just be a hero that Alif likes to play, but MAB continuing to just zone out Smooth from his lane, banning out the glue to finish things off. If you look at the bans on the side of MAB Esports, they have banned out 5 of Smooth's heroes.
Yeah, but that means they're going to force him onto Paquito. That's understandable. 56% win rate overall with 41 picks throughout the league. So that means, I don't know, what is Ren going to play to try to take on someone like Paquito, who generally is considered to be some of the strongest 1v1 duelists in the EXP lane itself?
Well, the Khalid is open. That's basically the one hero that Ren has really been able to demonstrate his gameplay on. Not quite as good against the Paquito compared to something like an Esmeralda. But we are going to be seeing the Bane picked up by MAB, as well as an old favorite, the Tamas returns to the Land of Dawn.
Oh, okay. So this is going to be Bane jungle, heavy farming, full on, just making sure that he can zone out and disengage his team with his ult. Wow, I wonder what the call is for MAB. Looks like they came in with a very interesting pick.
Yeah, this could actually work out for them here, because considering that SNG, they have the Aulus and the Paquito, they're going for a rundown comp. And a really solid counter to the rundown is just dropping down the Bane ultimate in lane, and well, you're not gonna get anywhere close.
All right. So if you have Alles to disengage with the Unyielding Fury, at the very least you have Bane to disengage for your team. Baxia gets locked in for the side of Team SMG, so they're making sure that even though you could probably win this 1v1 in lane, I'm not going to make it easy. Smooth having some really good counter picks.
Hold on a moment here. This is a Sasa gold lane Paquito and Smooth playing the EXP lane Baxia to counter the Tamas. SMG instantly going for the 1v1 lane response to ensure that they're the ones in control of the early game lane matchups.
That is so interesting. We've seen the typical matchups of marksmen against marksmen in the gold lane, but it feels like everybody in the league has an idea about this double fighter in the gold lanes to change things up. I love duels. I love seeing them duke it out. So let's jump right into it. Starting off with MAB's composition, they're going to be playing typical Siege. You farm hard, hit fast, roll as quick as possible, don't get caught. And now if we look on over to Team SMG, they want to do the same thing. They want to scale, they want to farm, but they've got plenty of peel to get Alles in the middle of the action.
The Land of Dawn beckons once again, willing to bear witness to which of these teams is going to come out victorious in game number 2. Will MAB Esports be able to even things up? Will Team SMG replicate history and bring it to a close in a 2-0?
And immediately we're seeing the lane proxy here by Nova and as well as Ren abusing the EXP lane. Extra EXP you get from it. Nova is going to quickly hit level 2 to jump straight into the middle of that jungle. Who's going to get it? Oh, luckily Harpus was still able to get it in time, and first blood already achieved.
That is a really bad start for MAB. They don't want to give Harpus early kills, considering that it's an Alles. You don't want him to farm that quickly. That's already going to be first blood bounty going into probably the worst person to get it. And now Team SMG, they're going to be looking pretty comfortable.
I totally agree, but also you have to admit that was one of that we haven't seen a cheese like that in a very long time. Nobody usually abuses the EXP. Wait a minute, Ren, he might be in some trouble here. He will be able to get away from Smooth for now, but he's basically lost this lane.
I think it's important to talk a little bit about these side lane matchups. Baxia against the Tamas. Both heroes we've not seen very much in Season 9, but picked up by Team SMG to counteract the regen from this Tamas so that Smooth has an easy 1v1 victory. On the opposite side, Sasa playing the high and dry Paquito to just bully out X-Lash.
Oh, Zyme Senpai threw out his Iron Hook a little too late there. The initial stun from the Shield Unity was just a little too much of an off angle for Zyme Senpai to line it up correctly. But look at MAB. They continue to play on the opposite side of the map, and I think they want to make sure that Sasa has a bad time. This is exactly what you want to see from MAB's side. Play for this energy shield.
Now, this is the usual counter strategy against Team SMG since they usually leave Sasa alone. Deadly Catch already dropped down to zone out Sasa and Zyme Senpai as they now come on in. Zyme Senpai not level 4 yet, so he doesn't have it, but guess what? He lands on Zach QT in the background, forces the flicker, but the tower shot finds the kill.
Great play coming in from Team SMG. They farm an entire energy shield for the side of MAB, but Team SMG bounces back from the initial hit. And that's great for Sasa because now all the EXP as well as gold that he lost is instantly accumulated back.
Yep, really good response by Team SMG. And we have to note that Harpus actually got the first turtle of the game on the opposite side of the map while that was happening. So total victory for Team SMG right now. Once again, knowing how to split up their resources while MAB Esports are roaming in 2 to 3 man units.
Now let's look at that instant replay one more time here. Just look at the positions. Zyme Senpai, he is looking for the right target, and unfortunately for Aleph and Zach QT, they were walking in the same trajectory. One of them was definitely going to get hit as soon as they turned the direction, and Aleph could not afford to get hit by this Iron Hook.
Yep, if it was anyone else, I'd say that was a fluke, but this is Zyme Senpai we're talking about. But Nova jumping in, gets the way of the dragon right into the Abyssal Arrow, and the 3-man gang finally succeeds. They take out Zyme Senpai.
Instant reply from MAB Esports. Some good mechanics coming in from both roamers. One very accurate at his hooks. If he was playing Selena, even better. But now Zach QT showing that he's got the stuff made of legends too. 2. They find their pick. Oh, Sasa! Oh, he's almost dead. He's so close to dying. Luckily, he didn't get hit by an abyssal trap of some sort. And MAB take the first turret of the game.
That's a mistake by Team SMG. Sasa could have easily sidestepped that abyssal arrow, but they ended up hitting. They find Harpist, the Jikundo, not allowing the Aulis to be able to escape from the grasp of MAB. And that's exactly what they were looking for.
Oh, this is really, really interesting. MAB with a very unique siege composition, very old style of siege composition, in a matter of fact. It reminds me so much of Season 7 and Season 8.
Yeah, but now the Turtle is going to be coming up yet again. Both teams in position to contest it. Ren going to be zoning out the rest of Team SMG as Nova looking for Harpist in the background, but Undying Fury instantly dropped down underneath the Bloody Hunt, ensures the kill. Deadly Catch gets popped out. Looks like Olive will be able to secure the Turtle, and both teams will disengage.
This is going to be so unfun for Team SMG because now MAB Esports generally don't need to react or, more importantly, have to respond to Team SMG. They actually want to not interact with Team SMG and just focus down on these objectives. Sasa, wherever he is, isn't safe. He's going to need backup. That's when you see Zyme Senpai kick into action.
Team SMG has been doing a good job of responding so far, but now they're the aggressors. Smooth jumping in, finds Zach QT, knockout strike, instantly takes out the Selena as Way of the Dragon gonna be popped down. The Smooth brought down the Vengeance, preventing the engage. Zyme Senpai jumps in, Bloody Hunt on top of it, but he flickers away, gets the Wesker shot, and that forces them to retreat.
Oh my goodness, that's some risky stuff there. If X/Slash wanted to stay a little bit longer to get another auto attack off, he might have been able to get another kill, but he couldn't risk. Oh, Sasa, he can do this. Oh, X/Slash is dead. X/Slash should die here. Oh, Sasa doesn't get a clean combo. Ends up giving the kill over to Olive, and Harpist ends up dying to the early game damage of Olive too.
Team SMG making some mistakes here, and it is costing them dearly. All of a sudden, MAB Esports going to be the ones ahead in terms of net worth. This Bane pick is starting to really hurt, and the Deadly Catch is proving to be a problem for the melee carries on the side of Team SMG.
Oh yeah, it's becoming a big problem. How far is Olive ahead? If we could pull up the item list, that would be great. But now you can see how they're just sieging each and every one of these turrets. 6 minutes, and they've already gotten two tier 1s. If they can get the mid tier 1 as well, now they open up so much free economy.
Smooth now going into the bottom side, looking for Olive, but Deadly Catch again, the Iron Hook gonna be able to land. They find the Bane. Team SMG gets a little bit of personal revenge.
All right, that's great, that's good. However, the rest of the map is now open for MAB to kind of play with. This turtle is most likely gonna fall into the hands of Team SMG, but at this point, I think you start playing for mid and top side.
Yeah, but we still have to note though, this is Harpist on the Aulis. He's only level 9 right now, so not quite at his power spike yet. We still have to keep that in mind. Even if MAB have a solid late game, they have to watch out once this Aulis hits that level 12 mark.
Yep, Sasa manages to clear out the mid wave as top gets shoved in. Sasa looking to respond, but look at the way Team SMG is playing, right? They know that it's playing for mid-bottom at this stage of the game. They cannot afford to lose some of their big hitters just yet. Lilia very out of position, trying to save Smooth so far. Deadly Catch doesn't connect just yet, but Smooth is going to be the first to fall down. He's playing Boxia. He's not Uranus, Esmeralda, or Glue, so he's not going to get away with much this time.
Yeah, Smooth is much less tanky than he would normally like to be, as now they're now going to be challenging Harpist in the jungle. Harpist still gets the purple buff, but MAB Esports know that they are in control right now and are the ones spreading their influence across the map to buy more time for Olive to farm.
Yep, look at that. X/Slash easily just melting these turrets down and even getting a Malefic Roar on top of it all. Stormy now getting an important item here. That Ice Queen's Wand is going to help slow down any engagement. If somebody gets hit by an Abyssal Arrow from Zach QT, at the very least, you know, Stormy can look to punish.
Ooh, Nova tries to go in, gets the Way of the Dragon, even though the Flicker did end up missing. The Black Shoe is gonna allow Stormy to escape as Deadly Catch is popped down. Smooth now jumping in, looking for it as Sasa follows up. Olive already taken out. Ren gonna be the next target. They look for Zach QT. Quite a lot of damage on the knockout strike as they're gonna find Nova as well. 2 kills already in the pockets for Team SMG.
Huge play so far for Team SMG to try and pull themselves back into it. They baited out the spells from MAB side, and now Smooth opening up the map. He doesn't know that Zach QT is actually a lot closer than he realizes, but it's too late. But that's fine. Team SMG, ooh, Zyme Senpai very confident with his Flicker Iron Hook, but they managed to break open a mid-tier 1.
Yep, a solid fight from Team SMG, instantly picking off 2 members of MAB Esports, and then still playing discipline, not going for the aggro play. Zion Simpoy actually using his presence to zone out MAB Esports, electing not to go for the Iron Hook because he knows that as long as it's not on cooldown, MAB are going to be wary of attempting to stop Team SMG's engagement.
Yep, and that's the thing. MAB, they understand, okay, these neutral objectives is where we want Team SMG to kind of be. They try to disengage, no problem. We drop down the deadly catch, so let's pull them towards us, and here comes Smooth for the engagement.
Yep, Smooth goes in, deadly catch gets dropped down. Sasa instantly executed in the backline, as now MAB going to be splitting up the fight. They get another, tower has already dropped down, but they already lose two. Sasa and Zion Senpoi no longer part of the fight, and the engagement fails for Team SMG.
Yep, they crack open mid-tier 1 and instantly should be moving towards at the purple buff. You see X/, he's trying to farm this as quickly as possible, and but Harpus, he's more than happy to just sit this one out, right? He's already level 13. If we look at his items, he's getting close. He's trying to build that Berserker's Fury. If you look on over to the side of MAB Esports, on the other hand, Olive, he's very happy with just the War Axe, Malefic Roar, and building towards an endless battle. I'm surprised he didn't go for Blade of Despair, but hey, he's not greedy. He needs to get cost-efficient items.
Yeah, however, Olive is ahead in terms of gold now. We know Harpus farms very quickly, but he's been zoned out quite notably by MAB Esports so far. Nova might be walking into a bit of a dangerous spot, but knowing that the rest of MAB is behind him, Team SMG choose not to engage.
Okay, Harpus can now get into these fights. With the Berserker's Fury, he's got more than enough damage, but it's tough. It's tough to get close, because every time he moves close, deadly catch. All of a sudden, Nibiru's passion comes out. So many things stop him from moving forward.
Yep, the Lord now pushing down bottom lane. They've already lost their mid-tier 2. Zyme Simpoy in position for a hook, but MAB see it, and they're not going to give it to him easily. Lord taken down already, but the waves are heavily pushing in for MAB Esports, forcing Team SMG to stay in their base to defend.
Yep. Team SMG not pulling out too far outside of their base. They're not going to move anywhere past the river line unless Lord is back up. But you can see Nova, Ren, and Olive just guarding these entrances, making sure that they have enough ground to keep Team SMG boxed into their own jungle.
Oh, Ren jumps on top of Harpus. Smooth gonna get separated. Way of the Dragon is stopped by Zion Sepboy, who pulls the show back. They lose Smooth, but they save Harpus. And now Vengeance drop down instantly. Wesker executes the Lilia. Abyssal Arrow finds Sasa. The double kill going over the X/, and now it's a 2v4 situation. And MAB Esports looking to break into Team SMG's base.
Yep, they don't even have Lord on their side. This is more than enough. The siege composition is working out perfectly 11 minutes into the game as they crack open an inhibitor without the help of Lord. Team SMG stand there watching helplessly as they cannot do anything about it.
Ren by himself is already holding off both members of Team SMG. Undying Fury dropped down to clear out the wave. Deadly Catch doing the same. Team SMG will defend for now, but map control is firmly in the hands of MAB Esports. And Team SMG, they need to get a solid pickoff if they want to ensure their chances of going for the 2-0 victory.
I don't know how they're going to find that pickoff though. Like, even if Smooth gets into the back line, I don't necessarily think that's a problem for MAB. They've got Zach QT, and more importantly, Nova. The way that he's initiating these fights are great, but he kicks them back into an ultimate like, you know, the Deadly Catch or Nibiru's Passion, and they get absolutely chunked out. Zach QT, he's looking for picks. He's trying to just set up for the rest.
Yep, the Abyssal Arrows have been pretty much on point, but the Lord has respawned. Smooth gonna be scouting out for the rest of his team. We can actually see that Ren is in the backline, clearing up the wave. Team SMG playing this disciplined as usual. They don't want to allow themselves to get caught out like in the previous fight. This is an important skirmish.
Yep, here we go. It's all going to start off. Harpus might be in some trouble, gets kicked out of position. Ren, and as well as X/ goes straight into the middle. Smooth is trying to buy a little bit at a time with the Tortoise Poissons, but it's not going to be good enough. They've already broken their lines. X/ is done. Olive is done. And that's a double for Stormy, who makes it out alive. Ren should be the next to fall as Nova is looking for an opportunity to kick anybody. Sasa has done the work, peeled for his team, allowed Stormy to get his damage through. That's Team Team SMG's win 3-2.
That was an incredible engagement by Team SMG. When the fight started, it looked to go disastrous for them because the way of the dragon into the abyssal arrow meant that Harpist was already gone from the beginning of that fight with the deadly catch drop down on top. But guess what? Sasa came in afterwards and cleaned things up with Smooth and Stormy just setting up the stage for him, putting everyone at low HP. Up until now, Sasa has not been able to do that because X-Slash focused the Wesker on taking out the Paquito, but since they were all focused on taking out Harpist, Sasa just had free reign.
Yep, there we go. Abyssal Arrow landing on towards that backline, instantly taking out Stormy from the fight before the black shoes. But now, every single time you see that pick, they back away. They sacrifice Nova for Stormy, and I think that's a big win for MAB, but unfortunately, that's not going to net them this Lord crashing onto their base.
Things are pretty even right now. SMG only 2k net worth ahead. At this point in the game, that does not matter at all. It's going to come down to how well both these teams can take the following fights because they are dead even. It all comes down to who can get the first pick off.
I'll be honest with you here, this is why the meta is getting a little bit more Mia favor, where you can get into this late game. It didn't take very long till we got to, like, you know, 3 core items, and Team SMG now have a 2k gold lead, even though MAB had initially a 7 turret lead.
Yeah, this is the power of late game Team SMG, and now they're in position. Luminous Lord pushing up the top lane. Bennett's Rage to do as much damage as possible, but the siege is going to begin with the Lord doing half damage to the inhibitor already.
Yep. SMG continue to rotate around the map looking and taking out the tier 2s. They've gotten the top inhibitor a little low, which is great, but I don't think they can start crashing into inhibitors until the next Lord.
Looks like Team SMG, disciplined gameplay still, objective-oriented, take out all 3 tier 2s at once. And now, things are pretty even, both teams sitting on only a couple of inhibitors to defend their bases. 90 seconds until the next Lord is up. And considering the style of gameplay we've seen from Team SMG, they're not going to be looking to make any big moves until that timing comes up, or Siam Sempoy gets a nice hook.
Yep, honestly, this is really reminiscent of Season 8, where we did see, oh no, hold on, the initial catch. Ren able to get the Vengeance off just in time, but now here comes the Deadly Catch pushing them away in such an awkward spot, but they've done more than enough. Stormy lives throughout that damage and even has an immortality to double secure. It's 3 picks for nothing. Team SMG survived the onslaught.
This is the strength of having such a bulky lineup. MAB Esports, they do a lot of damage, but with a Baxia and DeFranco to just tank things up for them, that was an excellent catch by Team SMG, getting the Bloody Hunt onto the Tamas to start things off. And even though they were all funneled in, it wasn't enough damage to actually take him out.
Yep, there goes that top inhibitor we were all talking about. ZachQT finds Harpist with the arrow, but cannot follow up. Does it again, but look, Stormy is just zoning him out. ZachQT is making sure, Stormy is making sure ZachQT can't get out of there. Siam Sempoy locks down Nova, can't get the way of the dragon on towards Harpist's side. Nova ends up dying. Immortality popped. Sasa pushes them back, but the Abyssal Arrow onto Ziam is going to end his life.
Yep, they pick up Siam Sempoy, but they lose all of their inhibitors in exchange. The Crystal, or MAB Esports, is now completely exposed, and the Luminous Lord will return for potentially the last time if Team SMG is able to secure it.
Oh, it's all about X-Slash at this point, right? X-Slash, he can't afford to get caught like that. He can't afford to fall into this free damage, but the range, he needs to get in range to land Nibiru's Passion.
The Lord already starting to drop. Team SMG not in position to go for it just yet as Smooth gets kicked. Vengeance dropped down and Dying Fury as well. But they take out the Baxia. They do manage to reset the Lord. Sasa now going in. Lots of danger. The shotgun is prepared by X-Slash, but he's taking way too much damage himself. Ren slightly out of position, but Team SMG successfully zone MAB off of this neutral objective.
Now this neutral objective is going to be hotly contested by MAB Esports. They're walking up, they're trying to figure things out. How do we approach this situation? Because Team SMG has a huge advantage with these naturally pushing waves. All they have to do, just delay this Lord. That's it. Every time you see MAB, just delay. Look at these waves. They're going to start crashing in about 3-4 seconds more. Lord evolving 18 minutes into the game, and there we go. Ziam finds the initial catch onto Olive, but it doesn't matter. The Abyssal Arrow immediately lands on him as soon as the Iron Hook connects.
Words cannot express how important that Abyssal Arrow was. If he actually caught out Olive there, MAB Esports would have lost on the spot. Zach UT landing that onto Zyme Sempoi basically preserved this game for them. But Team SMG, they're not about to give up just yet. Harp is still going for the Lord, although some of their ultimates have already been expended.
Team SMG continuing to just let this slow roll here. They find the initial lockdown here. It comes with a Bloody Hunt onto Nova. They can't do any more as they walk through that damage. Red with a vengeance may not be enough. Sasa finally getting the initial hit on the backline. Olive is done for, and that means that Harpist gets the fight for free. Zach UT on the run. X-Slash is no more as Sasa does it again. A double kill to end the game. That's how you play an advantage.
Team SMG gonna be ending the game in their favor, and look at them smiling, just circling the crystal before putting the final touches. Team SMG proving that they are truly contenders to defend the championship title and instantly take out MAB Esports with no mercy.
Oh, GG, well played. Team SMG taking this series 2-0 against MAB. A valiant effort for MAB and very interesting, cheesy ideas that could have gotten them that game. It's just that the meta has strayed a little too far.
Yep, it was a good attempt, but it simply was not enough. Let's see what Team SMG has to say. Mic check, let's go.
Aku tutup cover. Tak ada hati. Lip. Nak gas tak? Macam boleh gas?
Boleh.
Tengok blazing ah. Aku rasa bagi api solo je doh. Api squad doh, sumpah. Bagi api solo je.
Standby kita ambil boleh tak?
Dua lane gak sih?
Mid pace.
Dua lane aja sumpah.
Ya.
Jaga saya oi.
I siap skill dulu sah.
Nice.
Tahu lah sih tau. Goreng. Ni, klok.
Alah. Dah lah, nggak usah goreng-goreng tuh, kasihan.
Sampai
Bane.
Ada.
Claim it habis.
Betul ya? Boleh sah? Tak boleh. Ada.
Tunggu tuh tadi sah. Dah lompat. Boleh slow dia.
Boleh.
Aku kicau dulu.
Hadi. Aku dah. Jalan top sama.
Cau dulu.
Nice.
MM.
Dah.
Balik. Ada dia.
Cadang kika.
Cau dulu.
Latar.
Pasukan SMG berjaya mengukuhkan kedudukan mereka di dalam grup A di atas kemenangan terhadap pasukan MAB. Anda sekarang ni bersama saya Sid dan juga salah seorang pemain daripada pasukan SMG yang baru saja menewaskan pasukan MAB, iaitu Smooth. Apa khabar?
Khabar baik, alhamdulillah.
Satu perlawanan yang cukup menarik. Bagi pendapat Smooth, soalan yang pertama, apakah Smooth rasa prestasi SMG setakat ini?
Prestasi SMG sekarang ni makin baik. Kita orang punya chemistry pun makin baik. Itu je lah.
Alright. Kalau kita tengok balik game kedua, game terakhir sebentar tadi, nampak pasukan MAB macam boleh menang.
Ya.
Apa yang pasukan SMG buat untuk pastikan perkara tersebut tak boleh dan SMG dapat 3 markah penuh?
Actually, game 2 tu kita orang ada silly mistake. Benda ni kita orang macam kurang disiplin dalam game tu. So, kita kena remind each other untuk sentiasa disiplin dan play as a team.
Yes, semuanya berkenaan dengan komunikasi dan memandangkan ini minggu terakhir sebelum kita masuk ke intergroup, SMG akan bertemu dengan pasukan daripada grup B. Grup mana ataupun pasukan mana daripada grup B yang pasukan SMG nak sangat jumpa?
Rasanya pasukan SMG nak jumpa semua.
Tak ada spesifik
Tak ada.
Alright, sekarang ni dapat lihat di arah depan ada ramai-ramai penonton dan juga penyokong-penyokong SMG yang menonton daripada rumah. Jadi mungkin ada kata-kata kepada penonton yang sentiasa menyokong pasukan SMG.
Okey, kepada semua penonton tim SMG, terima kasih. Harap korang semua enjoy dengan performance tim SMG dan teruskan menyokong kita orang supaya kita orang lebih baik daripada sebelum ni.
Alright, okay, tahniah diucapkan kepada Smoke, satu perlawanan yang cukup menarik. Alright, congratulations, anda boleh sambung dengan pasukan SMG. Jadi kita akan pergi kepada post show bersama Lavelle dan juga Sleepy Godzilla.
SMG walaupun diserang tetap bergerak. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga analis kita Lavelle.
Yeah.
Macam yang kita cakap kan, walaupun diserang tetap bergerak SMG. Tadi masa awal-awal permainan, MAB seakan-akan kontrol map.
Betul.
Tapi apa yang berlaku di akhir map?
Ya, kita boleh tengok di mana pasukan MAB beza betul dengan game pertama. Game kedua, mereka gerak dengan proaktif. Mereka menang semua lane dan mereka cuba untuk dapatkan seberapa banyak turret yang diorang boleh dapat. Tapi SMG, macam mana Ashaz ni cakap, walaupun diserang, mereka tetap bergerak, mereka tunggu pada bahagian late game. Dan kita boleh dengar daripada Smooth, awal-awal silly mistake. Bila dah masuk pada bahagian late game, mereka lebih disiplin, keluarkan damage lebih besar dan berjaya untuk menang game tersebut.
Aisyah paling suka disiplin untuk player-player SMG sebabkan bila keadaan terdesak, selalunya mental mereka akan terganggu. Tapi sebelum itu kita akan pergi dulu untuk item build untuk kedua-dua pasukan SMG dan juga MAB.
Ya, dekat sini kalau kita cerita pasal itemization, lagi sekali kita boleh tengok untuk pasukan MAB, kalau kita nak fokus kepada damage dealer dia, X-Slash dekat sini yang menggunakan Beatrix 10-3-3. Daripada itemization, dia nak fokus kepada dia punya Nibiru dan juga dia punya Renner, disebabkan dia ada Demand Sword dan juga Hunter Strike, ada banyak penetration dekat situ dan ada banyak physical attribute. Jadi damage dia kuat. Tapi SMG dekat sini, Zaim Sempoi menggunakan Franco, dia punya hook memberi impact yang sangat besar dekat dalam game ni. Itemization sebenarnya agak pelik, tapi kat sini saya kena ceritakan. Itemization yang bagus untuk Franco dekat sini bukanlah item defend, tapi dia punya kasut sendiri, rapid boot, memastikan dia punya movement speed laju. Jadi dekat bahagian atas, bahagian bawah, tak kisah dia ada dekat mana, dia akan cepat sampai kepada bahagian teamfight. Dan Smooth dekat dalam game ni, bila dah ada anti cuirass, bila dah ada curse helmet dan juga Athena shield, dia boleh pergi pada bahagian depan, dia boleh tahan damage daripada Zack QT. Kemudian Smooth dengan Baxia, bila dia buka dia punya ultimate, damage daripada Beatrix pun dia boleh tahan, tak ada masalah.
Aisyah suka juga satu kelainan yang dibuat oleh MAB di mana kita tak pernah nampak, jarang nampak pin dikeluarkan. Tapi sekarang tiba-tiba mereka ambil pin. Dan kenapa, Lafel?
Ya, dekat dalam game ni, kita boleh nampak macam mana MAB eSports, diorang nak pergi pada EXP dan juga Gold Lane. Mereka nak push. Jadi dekat sini, saya rasa mereka punya idea adalah, okay, Alif guna Bane, pastikan dapat seberapa banyak turret yang mereka boleh, kerana SMG dengan mereka punya pegang map, kalau mereka berjaya untuk pegang game, mereka control map tersebut, mereka akan menang. Jadi kat sini MAB eSports, Bane tu saya rasa memang nak push turret, control map and cuba untuk menangkan game.
Tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan di mana statistik, Lafel. Apa yang kita boleh lihat daripada sini, Lafel?
Ya, kalau kita tengok daripada segi the carry, X-Slash keluarkan damage yang sangat besar dekat dalam game ni, 69,000 damage. Tetapi kita kena tengok juga di mana Smooth, dia adalah sandbag, dia adalah forgotten one, 165,000 damage yang diterima, 13 total assist. Dan Rich Guy, Harpist, lagi sekali bila menggunakan Aulus, dia boleh dapatkan farm paling tinggi, 774 gol per minit. Tak setinggi game pertama, tapi game kedua ni dia memang perform. Untuk MAB eSports juga kita kena tengok macam mana Alif keluarkan damage besar juga, 64,000. Zack QT 53,000. Jadi daripada segi damage sebenarnya dekat dalam game ni MAB eSports perform. Untuk pasukan SMG yang perlu di-highlight adalah Stormy dan juga Harpist, 66,000 damage daripada Stormy dan 63,000 damage daripada Harpist. Dan ini boleh dikatakan sebagai difference maker. Bila masuk kepada bahagian late game, Harpist dan juga Stormy, mereka yang membuat impact yang besar untuk pasukan SMG ni menang.
Oh, faham. Terbaik. Tapi sekarang ni memang masih lagi terngiang-ngiang dalam kepala otak Aisyah ni. Di mana sebab MAB menunjukkan perlawanan mereka sebentar tadi sangat menakjubkan. Tapi sebenarnya betul-betul kesalahan mana yang mereka buat sampai SMG dapat cover balik, control everything on the map?
Dekat dalam ni, kesilapan untuk pasukan MAB eSports adalah bila dah masuk kepada bahagian team fight. Nak kata 100% salah mereka? Tidak. Sebab dia lebih kepada apa SMG buat yang betul, yang bagus. Stormy, damage yang jauh lebih besar daripada Zack QT kerana Selena fokus seorang saja. Stormy boleh fokus satu team. Sama juga dengan Aulus, di mana walaupun Bane dengan dia punya deadly catch, dia punya ultimate, dia boleh hit ramai orang. Tetapi Harpist yang menggunakan Aulus bila dah level 12, basic attack range dia jadi lebih jauh. Walaupun kena tolak ke arah belakang, damage dia lagi tinggi, dia boleh hit lagi ramai orang. Jadi dekat situ kenapa SMG menang.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan MVP untuk game yang kedua sebentar tadi, di mana tim SMG Stormy dengan match KD8 2-12 Match KP 90% manakala match GPM 681.
Yes, antara penyebab kenapa Stormy diberi MVP kerana dia punya kill participation sebanyak 90%. Ini menunjukkan setiap kali ada team fight, dia akan involve. Dan setiap kali team fight yang di-involve adalah team fight yang penting yang menyebabkan kenapa pasukan SMG mampu nak turn the table untuk pastikan game yang kedua dimenangi oleh pasukan SMG.
Ya, sebenarnya sebab tu saya cakap Stormy dekat dalam game ni memberi impact yang sangat besar sebab bila dah masuk kepada bahagian Lord punya fight, MLBB diorang nak Lord tu. Diorang nak cuba untuk guna Retribution securekan. Tapi Stormy, satu item dekat situ yang sangat annoying adalah Ice Queen 1 di mana Ice Queen 1 boleh slowkan pergerakan enemy dan Stormy menggunakan Lilia dia punya AoE damage sangat-sangat besar. Jadi kesemua dari pasukan MLBB akan slow. Jadi bukan saja mereka tak boleh kejar pasukan SMG, tapi mereka tak boleh lari. Dan kita boleh nampak macam mana Sasa sentiasa kejar X-Slash dan bukan salah X-Slash, tapi kalau dah kena slow macam tu, dia memang tak boleh buat apa-apa.
Dan satu lagi, Stormy memang fully utilize dia punya black shoes untuk pastikan dia akan berikan lagi sikit kekacauan kepada mana-mana pemain daripada pasukan MLB. Tetapi kita akan terus pergi kepada highlight yang dibawakan khas oleh Samsung Galaxy A series, di mana kat sini kita akan saksikan bagaimana pasukan SMG mampu untuk menukar balik apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan MLB.
Ya, first kita kena cakap Zain Sempoi dekat dalam game ni dia punya Iron Hook. Tangan sangat hebat. Sentiasa dapat kena. Dan MAB ESPORTS sebenarnya early game mereka sangat bagus. Kita tengok macam mana X-Slash kat sini. Boleh katakan outplay Sasa dan damage daripada Alif, damage daripada Bane sangat-sangat tinggi. Boleh saja push. Dan itu apa yang kita nampak. MAB ESPORTS control early game, control map. Pasukan SMG mereka lakukan kesilapan, tapi draft mereka sangat-sangat bagus untuk pastikan mereka berjaya dapat kill. Dan kita boleh tengok dekat sini Zaim Sempoi betul-betul ubah cara macam mana MLBB Sport nak main disebabkan Nova nak masuk. Nova nak guna Way of the Dragon untuk tangkap sesiapa daripada SMG. Tapi kalau Zaim Sempoi tangkap dia balik dan benda tu tak boleh nak jadi apa-apa. Dekat dalam game ni, ini kita dah boleh nampak turning point untuk SMG juga, di mana Stormy masih berjaya untuk keluarkan damage, dan pasukan SMG mereka berjaya untuk dapatkan Lord. Ini waktunya MLB ESPORT dah start hilang mereka punya kekuatan, di mana kita boleh nampak Zaim Sempoi tangkap sesiapa, dia boleh dapatkan kill. Stormy juga pastikan tak ada sesiapa boleh melarikan diri. Harpies just datang, damage. MLB ESPORTS tak boleh lakukan apa-apa.
Yes, dan kalau nak bercakap tentang damage, pasukan MLB mempunyai damage yang sangat-sangat besar kerana mereka ada Beatrix yang digunakan oleh X-Slash dan juga Bane. Tetapi bila cakap pasal pengalaman, SMG menang.
Ya, tapi sekarang kita saksikan untuk standing kedudukan kumpulan untuk Group A, di mana tempat pertama tim SMG dengan 16 poin, MAB ESPORTS di tempat yang kedua 10 poin, SUHAZ ESPORTS tempat ketiga 9 poin, Homeboys di tempat keempat 7 poin, manakala Orange ESPORTS masih lagi tiada kemenangan untuk Orange ESPORTS 4 poin.
Ya, dan kat sini kita boleh tengok MLB ESPORTS masih kekal tempat kedua dengan 10 poin. Tapi SUHAZ ESPORTS kebelakangan ini mereka berjaya untuk menang dan mereka ada perlawanan selepas ni. Kalau SUHAZ ESPORTS mereka berjaya untuk menang 2-1, 2-0, mereka boleh lepas MLB ESPORTS, dan SUHAZ ESPORTS mereka akan nampak lebih cerah untuk pergi kepada upper bracket, di mana MLB daripada awal season lagi cuba untuk dapatkan upper bracket tersebut, tetapi dengan 10 poin saja saya tak pasti MLB ESPORTS boleh secure atau tidak.
Kalau dia nak secure, dia kena pastikan even kalah, mereka kena kalah dengan 2-1. Tapi apabila kita dah masuk kepada cross group, itu mungkin akan menjadi sedikit kesukaran. Tetapi as per now, melihat standing, nombor tak menipu, pasukan MLB masih lagi bermain dekat upper bracket.
Tapi Aisyah suka kalau ada satu kelainan ataupun surprise daripada tim-tim yang berlawan ni. Sebab Aisyah masih lagi menunggu Orange ESPORTS untuk perform dan menang at least satu game.
Dekat dalam game ni, kalau Orange ESPORTS mereka berjaya untuk menang 2-0, mereka masih ada peluang, kerana kalau mereka menang 2-0 sama poin dengan Homeboys.
Ya, tapi itu agak sukar kerana selepas ini mereka akan, sekali lagi saya nak ulang, di mana mereka akan bermain cross group. Jadi tetapi semua kemustahilan boleh kita counter balik. Jangan gelak lah, Fel.
Sorry lah, tapi bila awak cakap saya rasa gembira. Saya rasa happy. Saya suka suara Sif. Suara dia sedap. Suara Aisyah pun sedap, tapi Sif punya suara, diorang punya suara kat luar tu pun sedap semua.
Okey, tapi balik-balik pada permainan lah.
Balik?
Kan? Jangan balik lagi. Sabarlah, sit ni.
Balik.
Okey, tapi selalunya kalau kita tengok Assassin meta sentiasa buatkan macam ni. Tapi sekarang ni macam motor fighter.
Ya, saya rasa disebabkan Aulus keluarkan damage yang sangat besar di mana ramai orang dah start tengok. Okey, nak pakai assassin sebab nak lajukan game, nak endkan game tu dengan cepat. Tapi disebabkan dah banyak sangat hero boleh clearkan wave dengan bagus, menyebabkan nak end cepat tu sangat-sangat susah. Jadi dekat dalam game ni, saya rasa diorang dah start ubah kepada fighter kerana dia lebih selamat dekat dalam late game.
Ya, sebab saya masih lagi menunggu seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafaz semalam, Yuzong main dekat bahagian jungler.
Todak je akan buat.
Todak je akan buat.
Tapi Todak masih belum buat lagi.
Yes, banyak lagi masa. Tapi sebentar tadi kita dah lihat bagaimana Bane yang digunakan oleh Alif pun antara hero yang baru dibawa masuk menggunakan sebagai jungler. Nampak seperti ada impact besar, cuma dari segi cara untuk melaksanakan sedikit off.
Tak, dia memang macam ni je. Kalau late game, Aulus menang. Late game je memang Aulus menang. Tak ada apa-apa yang Bane tu boleh lakukan.
Wow, so maknanya kalau ada team selepas ini menggunakan Aulus, confirm menang lah.
Maksudnya, kalau Sleepy Godzilla nak menang rank, mainlah Aulus.
Tak, saya jadi Godzilla dah untuk senang.
Oi, kelakar sangat dia.
Luculah awak ni.
Luculah.
Tapi okey, balik-balik sebab kita baru saja.
Balik lagi.
Yalah, balik lah sebab you guys suka offside. Okey. So, match pertama tadi pun kita dah habiskan di mana kemenangan penuh untuk SMG. Tapi sekarang ni match yang kedua untuk SUHAZ Esports berlawan dengan Orange Esports. What you guys punya expectation?
Ya, I punya expectation dekat sini, again, bila kita tengok SUHAZ dan juga Orange, dua-dua membawa play baru selepas transfer window dibuka. Untuk SUHAZ Esports, nampak seperti Z adalah kunci kemenangan mereka. Selepas Z masuk, mereka berjaya untuk menang. Orange Esports, mereka masukkan lagi banyak player. Jadi saya rasa mereka masih tengah cari the best line-up untuk pasukan Orange.
Ya, dan kalau kita bercakap tentang line-up untuk pasukan Orange, di mana mereka bawa masuk 3 orang pemain iaitu Born, Blade TZ dan juga Gary. Gary masih lagi belum menunjukkan beliau punya keberadaan kat dalam line-up.
Saya suka bila awak cakap.
Mungkinkah hari ini kita akan melihat Gary, Lafel?
I don't know, sebab so far kita tengok Blade TZ okey. Cuma semalam game ketiga saya boleh cakap yang dia banyak buat kesilapan. Bond juga okey, tapi game ketiga pun banyak lakukan kesilapan. Mungkin hari ini lawan dengan SUHAZ, mungkin kita akan nampak Gary.
Tapi adakah disebabkan Orange Esports masih lagi dalam experimentation untuk play-play mereka?
Saya rasa dia lebih kepada, okey, sebab kita selalu berbualkan talent dengan chemistry. Betul. Jadi saya rasa Orange Esports mereka masih cari the very best chemistry. So far diorang cakap okey, Miman dah okey. Lola pun saya rasa diorang dah okey. Jadi nak cari lagi 2 punya combination. Itu saja.
Tapi sebelum kita borak lebih lanjut, let's go. Kita saksikan MPL Learning Q&A campaign di mana berapa hero masih mendapat 100% kadar kemenangan pada musim ini. 6K, 8K, 7K. Jadi anda boleh scan QR code dan menggunakan semua huruf besar untuk memberi jawapan kepada kami. Jadi, apa jawapannya? Clue saja.
Tak, kalau saya tahu, saya memang terus bagi jawapan. Saya tak kisah apa Sleepy Godzilla cakap, saya memang akan bagi jawapan. Sekarang ni yang saya tahu, Valentina 100%. Mia 100%. Siapa lagi yang masih 100% lah? So far kita baru ada 2. Tapi kat sini jawapan dia 6, 8 ataupun 7.
Ada, Afel. Jadi kalau nak tahu, kena revise balik. Tengok balik.
Kena tengok balik daripada awal punya minggu. Tapi itulah tu. Anda punya choice. Kalau anda mau menang, scan QR code dan dapatkan random 1 skin daripada MLBB.
Yes.
Jadi, tapi sekarang ni ada lagi satu benda.
Oh, ya ke?
Ada.
Wow.
Ada.
Buat lagi sekali.
Aduh.
Macam apa pula. Tapi sekarang ni kita tengok TikTok campaign shoutout. Hashtag ini gaya kita daripada 14 Februari sehingga 29 April 2022. Tunjukkan semangat MPL Malaysia season yang ke-9 dalam gaya anda. Di mana anda boleh buat video secara kreatif. Sebab hari tu saya dah tengok dah Sid dengan Lafel goyang-goyang. Saya macam, apa benda dia buat ni?
Kita tengok kita goyang-goyang.
Mestilah. Kita dekat sini. Jadi mereka gunakan hashtag ini gaya kita. Dan anda berpeluang untuk memenangi telefon pintar rasmi Samsung A Series. Kerusi Secret Lab M3 eksklusif ataupun MLBB Diamond setiap minggu. Jadi anda tak perlu datang ke stream saya untuk minta diamond.
Itu pun yang paling sebenar.
Ya. Saya risau tau sebab kalau saya buka stream, sebab saya suka buat supporter lawan viewer. Jadi diorang akan, siapa menang saya akan bagi skin diamond.
Ya, jadi kepada semua orang kat sini, kalau you guys nak dapatkan diamond, just join ini gaya kita. Buat kreatif macam mana sekalipun. Nak joget, nak nyanyi, gameplay tu pun okey, tapi kalau boleh nak joget dengan nyanyi lah. Sebab pada pendapat saya itu jauh lebih kreatif, lagi best untuk kita tengok.
Ya, tapi yang penting lagi anda boleh beli tiket dan tengok secara live untuk MPL musim ke-9. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan berehat terlebih dahulu dan saksikan match yang kedua sebentar lagi. Jadi rehat dulu.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance. Crumble into dust. Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pathetic. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Let's make OT, skill satu dia dah mati, mah. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is a very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
you perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Taste legendary. Taste my royal station. Taste my royal station. Under attack. Imperial justice. Imperial justice. Leaving to me. Taste the frostbite. Taste my royal station. Killing spree. Imperial justice. Taste the frostbite.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, Vice, Heidi, 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 come and do kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Then to the Heidi, Heidi, Vice, Heidi, Heidi, journey. Come and do kitty. Higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill! What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy. Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill.
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal turret under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leaving me! Taste leaving me! Taste my royal station!
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rock star, kita kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala demi negara, kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush.
Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you'd be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
you perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Take legendary. Take my royal station. Take my royal station under attack. Imperial justice. Imperial justice. Leave it to me. Take leave it to me. Take my royal station. Killing spree. Imperial justice.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, bites, Heidi, 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 come and do kitty, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Friends, it's a thought, Heidi, Heidi, bites, Heidi, Heidi, journey, come and do kitty, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan
adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary husk.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Ma. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Take legendary! Take my royal station! Take my royal turret under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Take the
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close.
Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star.
saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Hey.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Warren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary touch.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Let's make OT. Skill satu dia dah mati, Ma. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is a very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
you perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our method is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Taste legendary. Taste my royal station. Taste my royal turret is under attack. Imperial justice. Imperial justice. Leaving to me. Taste the frostbite. Taste my royal station. Killing spree. Imperial justice. Taste the frostbite.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Dapatkah Orange Esports bangkit? Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla, tapi sekarang ni MPL Malaysia season yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Moonton dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan diraikan bersama Nescafe dan bersama saya Lafel dan juga Sid.
Ya, bagus Sleepy Godzilla hafal nama kita orang. Tapi kalau kita nak cerita balik, kita cerita balik game tadi. Sebelum kita masuk pada game yang kita akan tengok selepas ni, I memang nak cakap. Stormy daripada SMG, walaupun dia rookie, like dia macam calamity. Mana-mana dia pergi, mana-mana team fight yang dia join, damage besar, kill participation tinggi. I rasa untuk pasukan SMG, walaupun I selalu highlight semua, I rasa Stormy antara player kita kena bagi fokus juga.
Ya, dan kalau kita nak bercakap tentang pasukan MAB, mereka ada ZQT. Antara satu lagi rookie yang menunjukkan kecemerlangan yang begitu baik. Nampak seperti kedua-dua pasukan ada benda yang positif, iaitu rookie mereka dengan memang betul baik.
Dan kalau tak silap saya, ZQT antara damage per minute tertinggi dekat dalam MPL sekarang.
Ya, tapi itu siapa yang baru masuk, siapa baru saja masuk. Tadi sebentar tadi kita baru menghabiskan match yang pertama antara SMG dan juga MLBB. Oh, rehat lama sangat.
Apa sebab tu saya kat sini, analis kita membantu.
Jadi SMG menang besar dengan 2-0. Jadi sebentar tadi pun yang terlepas game tu anda boleh tengok balik ulangan dan sekarang ni pun kita nak recap balik kan.
Ya, kita nak tengok kita punya game yang akan datang.
Yes.
Game yang akan datang.
Kita cakap game sekarang lah. Anak tengok player.
SUHAZ lawan Orange.
Yelah, kita nak tengok fokus player terlebih dahulu untuk Orange Esports dan juga SUHAZ Esports.
Ya, dan untuk kalau anda dapat saksikan dekat skrin, kita akan fokuskan pemain baru untuk pasukan SUHAZ, iaitu Z yang bermain dengan cukup cemerlang. Dia punya favourite hero setakat ini, Rafael dan juga Asha, adalah Beatrix dan juga Brody, menunjukkan dengan average kill sebanyak 5.0. Ini menunjukkan dengan permainan ataupun dengan kemasukan Z menunjukkan satu buff yang besar kepada pasukan SUHAZ.
Ya, nampak gaya macam SUHAZ. Mereka mencari mereka punya kunci kemenangan. Dia macam puzzle kan. Dia macam puzzle, dia ada satu je piece kosong. Z adalah piece kosong kat situ dan bukan menang yang orang cakap menang biasa, menang senang, tapi diorang lawan dengan Homeboys. Mereka berjaya untuk kalahkan Homeboys. Untuk ingatkan kepada semua orang, Homeboys sebelum ni 100% win rate, tapi kemasukan Z masuk satu player saja. Pasukan SUHAZ Esports, mereka tukar cara mereka draft, mereka tukar cara mereka bermain dan mereka berjaya untuk boleh dikatakan sekarang win streak. Dan kalau mereka menang game ini, mereka boleh pergi kepada upper bracket.
Jadi ini bermakna SUHAZ Esports mendapat orang yang tepat untuk mengisi tempat kosong dan memberikan kemenangan untuk SUHAZ Esports. Tapi sekarang ni kita akan saksikan untuk fokus player untuk Orange Esports, iaitu Min.
Yes, kalau kita dapat melihat sekarang ni Min. Sebab sekarang orang confused, mana satu Man, mana satu Min. Min muka dia macam ni. Kalau kita lihat,
kata tak membantu tapi okey.
Average assist dia dengan 6.0. Tapi kalau kita bercakap tentang Orange Esports, di mana mereka sangat-sangat terkenal dengan penggunaan Franco, kita dah dapat melihat mana-mana pasukan yang guna Franco bermain dengan cukup cemerlang. termasuklah pasukan orange. Jadi kebanyakan orang akan fokus kepada Min. Pastikan dia tidak boleh mendapatkan hero-hero setup, termasuklah hero-hero tangkap untuk mendapatkan kemenangan kepada pasukan orange.
Min ni dia adalah trend setter. Dia yang start gunakan Franco. Sebelum tu ada juga orang pakai Franco tapi tak menjadi. Min tunjuk macam mana nak gunakan Franco dengan baik sampai Franco Min beberapa kali kena ban. Dan sebab tu kita nampak dia adjust dia punya hero menggunakan Ruby, gunakan Cho, gunakan Lolita. Macam mana kita sendiri cerita, Min adalah playmaker untuk pasukan orange. Pada pendapat saya, game yang mereka berjaya untuk menang disebabkan Min. Min setup sangat-sangat cantik.
Jadi kalau pendapat Lafel sendiri kan, macam kita dah pernah tengok Min bermain Franco. Tapi macam mana dengan hero-hero lain? Adakah dia dapat kontrol dan gunakan skill yang sebaik mungkin dekat hero-hero yang lain?
Saya memang rasa di mana dia punya hero pool sebenarnya agak bagus. Asalkan hero tersebut adalah hero yang ada banyak crowd control. Seperti kita nampak, Ruby dia perform dengan sangat-sangat baik. Berjaya untuk gunakan I'm Offended untuk tangkap mana-mana player kat bahagian hadapan. Jadi, Franco tetap the very best. Tapi kalau tak dapat Franco, asalkan dia diberikan hero crowd control, saya rasa dia masih menggunakan hero yang selesa.
Saya masih menantikan sekiranya pasukan orange kalau mereka nak menukar sedikit seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, hero-hero tangkap, kita masih lagi ada hero seperti Sylvana dan juga Min Sita yang mungkin boleh digunakan ataupun menjadi satu lagi secret hero untuk pasukan orange.
Ya, tapi kalau kita cerita pasal orange, saya juga nak cerita Z daripada SUHAZ Esports sebab kita nampak SUHAZ, kita sentiasa tanya bila kita akan nampak SUHAZ Esports bangkit. Dan maksudnya Z, dia bukan tolong Z seorang saja, tapi macam mana Z activatekan play-play lain untuk pasukan SUHAZ di mana dia jaga lane dia dengan sangat-sangat bagus. Box tak perlu risau untuk cover dia, di mana kita nampak Box berjaya untuk dapatkan Savage menggunakan Pakito. Jadi dekat sini, Z walaupun masuk seorang saja, tapi nampak sangat yang dia membantu play-play lain untuk perform lebih tinggi.
Tapi kalau macam kita tengok, macam all the team macam ada tambahan seperti rookies player. Tapi antara banyak-banyak rookies, bagi pendapat Sid dan juga Lafel, mana satu yang lebih perform ataupun outstanding daripada yang lain?
Dekat sini, terus terang nak pilih susah. Jadi saya akan bagi saya punya top 3 memang Zaid, Stormy, dan disebabkan impact dekat dalam game SUHAZ, saya kena letak Z kat situ juga.
Saya pun bersetuju dengan apa yang dikatakan oleh Lafel. Bukan malas nak fikir, tapi benda tu fakta. Tapi kalau kita bercakap tentang rookie, untuk pasukan orange juga ada 3 pasukan ataupun 3 pemain yang baru, iaitu Born, Blade TZ dan juga Gary. Kemungkinan kita akan melihat Gary bermain pada hari ini.
Okey.
Wow. Wow. Tapi saya suka juga kalau betul lah kan, sebab permainan MPL ni dia mengambil masa yang lama. Betul? Tapi lagi sedap kalau tiba-tiba ada McDonald. Tapi saya malas nak gerak lah kan. Tadi saya pun keluarkan phone. Jadi kita buat McDelivery di mana anda boleh menggunakan voucher MPL Rewards dan spend seminimum RM50 untuk dapatkan 6 ketol nugget secara percuma dan juga skin MLBB.
Dia panggil kita baby. Dia panggil kita baby.
Kantoi lah Lafel. MLBB eksklusif. Astagfirullahaladzim, kantoi belakang stage tadi.
Alright, tapi jangan lupa untuk gunakan kod MPL Reward, bukan MPL Baby, tapi MPL Reward untuk dapatkan 6 ketol nugget secara percuma dan juga berpeluang untuk dapatkan eksklusif skin MLBB.
Tak kenapa awak repeat balik point saya. Tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan untuk ke match yang kedua ini. Kita perlukan coin toss dan saksikan siapa yang akan mengambil coin toss, first pick ataupun second pick.
Yes, bersama kita dengan Leagues of Melina Live bersama-sama dengan 2 wakil daripada pasukan SUHAZ dan juga pasukan Orange. Kita ada Rex Bin selaku coach pada pasukan SUHAZ bersama-sama dengan Pops daripada pasukan Orange, di mana Rex Bin akan memilih head dan daripada pasukan Orange iaitu Pops akan memilih tail. Jadi Melina akan melakukan toss coin tersebut untuk melihat pasukan manakah yang akan membuat pilihan mereka dan terus pergi kepada tails. Jadi Pops terus saja memilih untuk memilih hero yang pertama.
Ya, so sekarang ni kita pun dah tahu siapa yang first pick, second pick. Tapi tadi atas pentas tu mata saya tertarik dengan baju pink SUHAZ.
Lawa kan? Macam nak lah. Kalau SUHAZ datang, kita nak.
Kita nak.
Boleh tunggu esok kot.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita pun dah tahu siapa first pick, siapa second pick. And kita nak tengok permainan yang pertama. Jadi kita saksikan permainan pertama dan kita teruskan ke caster. Kita let's go.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MPL MY Season 9's English broadcast with me, Getting Cute, as well as Dafa here at the Casters Desk for our second best of 3 today. Before we go any further than this, we have to thank everyone, the live audience, a beautiful stage, all thanks to our sponsors for making this happen. And remember, guys, you could be here today. We'll tell you a little bit more about that in a little bit, because our official gaming chairs, Secret Labs, the ones that we're sitting on right now, our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Church, EGG Network, and as well as our core organizers, ESI, have made it happen. If you want to nail yourself a spot here at the MPL, maybe not as a professional player, but as a lovely viewer, go to tickets2u.my and purchase one for yourself today.
Yep, if you guys want to join us here live, and honestly, why wouldn't you, considering the atmosphere, the chance to see the players up close and to witness the excitement and share it with everyone else around? Well, you guys make sure to join us here, but also for those of you who are watching online, thank you very much, because we have hit our 800 share milestone.
You guys are just farming the MPL MY here. Claim your rewards, reap what you sow, and thank you so much to everybody who was able to hit that share button. We still have one more milestone to go, the 1,000 share milestone, and I'm pretty sure we can hit it by today. This is only the second best of 3.
Yep, only 200 more shares to go, so if you're one of those peeps watching and enjoying the show so much that you've forgotten to click on the share button, well, this is your reminder right now. Do it quickly, because the next game is going to be starting very, very soon.
Speaking of which, our very next game here today is going to be SUHAZ Esports up against Orange Esports. Orange still looking for their first win of the season, but recently SUHAZ in the transfer window was able to get a brand new gold laner from SUHAZ Esports Junior, and he has been performing quite well.
Yep, both these teams have so far benefited somewhat from having new players join their roster, a little bit more obviously on the side of SUHAZ Esports, considering that ever since Zed seems to join them, SUHAZ seem to have found a new lease of life. They seem to be really coming online now. Having that dedicated marksman in the gold lane really allows them to clear up their heads, their mind space, to focus on other things rather than having to deal with the lack of a late game scaling hero. On the opposite side though, Orange Esports, even though they brought in 3 new players, still haven't quite been able to find that stability needed to claim victory.
However, their drafts have been looking a lot more interesting, and more importantly so, their drafts are looking a lot more meta and consistent.
That is true. Bringing new players in allows you to access more hero pools, allows you to sort of be more flexible with the way you want to play, but Orange Esports, they still need to kind of buckle up. I think there's still some steps that need to be taken if they want to be able to compete with the rest of the teams, because so far, their performance, there's still something lacking.
I know, and unfortunately, despite the lackluster performance, they are still able to steal away games from some of the big teams here in Group A. And I don't know, it's looking interesting for Phase 1, but it's time to get this best of 3 on the road. Let's bring out both of these teams live here on the stage.
SUHAZ Esports! Starting off, we're gonna have SUHAZ Esports, which so far is looking like a completely different team ever since they've been able to add Zed to their ranks. And looks like we've got a little bit of personality on stage thanks to D-Ace.
That's what we want to see from our players here at the MPL MY as they return to the stage once again. Can they make their performance as solid as it was last week?
Well, that's something that we're gonna want to keep our eyes on, but something else is going to be
Orange Esports. Still without a win, but the team has garnered the most 2-1 games too. 5 out of their 7 matches, they've been able to steal away a point.
From what we can see, it does look like they're gonna be fielding a new jungler in their starting lineup. Will Gary be able to carry them to their first win, similar to how Zed brought new life into SUHAZ Esports?
Hopefully we get the answers to our questions here today, as this will be their last best of 3 for Phase number 1 before the intergroups. A lot must be proven here today.
Oh, this is going to be an exciting matchup, and make sure you guys are all prepared, because the game going to start very, very soon. So make sure you guys grab your snacks, grab your rest, because now we're going to start by looking at the player stats.
All right, to kick things off, it's going to be SUHAZ Esports right now. And Zed, even though he's played very few games, is starting to look really, really good. We can't start putting him up with the top in the league just yet. He needs a couple more before we even start the considerations.
Yep, if we're talking about Zed, so far he's only had the chance to play Beatrix as well as Brody. We have not seen any other heroes out of it just yet, but he has demonstrated really good instincts in the gold lane, and I feel like he's probably one of the best Brody players I have seen in the MPL.
Yeah, his positioning has been really good, his sense of direction, and more importantly so, how he plays 2v1 situations and potential dives on his side, which HYHY wasn't able to kind of hold on his own. Zed fills that hole very well.
Yep, but on top of Zed, we also have to talk about the classic players. For example, the combination of D-Ace and AJ, which has recently been picking up steam. Will Orange Esports be able to respond?
Look, they're fielding a new jungler here. He could be the fighter style. He could be the late game scaler. He could be an assassin. We don't have enough information, but what we can tell you is that if you're rooting for SUHAZ and you're thinking D-Ace and AJ have got this, well, have you heard about Min and Man?
Yep, the twin combo of these two brothers continues to be a major factor in the games that Orange Esports are able to take from the other teams in the MPL. But what is important is whether or not the rest of the team is able to connect to these two playmakers and really solidify their overall lineup instead of only relying on their roamer and mid lane combination.
I mean, it's a number of steps. Min and Man are the foundation of this team, and everybody needs to be able to hold on to their own lane before macro can be incorporated to their playstyle. Something which Born, he's been having some on and off days. The same goes for Lola, but they're finding their place. And when they do, hopefully it's now with the incorporation of Gary.
Well, I guess we'll find out when the game begins. But before we get to that, let's have a look at the talent predictions. And honestly, I am a little bit afraid here.
Well, I would be if this was Season 8 or Season 7, but it's a new year, new us here at the talent predictions, and the curse is reversed only if everybody votes for the same team. Does it backfire?
I don't know. When Adine is that one guy voting for a different team compared to the rest of us, weird things tend to happen. It's as if the goddess of fate herself is shining down upon Adine's predictions sometimes.
Well, let's see whether or not he's going to be right. But what about you at home? What do you believe is going to be the outcome of this game with a good amount actually leaning towards SUHAZ Esports?
Looks like SUHAZ Esports has recently managed to capture many of your hearts. And who can blame you, considering the kind of gameplay we've been seeing from them ever since the transfer window? It's understandable why people would be starting to feel like, SUHAZ, they have a pretty good chance. This Orca no longer just floundering in the water, but looking to snatch up some of prey of its own.
Yep, they want to be on top of the food chain. They want to have the glory days of, wait, hold on. Fanny, one, cable. That just sounds like an awesome gaming experience right there.
Yep, overall though, if you guys are looking for an awesome gaming experience, you guys want to consider checking out this brand new smartphone with a sleek design. MPL Malaysia Season 9's official smartphone Samsung, especially this model, the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G, that will provide you with all the awesome gaming experience you need.
Break out of that plateau, get to that next level. We'll see you in Mythic Glory. Now, with 36 seconds on the clock, where do you think it's going to lead to? I feel like it's going to be generally standard bans overall. Of course, Franco probably going to be banned out by SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, Franco so far becoming a very popular hero pick in Season 9, and most of it is attributed to Min from Orange Esports, who was the first player to introduce it here on the arena. So it would be understandable if that hero was heavily contested or banned out by SUHAZ Esports just to ensure that they'll have a better time. We'll find out though exactly what both teams are thinking, because the draft has just begun.
All right, with Orange Esports on the blue side, it's going to be SUHAZ Esports on the red. Instantly, we see the Aulus ban.
Yep, all is going to be banned out straight away. This is a bit of an evolution towards Box overall, because when you consider the fact that during his first debut, Box, he was more known for playing exclusively assassin-style junglers. Recently, though, shifting more towards fighter types and proving that he's quite scary on the Aulis, on the Paquito, and heroes like that as well.
Honestly, what I'm excited to see is whether Box is going to whip out a Diroth again. Diroth jungle, honestly, after Box played it 2 times in the league, that's all I can think about whenever I see him.
Yeah, honestly, even I'm still kind of confused. Like, this Diroth jungle has worked out so well for SUHAZ the few times that they played it. I'm surprised we don't see it more commonly. Maybe they're keeping it as more of a pocket pick so that teams don't ban it out as often as, for example, Link Ezra's Alucard. Or maybe they just feel like it can only be brought out in very niche situations.
I want to know what those conditions are, but we don't have enough of a testing pool to actually review. Only 2 games is what we have here, so we're just gonna have to wait and see. Looks like the next upcoming ban is going to be the Ruby this time. Rather interesting from Orange Esports. I was expecting like a Selena ban, something along that line.
I think it's probably due to the fact that they are on the blue side. If the Selena is open, they would like to be the ones to pick it up themselves, or maybe they're just opening up options so that they can go for the Franco, considering that Min is quite proficient in it. So banning out the Ruby to sort of limit the Ace's pool is understandable, since Orange will likely prioritize getting Min's hero as soon as possible. Maybe something like the Cho.
Possibly. I mean, let's not forget about Fanny here, still wide out in the open. Selena gets banned out, so that does mean that SUHAZ have to make a choice of whether Franco is going to get let through or it's going to be Fanny. Either or would be very interesting to see. Looks like they've got some information here, but coming back to Orange Esports is priority. Now, what do? Do Orange Esports ban out Fanny for themselves, or do they hold back, open up the draft, and let's see, have some fun?
I would personally think that they should go for the Fanny ban. I've not really seen if Orange can play it yet. However, this is going to be Gary after all. We're not too certain about his hero pool, so the fact that Orange have elected to ban out Lancelot instead might indicate that the Fanny is a potential pickup for Gary.
Now, we never know with these teams. Some teams rather not pick up Fanny within first rotation and then ban it out in second rotation, and then they start playing mind games with each other, but priority now going over to SUHAZ Esports. Fanny's still wide out in the open, and as well as Franco. So either they have like a general idea of how to actually deal with it, but it looks like SUHAZ Esports are going to be leaning more towards the Franco, unless, you know, they do a quick switcheroo right at the end here.
I think SUHAZ Esports would be okay with getting the Franco themselves, but since they're on the red side, it would be safer to remove it just as a respect over to Min. He is basically the best Franco player in the league so far, so they don't want to give over that early game advantage to Orange Esports, especially when you consider the fact that Orange Esports as a team, from what we've seen so far, are strongest during the early game.
Oh, okay. Talking about early game here, we got Fanny locked in for the side of Orange Esports, and it looks like it is within Gary's reach of his hero pool to play it. Now, this is going to be exciting stuff because, again, as we've talked about many times before, the meta has kind of strayed away from early to mid, and it's so easy to actually recover from mid to late games in a lot of these situations with some good team coordination. SUHAZ Esports, on the other hand, now how do they deal with this? There's many ways of attacking this Fanny. Number one, denying her that purple buff. What else can you do? You can look to either lock her down with a Saber, a Kaja, or a Koopa, Kufra, so many ways. First of all, it's Beatrix. Instantly, the ace is going to be looking for Kufra.
Yep, they'll lock in the Kufra to counteract the Fanny. Even the Cho would have been an okay choice, considering Way of the Dragon would be able to lock down the Fanny for a good amount of time. It looks like SUHAZ, the A is going to be going for a slightly safer option with the bouncing ball. Beatrix obviously makes sense. This is a hero Zed is very comfortable with, and since it is wide open, it is pretty common for teams to go for it in the first phase.
Let's see what else that they have here for Orange Esports. Now that they don't have the traditional Franco, I'm expecting Cho coming out of Min at the very least. They won't be able to they'll be able to kick Kufra out of the way to open up a door for Fanny to jump straight into that back line. But it looks like Krishna Suprimal Light gonna get locked in. Edith as well as Kadita.
Ooh, an interesting choice coming out from Orange Esports. I like the Kadita, that's to deny it away from AJ and to allow Man to make some nice ambushes on top of this Fanny gameplay. And the Edith from Min, I'm not sure if we've gotten to see this very much or at all so far in this season, but a very solid early game roamer, good pick-off potential, and isn't really stopped too much by the Kufra.
Let's not forget that Edith is also great at helping your mid lane clear those waves, right? Like, I think that's one of the biggest things that most people tend to forget. It's about wave clearing in the mid lane, getting that priority and then rotating across the map to affect your side lanes. Now we get the Paquito lock-in coming in from SUHAZ Esports. I'm guessing that's going to go on to Box, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, that's most likely going to be a box hero. If this was any other team, the Paquito side lane feels like it's more viable, but considering we are looking at Eevee here, it's more likely that you would want to go for an Esmeralda or Uranus instead. With 3 heroes locked in by both teams so far, we now enter into the second draft phase. Orange Esports right now, they are still looking for an EXP and a gold lane. SUHAZ Esports gonna instantly go for Born's hero pool.
Yeah. So far, Born has only shown, he's shown Glue before, he's shown Esmeralda, Uranus as well. So I think SUHAZ Esports probably going to be banning out the Uranus this time if they really want to target Born. They could switch things up because right now, as we see, Orange Esports also lacking gold laner. Popo and Koopa, a pretty good way to kind of lock down the Beatrix at the very least, or just win the lane outright.
If they really want to focus down on Born's hero pool, I would consider that they'd ban out the Esmeralda at this point because we know that Eevee seems to prefer the Uranus, but banning out the Popple and Koopa against the Beatrix does make a lot of sense as well, just to ensure that Zed has the best time of his life.
Well, let's find out here. Priority over to SUHAZ Esports with 12 seconds on the clock. Deliberations are being made, and Popo and Koopa is going to be the ban.
All right, looks like they're going to make sure that Zed has a good time, and considering that when Zed gets his farm, he's able to really make things happen, this makes a lot of sense for SUHAZ Esports. As for Orange, looks like they're going to be finishing things off. They know Eevee likes the Uranus, so they're going to ban it out first. This does leave Esmeralda open if Eevee wants to go for that.
Yeah, I think at this point, nothing else is going to be of priority. Maybe Yuzong at this point. I think if SUHAZ is afraid that, you know what, I want to go for Yves, but I'm afraid that I might get stopped in my tracks, so might as well lock in the Yuzong first, and then after that, get the guarantee Yves in the next rotation.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. Considering that Orange have already drafted their mage as well, AJ's hero pool isn't going to be locked down any further, so they want to make sure that Eevee has the better hero choice here, since both teams at this point are probably going to be contesting the Esmeralda, but instead, they go for the Lunox.
Something a little safer, something that can sustain in the lane, and more importantly, so helps them scale towards the later stages of the game while still being a part of that fight, right? Because we're thinking about Sicilion. He scales well, but he must stay from afar. The moment you kind of close the distance on him, he has no real way to get you off other than using a battle spell, maybe Flame Shot, arguably even Flicker, or you have to call your support to back you up.
Yeah, okay, I can see the Lunox working out here, and it is curious that they didn't decide to go for Eevee's hero straight away. I'm wondering if SUHAZ Esports might have something up their sleeves here. This might turn out to actually be an Eevee Paquito after all.
Well, let's find out. Orange Esports going to be locking in Melissa. All right, that's fair. But what else are they going to go for? They're going to go for Phoveus this time.
Okay, that makes sense. We normally see this hero banned out by certain teams, so I didn't consider it until I saw it come out now. But yeah, that makes a lot of sense, especially when going up against a Paquito. We'll be able to activate the Demonic Force quite often. And Melissa is just a hero that we've seen Lola seems to be quite comfortable with. So Orange Esports gonna complete their draft with that overall. Pretty solid, good late game scaling. And SUHAZ, what's it going to be here?
Esme. It should be Esme. I don't think there's any jungler at this point of time that really deals with everything from the side of Orange Esports unless they go for a marksman jungler. And if they go for a marksman jungler, Fanny's going to have an even better time, and a lot of pressure is going to be put onto Ace. No! I was wrong! I was so wrong!
Wait, what is this? What are we looking at right now?
Whoa!
Oh, this is the Kufra jungle!
What?
Wait, I feel like I've seen an article of this. There was an one of the other MPLs.
Yeah,
I can't remember which one.
before.
Yeah, they did it.
I'm not going to name any names first. I'm going to double check it just to be right, but this is going to be some fun stuff. We haven't seen a tank jungler in a very, very long time, ever since the changes.
And once in a while, we would see Trodak go for the tank jungle in the hands of Chiku, just because it's Trodak after all. They can make that thing happen, but will SUHAZ be able to show us that they are capable of this? We know that Bok can play fighter junglers now. What about tank jungles? Orange Esports, pretty solid draft overall. Early game gonna be locked down by the Vanny. Late game got the Phobius and the Melissa in their pockets, but SUHAZ Esports bringing out some pretty interesting options with the Kufra jungle. The Ace reprising his role on Kaja will be aiming to lock down this Fanny. We'll find out what exactly happens when the game begins.
No! As soon as the game starts, a pause has been called. Looks like there is a technical issue happening with someone, maybe multiple. Not entirely sure which side it's going to be, but hopefully it gets resolved quickly so we can get back into the game. You know, speaking of classics here, Kaja and Lunox. It's been a very long time since we've seen the combination together, and previously during Season 3 and Season 4, this is a historian moment right here. Kaja's ultimate reduces your magic resistance, allowing people like Lunox to absolutely blow you up at level 4.
Yep, that is true. It makes a lot of sense, and I do like this sort of modification by SUHAZ Esports overall. This is a team that we know does actually like to experiment with things, and it has kind of resulted in inconsistent results over the past few years, past few seasons. This is a team that tries things, it doesn't always work. So I am a little bit worried going into this, because while this is a strategy we've seen in MPLs overseas before, will they be able to pull it off?
Hard to say, because it's not... if they wanted to go for like a particular jungler, tank jungler, I was thinking of like a Kai, I was thinking of Hylos, things that are very typical. Kufra, I haven't seen with my own eyes yet, and I'm assuming he's going to take Bouncing Ball level 1 to help with his clear.
There's also the possibility that since they have the Kufra jungle, they might just go straight for the most aggressive opening they could. Just have Box jump straight into Orange Esports' purple buff, use the bouncing ball to prevent the Fanny from doing anything. That's a possibility.
Do they have the early game for it? I'm thinking about it. Edith is generally good. You have Concussive Blast. I'm guessing you have Concussive Blast. On the Kufra, Kaja's level 1. Lunox's level 1 is not too bad, especially against Kadita. I think it's possible. I think that if they wanted to go for a purple buff invade, it's definitely doable. Now, wait, I can't see it from here. I cannot get it. I did not get that full name in time. I have no idea what that fan was holding up.
But you can see that we do have quite a few fans here in the arena. Everyone very excited to see what's going to happen in this game. And just to remind you guys watching at home once again, if you guys aren't here... Oh, hold on. What does that say?
I have no idea.
I have no idea either.
I'm just gonna... Yes, we totally get... I'm just gonna pretend that I know. I have zero clue whatsoever.
If any of you guys watching at home know what that means, do tell us in chat. We'd be very curious to find out.
I'm just glad that we're not over the PA system here at the arena, because that would be... Oh, that would be sad. That would be sad not knowing what a fan is trying to communicate with the rest of the world at this point. But it looks like, you know, Orange Esports at this point in time just taking a chill, relaxing, waiting for these games to start.
Overall, I like this adaptation in terms of SUHAZ Esports' draft, since they know that they're going to have a tank in the jungle. Every other one of their heroes is capable of outputting a certain amount of damage. This explains why exactly Eevee didn't go for something like an Esmeralda, because they need a little bit more early game scaling comparatively. If we just let Eevee go for late game Esmeralda instead, then it would be a lot more difficult towards the mid game, because SUHAZ would be lacking damage overall.
I suppose, but I feel like Esmeralda just bullies Phobius so hard in lane that he basically gets nothing done. Like, he's not going to have a laning phase. By the time he gets 2 items, everybody has already gotten their 3rd to arguably even 4th item at that point. And especially without support, you can actually pull attention to yourself up on the top side of the map. If you call Fanny over, that's even better. That means she's not on towards the gold lane side where Zed generally wants to play. Oh, what's this? What's this? Kylo... What? They're just shouting out to their friends at this point.
Yeah, at this point, yep. I mean, why not, right? You get your chance in the spotlight, you get your chance to be on camera. Why not just show us what you have to say, what you have to say to the players, what you have to say to people who might be watching at home. At some point, we'll probably see someone holding up a sign to like their friends watching at home saying like, wish you were here.
Oh God, that could be taken a lot of different ways, my guy. A lot of different ways. Oh boy. But yeah, it looks like the technical issues are still going on. Hopefully you guys are patient because we're just as curious to see how this draft from SUHAZ Esports is gonna work out. But speaking of which, right, Orange Esports, do you think they actually have a chance against this draft from against SUHAZ? Because as we look at their track record, yes, their performance hasn't been the best, but at the very least they've been stealing away one game. That usually happens during game 2.
And from what we can see, although Orange Esports, their gameplay isn't quite that stable / consistent just about yet, they do still exhibit some potential to be able to take games away from others. And if they're able to adapt to what SUHAZ is bringing to the table, there is every possibility that that will happen again. But taking one game away from their opponents isn't really going to matter much in the long run. They do need to get those wins.
I mean, they are getting points, and we were discussing this with the BM broadcast previously before the show even started. They were thinking that, imagine, because Homeboys had quite the deficit before getting in, and so far even Homeboys has been able to accumulate a good amount of 2-1s, except the opposite, where they were able to win their games instead of lose them, and the only loss they've had was against SUHAZ Esports, right? Now, if we go into Phase 2, where we start playing Group A versus Group B, Orange Esports is going to have to go up against the heavy hitters. And if the heavy hitters, they still continue their performance of 2-1ing, still losing, but still getting a game, and Homeboys just getting 0-2 the entire way, Orange Esports might still be in the league.
It's a tricky balance here, but yeah, as you highlighted, it is true that we are on the last week of intra group matches here.
Interim groups?
Interim?
I don't think that's the right word.
But you guys know what we mean.
Intra-group.
Intra-group, yeah. Okay, I was correct then. Yeah. So next week, inter-group matches are going to start, which is going to add in a whole new level of challenge and complexity to these teams, because this entire season, they've only been playing with the same couple of teams. They don't actually have to look too hard at the other group just yet, because they're not going to be competing against them for a while. Well, that's about to change very soon. So every single team needs to really start buckling up and finding that stability, because if not, well, competition is about to get even more fierce.
And let's not forget that, you know, festive time of the month is coming around, fasting season is coming soon, and for a lot of these players, hopefully that doesn't affect their performance.
Well, considering that some of them are still playing at home and performing as well as they did when they were here, I don't think it's going to affect them too much.
Maybe they get better. I mean, so far, every team that has been sick so far, other than Todak, has been getting good performances and winning their games despite being sick.
It's the at-home buff.
At-home buff? The comfort buff? The at-ease buff?
Yeah, I guess it's like when you play in like other sports, and there's always what is happening back
That's the post-show right there. Yeah, the post-show is just chilling in the background over there.
Yeah, they're just enjoying themselves. They're enjoying the fact that we have to sit here and talk about them instead of the game, because technical difficulties are still being resolved.
Oh boy, it looks like, considering the length of how long this technical difficulty is, it must have been an issue, but it looks like it has been resolved. Let's jump right back into game number 1.
All right, apologies for the delay, ladies and gentlemen, but thank you very much for being patient with us. We finally greet the Land of Dawn once again and can have a look at both these lineups. Gary going to be going for the Demon Slayer on Fanny to accelerate his farm. Box still going for the conventional tank build, having Concussive Blast.
Let's not forget about Box. He's going to be starting on the orange side of the buff. He's not going to, I don't think he's going to contest Litho Wanderer. He won't have enough time, as Fanny is a much faster clearer. And Gary immediately on the Litho Wanderer.
Yep, the Ace taking a lot of damage from Min and Man as well. And with Born rotating up to get the Litho Wanderer, they will be able to secure that easily.
He's just eating abilities here. He's literally eating every ability necessary. But AJ should be okay holding on to his lane. Eevee needs to beat Born here. He needs to make sure that he's dominating this lane, but Orange Esports have something to say about it, sending both Min and Mon to the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, they're gonna be trying to make an attempt onto EV down here. Looks like they decide not to go for it though. Bit difficult to gank a Paquito this early on in the game. Perhaps once they hit level 4, that would be a little more successful. So far, both teams still going for a more passive style. Oh, hold on though.
The armor getting onto AJ so far really doesn't matter as the Brilliance is going to be coming up really soon for AJ. And overall, he can just sustain through most of this damage. So he's not necessarily scared of anything. Now, coming back to the Melissa versus Beatrix matchup, I think this is very interesting because once again, we are seeing Electro Flash being put on as the emblem for Lola this time up against Zed, who decided to take Killing Spree instead of Weakness Finders. So Zed, knowing that he's going to be a team player, wants to be able to secure those kills later in the bigger team fights, but more importantly, Lola needs to bully him out of lane.
Speaking of being bullied out of lane though, Min taking quite a lot of damage from the mid lane combo of SUHAZ Esports, forcing him back. That means that they're not going to be able to really set up for the turtle, and SUHAZ instantly take advantage of that, going on to Lola. Ult doesn't matter at all. First blood going to SUHAZ.
Very clean dive here, and no matter what Orange Esports wants to respond with, Fanny could be like, I could rotate up there and maybe get a kill. But knowing that the enemy team, their initiator from the side of SUHAZ Esports is going to be boxed, that kind of puts some doubt into actually rotating. So instead, he takes the more optimal path and goes straight for the turtle.
Yep, it doesn't look like SUHAZ are going to contest this, so Gary should be able to take it quite easily. This is still not too ideal for a Fanny, considering that Gary wants to play more aggressively in the early game on a hero such as this, and is simply not able to because Box is playing Kufra.
This blows. Lola just wants to fight Zed 1v1 in lane, but Box is like, nah, fam. You can just chill right there. But he is going to get his recall delayed, and unfortunately for him, that does mean there's a point of opportunity for Orange Esports, especially for Fanny, to go straight into the enemy jungle and start farming it up.
I am a little bit worried about SUHAZ right now. Having Box on this Kufra means that his farm is already much slower compared to that of a Fanny, especially when you consider Gary also has Demon Slayer. The fact that Box is also spending time trying to set up kills and ambushes for the rest of his team means that Orange are going to farm more, get more objectives than SUHAZ in this early game.
Yeah, I mean, that is to be expected here, and unfortunately, I don't think that's Demon Slayer on Gary, to be honest. I can't really.
Wait, it's not.
It's not. No, he did
You're
not
right.
take Gary. He did not take it. I think he's just trying to hard farm and outscale SUHAZ Esports by the mid game.
I'm just so used to seeing green and thinking, oh yeah,
that's Demon Slayer, right?
Now that you pointed out, you're right, but hold on, the ace instantly, okay, he just disappears. Nothing he can do about that one.
Yeah, Orange Esports right now need to make sure that they control the mid lane a lot better. They're making these reads onto SUHAZ Esports, but it's not really getting anywhere. And Zed, he gives it up. He moves back straight away, and that's the macro we want to see out of SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, SUHAZ looks like they're going to make the conscious choice to go for more of a late game scaling team composition here because they know that the early game is going to be weaker without the Fanny on their side. But the ace in trouble. Flicker doesn't land on him, hits AJ, but they don't know he's there.
AJ just watched his teammate, his brother, die in front of his eyes. That's brutal. But it does mean that Evie does break the bottom side. You can see the ace, he's just laughing about it. But man, that's got to be, wow, that's you don't see that every day.
That's pretty rough there for the ace. AJ literally just stood there and left everything to the ace like your teammates during a group assignment. And yeah, the ace just paid the price. At least the Lunox gets out though.
Yeah, that's fair. She doesn't lose too much here. Turtle gets taken away by Orange Esports, but if you look at the gold, SUHAZ is still evening it out at the end of the day. They're playing for their side laners, and their mid lane is good enough to gain force priority from Orange Esports, and now they're just finding picks. Min, the next they'll be felled here. It's going to be the Divine Judgment that is setting all these kills up.
Evie doing a lot of damage to Mon as well, but will decide not to proceed with that. Not only is it under tower, but the Phobius is coming in to back him up. That's definitely a death sentence for the Paquito, so a good choice to back out there. But SUHAZ starting to play together as a team, and with the Divine Judgment on the ace, Orange are getting caught out in situations where 1v4, obviously, they're never going to have a chance.
Yeah, they really aren't. And Eevee needs to continue pressing his advantage and his lead because you've already broken that turret. Born doesn't have a safe place to farm. He has no tower he can just sit under, and he's forced to go down to the bottom side to his tier 2, allowing Eevee that space and time to rotate into the mid lane. And now I think he... is he going to proxy mid lane? No, he's not.
I'm kind of questioning Orange Esports' passiveness right now. They do have late game scaling with Lola and Born, but they should be much more aggressive having a Fanny on their team. They're worried about going in because there's a lot of ways to counteract the engagement, specifically Box on this jungle Kufra. But if they don't make attempts, then the Divine Judgment is just going to keep catching them out one by one and allow SUHAZ to snowball.
I guess they want Lola to get unlocked from this lane, right? Because Zed, he's holding on strong, but the wave clear is really effective coming in, and especially from Beatrix utilizing one of the ults, whether it's Nibiru's Passion, whether it's using at the very least Bennett's Rage to clear the waves fast to prevent you from getting dove under the turret, having those minions to take the first initial hits from the turret. It's fine, I guess, as long as he doesn't die.
Yep, that's one of the main selling points of the Beatrix. The amount of AoE damage ensures that no matter how much pressure he's under, as long as he's able to use his ult cooldowns effectively, he'll never get bullied out of lane.
Now, speaking of which, Eevee getting some good damage onto Fanny so far, but now Turtle actually in SUHAZ Esports' court. They have prime position here, and I think Orange Esports is just letting them have it.
Yeah, does look to be the case. Again, Orange not... I don't think they themselves are certain about how they want to engage onto the fight, but they will start with Min getting the onward onto Box.
Yeah, but it's just Box. Box refuses to die at this point. His tank, is it worth Orange Esports' time? Oh, it's 2. There we go. The one shot from Mon. Instant setup with the Petrify, followed up by Gary to pick up Box. That's going to be Turtle for sure.
Yeah, a beautiful play by Mon, and exactly what Orange Esports have been looking for. They weren't certain about how to engage. Well, that's a pretty good way to start off, getting the 2-man rough waves. And yeah, as you mentioned, an easy Turtle going over to Orange Esports.
Yup, they crack open the mid lane here, and that's perfect for Orange Esports because now Fanny has even more room to get into the enemy jungle. And honestly, I think Gary should. He should stop respecting SUHAZ Esports at this stage of the game, knowing that Kufra doesn't have that clear speed. Divine Judgment once again onto Born, making sure the wind conditions don't get ahead.
Yep, they get another pick off onto the Phobius, but Gary, he has his eyes on Zed. Going in here, he does have shield from the Turtle, but
oh no.
Okay.
Oh no.
It's not. Oh! Gary panicking there.
Moments just before disaster as topside Eevee unfortunately gets dove under turret. They lose topside as well. Here comes Box. He's going to get on top of Mon so far, but doesn't connect against the wall. AJ quickly flickers away from the rough waves, and Box, he can absorb this damage. He's okay for now, but for how long is Lola, with the help of the puppets, takes him out?
That is the ideal location for a hero like the Melissa to be able to really start dishing out some damage, and some mistakes from SUHAZ Esports here. Not only missing out on an easy kill on Gary that really should have gone over to Zed, but Eevee getting cut off, and then Box being caught out by the Edith as well. Man, that Orange Esports could very easily just walk into SUHAZ's jungle.
Yep, Eevee once again, he's right on top of him. He can get some good damage with the full combination, chaining together abilities, but not enough damage for Zed's Renner to take Min out. And for now, they're back to being passive.
Yeah, but Box gonna be able to catch out Mon. Finally gets the ultimate, and the Khadija is instantly taken out. Lola pops the ultimate, but too much damage from Zed. Demonic Force comes in. Flame shot on 3. Gary going in, getting a tail. Zed is still alive, but not for too much longer. Eevee trying to chase down Gary. But Gary going to be able to escape, and that's going to be a 2-for-2 trade.
Oh, that's frustrating. Zed was so very close. He was still in the middle of the animation before Gary zipped on out of there with the steel cables. He needed the last auto attack to finish him off.
Yeah, that's unfortunate, but Orange Esports, even though they traded evenly, now have a bit more control over the map here. Min doing a very good job on the Edith, just scouting out and preventing Divine Judgment from landing on some of the squishier heroes in the backline. Gary now on the Lord.
Oh, the Ace having to flicker on out of there. Can't afford to get one shot by Mon just yet. That Divine Judgment is too valuable of an ability. Eevee gets knocked up by the Lord so far. Min manages to get on out of there. No Divine Judgment yet. Mon dies just before he gets the combo, but Born, he's going to jump straight right into this team fight, trying to chunk out as many as he can, but SUHAZ Esports stopped the Lord initiation and managed to pull away from Orange Esports.
That was a lot of damage onto Man instantly. Eevee doing quite a lot of DPS on this Paquito, and Man has to be careful not to go in for the frontal engagement. He has to go for ambushes instead.
Now remember that... Oh, they managed to clear out so fast. Eevee gets on out of there. The Cutthroat manages to land, but Gary doesn't get the kill. He pays with his life. A good catch from Box.
Yep, a beautiful Tyrant's Rage ensuring the kill onto the Fanny. Gary not having a good luck this game. Almost getting the kill there, but ending up caught by the Kufra, allowing SUHAZ to finish off that kill. They are behind in terms of net worth right now, but being able to secure the Lord will now allow them to exert a little bit more map control.
Right now they're playing for their big win condition, which is going to be Zed and AJ. They're going to be the two main cores for this team, and everybody else is just the supporting cast. Lola, on the other hand, has been farming relatively hard. He's doing some good damage onto Box. He's probably going to need a Demon Hunter sword at some point of time, but utilizing muddles like this is great. Opening up the map and making sure that they don't get caught out from these weird angles, especially since there is Kufra and there's also Kaja.
Lord now doing some damage to the bottom tier too. We can see that the Beatrix is there as well. Zed will be able to secure it. And now the Ace flickers in, looks for Divine Judgment, but Demonic Force does not allow it to land. So Orange Esports should be able to safely defend against this push.
Now they have to be careful of brushes here. They still has Divine Retribution, and they find one initially. Phoveus tries to get on out of there, but he gets locked down. That's going to be 5 ults coming out from the side of SUHAZ, and they find a second one. A great bouncing ball by Box to stop him in place.
A huge mistake by Gary there. I really don't know if he knew exactly what he was thinking there. He'd been playing so passive this entire time. That was not the point to go for an aggressive play, and it cost Orange Esports while they were pretty even with SUHAZ just a moment ago. They're now 2.5k behind in terms of net worth.
That's a Malefic Roar purchase coming in from Zed. Now the harder targets like Gary, like Born are going to struggle. Their armor, the more armor that they start stacking up, the more effective that Malefic Roar is going to be. But notice how SUHAZ Esports is playing, right? Generally, they're just hiding in brushes, waiting for the right opportunities to get onto Orange Esports. If Orange Esports can disengage and get Lola in the right position as they clump up, I think this could be a very good game for Orange Esports.
Yeah, but it's gonna come down to whether or not they can get that execution in the first place. While Min and Man are still performing pretty admirably, I'm not really seeing too much from the other players on the side of Orange just yet. Especially Gary on this Fanny really should be a lot more effective than this.
Yep, and now the baits are starting to happen. They're trying to get some damage onto Box as he opens up that map for his team. The Ace and Box working in tandem. One staying close to the other in case somebody overextends.
Yep, really good combination from SUHAZ Esports. They have control over the Lord Pit right now. 5 seconds and the Lord will be returning. It is enhanced as well. So this will be a pretty good objective for SUHAZ to get their hands on. Orange looking to respond.
Well, Lola, now he's in a lot of trouble. He might have to use his ultimate there. And yes, perfect timing. Lola outplays it with Get Away From Me, managing to get a double kill on Bokaja as well as Kufra. Now it's AJ's time to say bye-bye as Gary is going to run him down. Deep cuts to send him back to base.
And guess what? Man was able to pick up Zed on the sideline as well. A mistaken engagement from SUHAZ instantly cost them dearly. Eevee now looking to cut off the lane while the rest of Orange looking to grab the Lord. Not going to be very successful though. That was a huge ultimate from Lola to secure the double kill and really start off that fight.
Yeah, woo, it's looking great, and even Mod with the dire hit. Blessings, Brome Blessings, just in case people need to be clarified on that. He will be able to one-shot people very easily, especially if they fall below a certain health threshold.
Yeah, SUHAZ Esports now gotta be careful. The net worth lead has quickly shifted in the favor of Orange Esports, all thanks to a single mistake. Vox, a little bit of disrespect onto the Melissa, kind of forgetting the effectiveness of her ultimate on melee engagers. And now Luminous Lord can be pushing in the mid lane.
Yeah, this is perfect because even though there are some ranged heroes for the side of SUHAZ Esports, at the very least they're able to kind of Lola's able to kind of defend himself with his ultimate because they all want to get right up into his face to try to get the pick.
Now, looks like all the tier 2 towers going to fall in favor of Orange Esports. Both teams sitting on only 3 inhibitors. Still could go either way, but Orange are the ones with control over the map. SUHAZ Esports needs to look for a pickoff with the Divine Judgment yet again, because right now their team fighting is not that solid yet.
Yep, Eevee unfortunately is getting locked down as the Ace is looking for anybody to pull. He finds one, and that's going to be a quick kill onto Kadita. Side the backline now in trouble. The Ace is trying to run Born and getting into the middle. Finds AJ now as he's already looking for the Ace. He can't seem to get him. Now, Lola is all that's left in terms of damage. Born has run out of Demonic Force. Brilliance coming out of AJ, and that's going to be a 2 for nothing, but all battle spells have been expanded by SUHAZ Esports.
An excellent defense by SUHAZ. While they didn't really get the pickoff, they were still able to trade 2 kills for nothing, and they actually could have gotten more too if not for the fact that Lola popped his ultimate underneath, and both of his other team members were able to defend themselves by hiding themselves within the bubble. So SUHAZ, they're strong right now. AJ has scaled up. They just have to be careful not to take too much damage from this Melissa.
How careful can they be? Lola, unfortunately, isn't going to be able to scale as hard as Zed in this particular matchup because, again, it's auto attacks compared to straight burst damage that Zed can guarantee land in comparison to throwing a puppet and just walking away from the puppet. Most people don't get tethered by it. Maybe 1 or 2. If you're able to get more than 2, that's just a bonus.
Yeah, it's gonna come down to execution now in these last few minutes of the game for both teams. Lord gonna be coming back up in another 20 seconds. I don't think this will be the last one, but whichever team is able to get it will be able to secure an inhibitor for themselves, and that's gonna be very important at this stage of the game in order to really start breaking open and exposing their opponent's crystals. Both sides have solid engagement options. It all comes down to the pickoffs and the ambushes.
Speaking of ambushes here, Gary might have just found himself by Box as well as Eevee. Eevee's doing some good damage. Do they get the kill? Is it Bloody Retribution? Yes, it looks like it is Bloody Retribution. That's going to be popping the Immortality.
And that's a very important item to pop off at this point, considering that Gary wants to be here for this Lord take, and not having the Immortality makes things a lot more dangerous for him. But the Ace gets found out onwards, pushing him backwards. Flicker has to be used. Demonic Force still chasing him down, but the Divine Judgment pulling backboard into the Nibiru's Passion, and now Box tanking a lot of damage from Lola, but they will disengage. They already got the pickoff they were looking for.
Well, speaking of pickups here, the Ace is walking right into Mon as Eevee coming in from the flank. He finds Mon. Rough Waves comes out. AJ nearly getting one shot there, but Eevee flickers forward to secure the kill. Lola is getting on top of him with the help of Min outside of Phalanx. They secure. It's a 1-for-2 trade, but this is great as SUHAZ finds a reinitiation. Getting zoned out here. Box is doing great against Gary with the Bloody Retribution as well. Cutthroat, but it's not easy. He ends up going. Zed has more than enough damage to shoot him down.
That is the most anxiety-inducing fight I have ever seen. The members of SUHAZ Esports are all so low right now, and if they were positioned just a little bit off, Lola would have been able to clean them all up, considering the amount of damage he has at this point. But SUHAZ making good use of their CC and their pickoff abilities in order to slowly dismantle the members of Orange Esports one by one, and now the Luminous Lord will fall into their hands.
It's looking great here. Looking to be a great game for SUHAZ Esports, and no lead was developed by either side. After the lead was developed by SUHAZ Esports, Orange Esports bounced back, and now it just doesn't matter. We're already hitting the 54 to 55K mark from both teams.
And then we have to note that we are now 20 minutes into the game. This is going to be the final evolution of the Luminous Lord. If SUHAZ decide to escort this down the lane, it's going to be quite hard for Orange to deal with, but instead, looks like SUHAZ are just going to use it to try and distract Orange for a little while and look for the ambush.
He's looking for an angle, doesn't find the angle. Box holds back and forces them out, utilizing a good amount of abilities as Eevee wants to crash that bot wave at the same time. And now they've opened up the mid inhibitor. They're waiting for the second wave. Box, he finds it.
Oh, the Divine Judgment onto the Phobius pulls him out. Min taking a lot of damage. Meanwhile, Demonic Force has already been popped down. Min trying to get some backup, but the Mega Kill going over to Zed as now the Kufra jumps in, gets the stun onto Mon. Nibiru Passion doing a lot of damage. They will be able to disengage. Box still alive. Immortality not yet popped. 4 members alive. alive on the side of Orange Esports to defend against 5 from SUHAZ Esports. As they now go in, they get a kill. Roughway is doing a lot of damage, but SUHAZ, they're going straight for the crystal, and they break it wide open.
Woo! They muscle their way in knowing that they've got the beefier comp, and nobody was looking at Zed until it was too late. Well done. GG, well played to SUHAZ Esports.
Recognizing that they'd be able to get the advantage with that enhanced Luminous Lord, SUHAZ Esports finally managed to break into Orange Esports' crystal and get the first victory of the day. But it certainly was hard fought, and Orange Esports proving that they have what it takes to really put up a fight.
Yep, Orange Esports on the other hand, unfortunately we didn't get to see the aggression we were expecting out of them with the composition that they have. Rather shocking to see that, you know, a lot of the jungle farm by Box was untouched for a good amount of time, like maybe 1 to 2 minutes, more than enough time for Gary to actually go in and start sweeping up the free buffs.
Yeah, I think in this case, Orange Esports weren't as aggressive as they should have been. I don't know if it was nerves, I don't know if there was a lack of confidence going on, considering this is Gary's debut game as well. He just didn't feel comfortable enough to go into the enemy side and steal camps on the Fanny because he knew that he was dealing with a Kufra. Even though there were times where SUHAZ, okay, we see a whole group of them grouping up, going for a kill on the Divine Judgment. Orange Esports, they should have been trying to make something happen on the opposite side of the map, but I just didn't really see much of that.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I really didn't see much of that too, and hopefully it gets better in game number 2. There are some adaptations, but it's interesting to see how they kind of handle this, right? By the way, Kufra in the jungle, 100% win rate.
That's such a weird statistic to point out, but you are absolutely right. I don't know how I feel about it, but this lineup from SUHAZ Esports so far has been able to claim their first victory, but I still think it's a little bit shaky overall.
Yeah, I do think it was interesting because a lot of it was just resting on Box and the Ace to set up this play. I think Eevee did a really good job at pulling attention away from himself, but at the end of the day, it was up to Born to make the difference, and unfortunately, Eevee was just a little too much for him.
Yep, and I think Zed did a really good job in this game as well, just basically standing in the backline, making sure that he's not caught off too easily. There were times when ambushes from Orange were able to take out the Beatrix, but ending that game with only 2 deaths meant that Zed was always there, dishing out the consistent DPS and executing people with the Nibiru's passion.
Yeah, and that's the thing. You can tell that even for Eevee, right? He goes for a greedy build. Instead of going for War Axe, he just wants that raw damage, raw attack power, gets the Hunter's Strike as his 3rd item right after the Bloodlust stacks, making sure he's got some form of sustain to deal with the Fanny, especially if it's a 1v1, but also have enough damage and movement speed to stay away from Min, and more importantly, to catch up with Phoveus.
Yep, in addition to that, we know that Eevee plays a style where he likes to split push across the map. A lot of the time, while SUHAZ Esports were playing as a 4-man unit, you could always see this Paquito on the opposite side of the map split pushing a lane, basically always applying pressure to Orange, and this Hunter Strike with the movement speed does allow him to really take advantage of that as well.
With the full combo, it just deals so much damage, and unfortunately for Lola, I think this was a pretty decent Melissa game for him. His KDA was alright with his 3, 2, and 5. The Inspire looks real good, but man, even Gary having to go defensive, buying the Blade Armor to protect himself. Woo!
It feels like a bit of a weird choice to go for the Blade Armor on Fanny, but well, SUHAZ come out on top, and MVP is going over to Zed once again on this Beatrix, and 88% match kill participation.
Naturally a great performance, but more importantly so, just someone reliable, something that SUHAZ can actually build a composition around, knowing that now both side lanes are winning, we can make something happen with the mid lane.
Yep, we know that SUHAZ as a team really like going for those big, messy team fights. And while they like to take advantage of that chaos, there's a certain sort of discipline. It's very SUHAZ style to go for these big death balls, and having someone consistently on the back line dishing out that DPS is very, very important for them to be able to scale up towards that late game. I think Zed has been able to fulfill that niche very, very well, and is exactly what SUHAZ Esports has been looking for.
Yeah. Oh boy, finally the last piece of the puzzle. Let's see if we can bring it all the way for SUHAZ Esports to get them another 2-0 to end their week.
It would be absolutely huge. After all, the last time these two teams met, I believe in week number 3, SUHAZ Esports did end up winning, but it was a 2-1 victory. So Orange Esports, like we've seen them do many times before, were able to adapt and get a game away from their opponents. So the real challenge now for SUHAZ is to make sure that they're not able to do that, go for the clean 2-0 and get themselves more points to push themselves up on the group standings.
All right, let's have a look at these highlights brought to you by Samsung. And once again, you can just see how great this comp is at diving people. Like, Box can tank the damage, you have the Divine Judgment to pull them away, and if things get really, really bad and desperate, Box, he just jumps right in with a Tyrant's Rage.
Now, this was the first fight where Orange Esports was really able to do something, and that's thanks to Man getting the 2-man rough waves. After that, even though Orange Esports tried going in for the fights, it was mostly up to Lola to be able to do the damage, and the rest of the team couldn't quite follow up. There was still a little bit of messiness, all things considered, not really knowing what targets to go for, and even though they were able to get kills, SUHAZ Esports still ended up on top most of the time, having more survivors and retaining more map control.
Yeah, you would imagine that Born would have been able to dish out more damage, but as you can tell by his build, he just couldn't get to that point, and when he did, it was a little too late, because again, it comes down to whether he gets locked down by the Ace or Box. Either way, they still have Eevee just running into that backline and posing a threat, forcing eyes on him.
Yep, this fight though was really huge for Orange Esports. This was the point that they should have used to turn things around, because getting that first double kill by Lola and then basically ballooning that into a 4-man kill for nothing for Orange Esports, that should have been the time for them to turn things around. But every single time when they went for the fight, there was this hesitation, like the team wasn't really as coordinated as they should have been, and still really messy, kind of leaving people stranded all over the place, not getting the kills, not focusing on certain members, and that just cost them the game.
Yeah, they weren't able to play that well, unfortunately. But hey, that doesn't mean that they're out of it just yet. Orange Esports still has game number 2 to play against SUHAZ, and maybe things are going to start changing up. I don't know whether SUHAZ is going to maintain on their side or switch on over to the blue side.
That is a good question. We know that certain teams are starting to prioritize second pick a lot more. I can't really remember if SUHAZ was one of those teams. If they are, then red side would be more natural to them, but I guess we'll find out once we go into game number 2. But regarding adaptations, there definitely needs to be something going on here from Orange Esports. We know that they like to swap things up into game number 2. It usually works out for them. SUHAZ seem to be playing pretty cleanly here.
Would I say it's the cleanest we've ever seen them? Absolutely not. But I do think I like the general idea of the draft and what it was kind of pushed through. Wait, it looks like we've received the information that we've hit 1,000 share milestones. Thanks to you guys. Thank you so much, everybody who's watching the English broadcast. Please, please, you've already sown the seeds of sharing out the stream. Now, please reap the benefits.
Yep, make sure you guys redeem the code below to get yourself some cool rewards. It is, of course, our thank you for shouting out the stream and enjoying MPL with us here at the MPL Arena. And if you guys want to enjoy it more, well, I think physical tickets are still available.
So quickly get them while you can, and you can be celebrating with, I don't know, maybe some of your friends, maybe your family's into it. Bring them on over here and celebrate with Nescafe. Scan the QR code down below. If you're buying in bulk, might as well get a discount on top of it. And with the newer flavors that they have today, apparently the Rose Bandung one, pretty nice.
I've not tried them out yet, but I guess I will right after this. You guys don't have to wait though. Just go ahead and grab yourself some of that new Nescafe. Make sure you guys are all charged up and refreshed to go into game number 2 to see whether or not Orange Esports will be able to even it up like we see them do time and time again.
Speaking of which, now do they still go with the Fanny knowing what kind of a composition that, you know, SUHAZ is able to kind of concoct in the middle?
Yeah, that is actually a very good question, because we know that, SUHAZ, they have a solution to this Fanny. And from what I can see, Gary doesn't seem to be that comfortable with it. I don't know if he's just not played the Fanny very much, or if it's just stage fright since it's his first time playing on stage. But if it's not working out for them, then it's something that needs to change, and I'm wondering if both teams might just say, like, gentleman's agreement, we're neither picking or banning it.
I feel like that just might be the case. It feels like anybody going up against SUHAZ, when you start asking questions about the Fanny, most people are like, yeah, I guess we'll let it go after game number 1.
Yeah, well, overall, let's have a look at the previous match recap. In terms of damage dealt, Lola doing 100,000 damage overall. My goodness.
Yeah, I guess he was really giving it to Box every single time he was looking for those engages. Having the puppet thrown out, Muddles is able to kind of, once you tether multiple people to Muddles, you will be dishing out damage. And let's not forget, you can basically run people down with the help of your first ability to reposition Muddles alongside with yourself with the added bit of attack speed. Ooh, it does work.
I think this is a good demonstration that Melissa does have a place in the meta as a really good late game scaling marksman. It's just that the rest of the team, I don't think Orange has a lot of consistent late game damage. It all comes down to Lola and Born. And Born, he doesn't really get to choose where he ends up with the demonic force, which allows SUHAZ Esports to kind of manipulate where they want the Phoveus to jump to, allowing heroes like the Lunox and the Beatrix to really dish out AoE damage against the rest of Orange.
Yeah, speaking of which, I mean, Zed's performance this time, 62,000, already a phenomenal score, doubling a lot of the damages coming in from Orange Esports, except for Lola, naturally. But I think with the big question of whether Fanny is going to be let through, I think that's solely dependent on which side SUHAZ is going to be on.
Yeah, that is a good point, but even if they were first pick, I don't think SUHAZ Esports would prioritize the Fanny very much, especially since we see that Box is now shifting towards more unorthodox jungle styles. He's playing the fighter junglers, now he's playing the tank junglers. I don't think he's going to really need to go for the Fanny because SUHAZ Esports, they're starting to branch out in terms of their gameplay, and just sticking to the same old meta picks, well, that would just be boring.
Yeah, I do like the innovations that they're trying to make. Is it a little too greedy? I do think there are holes in the composition and in the overall macro coming in from SUHAZ Esports. I just don't think OE is in a position to kind of crack that code just yet. And considering how they played it and they managed to drag it to 20 minutes, there can be an argument to say that they actually did a pretty decent job.
Yeah, but it'll come down to this next draft to determine whether or not they will be able to even things up yet again. Looks like SUHAZ Esports will indeed be on the blue side draft this time. Orange going to be going to the second pick, and the first couple bans already coming out.
Yep, it's going to be Franco and Valentina respectively as SUHAZ Esports holds priority. Selena the next to go.
Okay, SUHAZ Esports aiming for the early game options to get them away from the hands of Orange Esports, already banning out Min's Franco as you mentioned, and the Selena just being a good combo and early game pressure creator for the opposing side. We already know that SUHAZ Esports, once they hit the mid game, the late game, their team fight can be pretty strong, so they just need to make sure that they're not pressured too hard during the first couple minutes.
Yeah. In terms of the early game, right? I don't think any team really plays the early game that well, and even so, it really is attributed to the enemy team making more mistakes than they should. So, I don't know. I feel like the meta is in one particular way. You can have anybody can have a different opinion accordingly, but that's what we're seeing very often here at the MPL MY.
Alright, now, since we're going into the final ban for both teams, the Fanny question comes up yet again. Since SUHAZ are on the blue side, they have no need to really ban it out, but they also, I feel like they're a team right now that's not going to prioritize the hero very much, so if they decide to let it through, it might force Orange to ban it themselves. But since they're going for it, it looks like SUHAZ have just basically said, we're not going to play the Fanny no matter what.
Yeah, again, could be a gentleman's agreement sort of thing, but now SUHAZ glocks it out, goes over to Orange Esports. What do they get rid of at this point? Now that Fanny's off the table, do they start thinking about Phoveus again?
Phoveus, it does make sense since that's a hero Eevee is fairly comfortable with, but we know that he leans more towards Uranus, Esmeralda these days. We can see they're hovering over the Eve ban to take it away from AJ. There's still dangerous options like the Cho, like the Matilda that the Ace can really use to open up the early game map.
I mean, the same goes for Beatrix, and I feel like that just might be the first pick coming in from SUHAZ. And unfortunately for Lola, even with Melissa and the amount of bullying he was able to get done, just probably wasn't enough. And I do think that it's really going to come down to the supports that help these laners out that is going to make all the difference.
Well, we'll see exactly which of these supports are going to be drafted by both teams as Orange Esports finalizes their first ban phase by getting rid of the Ollis. Still very afraid of the possibility of Box drafting it, but since they are on the blue side and Ollis isn't really a hero I'd consider first pick material, that indicates that Gary is not comfortable with playing the Ollis.
Yeah, Ollis gets banned out, Beatrix gets picked up straight away from SUHAZ. Feels like a no-brainer there. Orange Esports looking to reply. Do you think Lola's going to play Melissa one more time into this matchup?
It does look to be his most comfortable hero so far and the one that he's most consistent at. Even if Lola does play it again, he doesn't need to lock it in this early since SUHAZ have already displayed their marksman, so Lola can take a bit of a back seat first because, well, I don't think the Melissa is really something that any team is going to heavily prioritize. They'd probably want to solidify Min or Man's hero first.
That's probably it. So I'm guessing along the lines of Cho, Kagura, Kadida. Paquito gets picked up by the side of Orange Esports as well as Ruby. So now there's that flex pick. Potentially could be EXP, potentially could be jungle Paquito on Gary, but we guarantee have that Ruby, which can be flexed into support and EXP as well.
Yep, both these hero picks from Orange Esports are flex picks. As you highlighted, Ruby can be support, can be EXP, Paquito can be EXP, can be jungle. So this will cause SUHAZ to have a little bit more questions, but not going to have any hesitation at all, giving the Lilia to AJ, and this time the ace will be the one locking down the Edith.
Edith, all right. With Edith on their side and as well as Lilia, a lot of peel, a lot of ways to kind of just set things up for the Nibiru's Passion. I guess they're still going to be playing for the gold lane, no questions asked. Orange Esports, on the other hand, do they want to lock in their mage first, or do they have something else in mind?
If they want to give Lola Melissa, I think this is the time to lock it in, because now that SUHAZ have seen it once and they know that this is a hero Lola can actually be quite terrifying with, I think they would ban it out in the second phase rather than going for mage bans like you normally would expect. But Orange Esports still going to lock in the Eve anyway.
I think that's fair. I think, you know, locking in the Eve is pretty good at this stage of the game because, again, if SUHAZ Esports, the only things that they can generally ban is going to be things alongside of Popo and Koopa. And if they get rid of Melissa, that leaves both Clint as well as Brody open. And I guess it's a pretty decent matchup. It's not the worst in the world. It's very possible to win, and you actually come into the laning phase with an advantage.
Well, we'll see whether or not SUHAZ Esports decide the Melissa was enough of a problem to really ban it out. Orange banning out the Yuzong makes sense because they don't want the Black Dragon form to stop the real-world manipulation too easily. SUHAZ, they can ban out gold lane options. They can go for... what else would they want to ban out at this point?
It's a little tough to say. I mean, they've got their mage, they've got two flex picks. They're not 100% sure, which is making it difficult to decide. But instead, they're going to be banning out the Melissa straight away. They're just going to focus down on the gold lane for as long as possible.
Alright, so it looks like I did read that correctly. SUHAZ considered Melissa to be a bit of a problem in the hands of Lola. Gonna ban that out. So since Orange did not lock it in that first phase, Lola is going to need to pick something else. Not too big of an issue, considering that Lola's performance on the Melissa has far outscaled anything else we've seen from him in previous weeks. This could be a blow to Orange Esports.
Let's see whether or not if it's going to be. It looks like this ban phase has been taking some time here. Hopefully a technical issue doesn't come on through, but there we go. We see the Melissa now. We have a couple more seconds until we see the next ban coming in from Orange Esports, who have priority, and it's going to be Cho.
An interesting choice. Yes, Eevee can play the Cho, but I really don't feel like it's something he would prioritize at this point in time. I would have considered banning out something like the Esmeralda instead, since it's a pretty solid counter to the Eve. So I guess we'll see what Orange Esports has in store. As now SUHAZ is going to consider their final ban. Will they go for another ban onto one of Lola's heroes? Or will we see them ban out the glue away from Born like last game?
Yep. I think that just might be the case. And speaking of keeping them away, Glue gets banned out. And Glue is really good at just going into that split form, surviving the damage, get that pick, pull them out of position to hand it over to his teammates. Orange Esports now hovering over Alucard.
Are they actually going to lock this in here? This would be quite a thing, considering that the only player who plays the Alucard in MPL is Link Eza. Kind of curious what else Gary has in his pocket, since of course we've only seen one hero from him so far. Orange Esports still looking for the potential jungler. We can see the retribution on the Paquito, but still not too certain if that's going to truly be the case, as the Uranus gets locked in.
The Uranus gets locked in first, and that kind of predetermines what the lanes are going to look like. Uranus in the EXP, we're having Ruby Roam, and Paquito in the jungle, which just leaves the gold lane matchup to be decided in the very last rotation. SUHAZ Esports, they're hovering over the Diroth once again. Is it going to be Diroth jungle coming out from box?
That is a possibility and would work pretty well against the Ruby and Uranus, since these tanky, high armor heroes would instantly get shredded by the Diroth, and it has worked out very well for SUHAZ the past couple times they went for it. Going for the Esmeralda makes sense. It is indeed the Diroth getting locked in.
All right. So Diroth does get locked in and goes on to box. He's going to look for these big assassinations, right? He needs to start shredding armor. Somebody else on his tide will either help him dive or just chunk out the members that he leaves behind to the Lilia or even the Beatrix. I guess, you know, both Beatrix as well as Lilia are going to be the saving grace for people who need to go that close to a composition like OE.
SUHAZ Esports, their complete lineup here is looking really intimidating. There is just so much damage coming out from it, and a fair amount of frontline too, with the Edith and the Esmeralda towards the late game. Orange Esports gonna complete their draft by locking in the Clint for the gold lane. So Lola, let's see if he's able to replicate his success on the Melissa with Clint.
So far, I don't know. I feel a little torn between the two drafts. I do like Orange Esports' draft. It's very meta. It's very good. SUHAZ, it's a little tougher to say, right? Because on this jungle Diroth, how in the world is he going to get in the middle? There's just so much peel for the side of Orange Esports.
Well, he doesn't really need to be in the middle. He just has to shred down the armor and allow Zed to take care of the rest. That is the combination that Diroth can have with physical damage carries. But Box is pretty terrifying on this hero in his own right. As we prepare to enter into game number 2, SUHAZ, one game up, have a pretty solid mid-game team, but late game is where they're really gonna come online and dish out tons of damage, whereas Orange Esports has, as you mentioned, a pretty meta lineup, pretty default. The Paquito jungle from Gary, will it prove to be more successful than his Fanny in game number 1?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second game of this best of 3 of today. It's looking good. It's going to be SUHAZ Esports on the blue side, Orange Esports on the red side, and it looks like that, you know, the junglers are going to be doing the traditional starts. Paquito on that orange, and Diroth is going to go straight to that purple.
In terms of emblems, doesn't look like either team is doing anything particularly unusual. This is probably the most normal looking set of emblems I have seen in quite a while.
Yeah, I have to agree with you there. And now Diroth already on that first move is going to get that Litho Wanderer fast and quick, as Lola needs to be oppressive in lane. And the same goes for Born and Eevee. It's going to be a quick wet noodle fight down on bot side, but I'm interested to see how top fares.
Yep, top side is going to be the big question, because Beatrix and Clint do match up pretty well 1v1. Hold on though, AJ doing a lot of damage to Mun, and the Ace comes in, forces the flicker out with the onward.
Yep. Next wave. Oh no, Born. He is in trouble. The Ionic Edge comes on out. He's going to regenerate his health, but Eevee is getting very close to killing Born. Born should see Min walking up. He's going to take a little bit of that energy shield, get a little bit of gold, and then get on out of there.
That was really risky play by Born. He was very confident that he would be able to survive that, deciding not to back off until the very last sliver of HP. Even a slight miscalculation there, and he would have easily become first blood.
Yep. Gold Crab going to be given away. Ooh, Gary manages to take it right under Box's nose. And now what's the next plan? Because SUHAZ Esports, they're just hovering around, and there's only 8 more seconds for the turtle to spawn.
I think what's important is that Gary just used his retribution right in front of SUHAZ Esports. Box is aware of this, and the turtle is up. He knows that the enemy team's retribution is on cooldown, so he has no calms taking this first turtle. Gary, they're aware of of that. Just gonna give it over and go for the gank onto Zed instead.
Yep, both Gary, Lola, as well as Mon and Min controlling this top side of the map. SUHAZ Esports starts walking up to kind of contest, but luckily nobody has to die just yet as the ace is here to push them away.
I'm wondering if Gary is a bit quick on the trigger finger with his retribution. Yes, using it off cooldown to secure objectives when the enemy is nearby is a solid choice. But on the river crab and not even the large one, I'm not sure if it's worth using.
You know, any gold is good. You know, at the end of the day, it's all about getting EXP and gold, and any little bit is going to help in their matchups. So far, it's a little tough because Gary hasn't been able to get any ganks in just yet. And even when it comes down to Turtle, SUHAZ Esports managed to take that. So at this stage of the game, Orange Esports kind of can just take their time and just play for their gold laners. I don't think anything is going to be happening down on bot side other than the fact that Eevee is dominating this lane.
The problem is if Orange Esports continues to play passively, their late game is not as strong as that of SUHAZ. Even just the Beatrix Clint lineup is going to be very heavily Zed favored.
Yep, Gary, he should chase this. No, but instead he doesn't realize there isn't communications with the team. What is going on here? As Orange Esports, they notice the ace now caught out with the on-win and a quick flicker with the Earth Shatter from the ace. Great setup.
Yep, instantly pick off Min. So that's going to be first blood going over to SUHAZ Esports. Again, I do agree with you that Gary should have chased down the Esmeralda, but a fight is going on where they pick off Gary as well. Orange Esports, their passiveness is now costing them.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's just a lack of communication there. The rest of Orange Esports, especially Min and Mon, should be communicating that, hey, we see them topside. They're coming to us. You can actually go and take that fight. Born, on the other hand, ends up dying as Eevee has absolutely demolished this lane. Oh, they got everything out of him. Everything. The Purify, the Consecration as well. Orange Esports now planning to rush. They find the initial pick onto the ace, but it's just not worth their time. Real world manipulation to slow them down. But now they get one neutral objective back, and finally we are seeing a bit of a win for Orange Esports.
Yeah, but they had to use so many ultimates and not even get a kill onto the ace there just to secure the second turtle of the game. I don't think SUHAZ mind this too much, especially since Lola is way out of position, forces the flicker out of him.
Yeah, that's a really weird time to actually use. I mean, he wanted to be aggressive with it, but now AJ is going to run him down with Doom and Gloom as he takes his black shoes all the way back. Lola managing to survive that dive, and look, Eevee now on the receiving end of a 2v1.
Yeah, but Eevee is still surviving. He's buying so much time. Unfortunately, might have misjudged the distance of the double jab. Gary finally gets the kill onto Eevee.
Yep, and that was for earlier as he walks away and continues on his farming path. Going to be taking the gold crab at the same time. I don't know. The way that it seems, it feels like Orange Esports is trying not to make mistakes, but they shouldn't. That's what they should be doing. Gary now starting to feel himself.
Yep, Gary finally starting to play a little bit more aggressively. ADA is going to be able to defend this tower, but another minion wave comes in. This will allow Gary to finish things off and Born to zone out the ace as well as Eevee as they pick off Zed as well.
This is perfect. This is perfect. Orange Esports is coming up online at the right time. Falling Star move coming in from Eevee isn't going to connect as Born manages to hop on out of that fight. But look at topside. They've got that kill. They're waiting for the next wave. They proxy the following wave, and they should be able to get that turret as well.
Yep, this is the kind of early game aggression that Orange Esports needs to take advantage of when they have a Paquito jungle. As we already highlighted, late game, SUHAZ are going to be stronger, so they need as much advantage as they can get.
Yep. Oh, Gary's so close to actually finishing off the ace, who manages to get out of Phalix just in time to create the distance and the shields needed to survive. With that being said, that's going to be top tier 1 going over to Orange Esports. They need to start making some moves here. They've got one neutral objective and 2 turrets for themselves. They need to crack up. Wait, Lola's in trouble. He's locked in a 1v1 against Box, and that's not what you want to see.
Yeah, but 1v1 against Deroff is typically not going to end well for you if you are not a direct counter. And means Lola instantly gonna get picked off. But since SUHAZ were rotated towards the top side to secure that, it will allow Gary to get another turtle.
Lola gave that up pretty quick. I think he could have survived if he just used his flicker, hold on to his recoil, but I guess he got caught after using the trapping recoil, which probably said, all right, there's no point wasting my flicker here. I'm probably just going to get run down anyways.
Yep, overall though, RNG Esports doing a pretty good job here. They're slightly ahead in terms of net worth, but not by enough to really make a difference. Eevee is still going to continue to be a nuisance, but the I'm Offended catches out the Esmeralda and forces the Falling Star Moon out to escape from Gary's damage.
Gary continuing to stomp on through. He's got more than enough. He's a level ahead of Box right now, and he needs to start making the plays with the rest of his team. Born can only do so much participating, but I think he should be proxying the waves more than trying to help press the advantage into the jungle. The tier 1 for mid is important to get in there.
Yeah, absolutely. Born should be split pushing the waves right now because Gary has enough damage to not really need the Uranus. And you can see that RNG Esports, they're playing very confidently now. They've got 4 members down here to try and see if they can shove in a structure.
Yep, they are speeding up the tempo of this game, and that's what you want to see from RNG Esports. Mid-tier 1 being held strong by SUHAZ until 45 more seconds till the next Lord comes through, and RNG Esports are like, no, we want a tier 2. Give it to us.
Eevee trying to defend, but this is a 1v4 situation. The rest of SUHAZ coming in, but the tower taking a lot of damage, and Lola has the range to very quickly finish it off. Luckily for oh, he does manage to get it, and they will instantly retreat as Gary gonna get a kill on Zed 1v1.
Yep, that's good. That's good to see. Min getting the initial I'm Offended onto Eevee, so he can't keep up his onslaught onto either Man or Lola. It's going great. Box and the ace finish off Gary this time, and Born a little, just a millisecond off for trying to peel them away with the Ionic Edge.
They get the kill onto Gary, but SUHAZ aren't out of the water just yet as the ace gets caught out. I'm Offended. They're gonna go straight in. Real world manipulation doing a lot of damage. Box gonna get targeted down as the double kill goes in. They pick off both Box and the ace at once. Min going to be able to escape as well.
Lola is feeling himself. He's dishing out so much damage using that trap and recoil to close the distance, get the quick draw off just in time to be taken off the big targets like Box. Now remember, the animations for Box's abilities do take some time. It's not something that you can just animation cancel and get the damage straight away. It's not as easy as that.
Yep, Lord gonna go into the hands of Gary, and RNG Esports, they're finally starting to feel themselves here. This is exactly the kind of gameplay we've been expecting from them in their Game 2 meta. And SUHAZ Esports, they gotta try to hold on. Their late game is still going to be more solid than their opponents, but they're already 3k behind.
Yep, Born is coming into a good position as he's evened up his overall score against Eevee, and now he should be more stable in that 1v1. The question is, what is the build from Eevee? I'm guessing very traditional talisman, and then after that just full tank items. Unless he decides to go for Calamity Reaper, then I think it's a bit strange.
AJ kind of out of position there, forced to use the Black Shoes early and then the Flicker just to make sure he's not caught out by Orange. Those are very valuable resources, and without them, Orange Esports now invading into the jungle, taking camps away and applying a lot of pressure onto SUHAZ. Even the real world manipulation getting the killing spree onto Eevee.
Yep, weird moves coming in from SUHAZ Esports. It looks like they've lost their direction and now are getting overwhelmed by the split pushing coming in from Orange Esports. They can't make a decision just yet, and Orange Esports are rolling over them with it. They start walking up to get this inhibitor, and if they do, it will be a huge win, but AJ manages to clear it out. Now they find that back line as we see Gary and Born running straight into it. They peeled them off, got one, and an inhibitor turret at the same time.
Yep, they're gonna back off there, but that was huge for Orange Esports, just forcing their way in. The I'm Offended putting Zed fully out of position, and even though the rest of SUHAZ were attempting to zone Orange off of their marksman, well, Born was there in the back line getting the kill, and without the AoE from the Beatrix, they're not going to be able to clear up the wave fast enough to ensure that the inhibitor survives.
Yep, Eevee traditional Esmeralda build, but as you can tell, Born with the Radiant Armor is making much more work. AJ and Eevee do not stand a chance against him at this stage of the game. He's able to tank through all that damage, and he's even got a Dominance Eye, so you can't even heal off of him.
Yeah, this is such a interesting reversal of fates compared to game number 1, as SUHAZ are being very quickly forced into a corner. Real world manipulation slows them down. AJ can't even pop the black shoes.
Yup, Min has been getting some good catches and continues to stop any aggression that SUHAZ Esports applies on them. If they jump in, he taunts. There's nothing you can really do about that. This Ruby pick is really stopping them in their tracks. And Gary trying to go on that 1v1 against Eevee. It's not looking good for Eevee so far as they get the final inhibitor. And SUHAZ Esports, they are in critical condition.
They are in a lot of trouble, that's for sure. 20 seconds until the Luminous Lord spawns and their crystal is completely exposed. They can't even push out to deal with it because Born is doing such a good job of delaying Eevee down here in the bottom lane. They have to try though, because giving this Lord away to Orange is an instant loss for SUHAZ.
Yep, this Lord has spawned. It's a Luminous Lord as well. 12 minutes into the game as Orange Esports have sped things up in the mid game as transitioning into late. The Ace sees it, but there's literally nothing that he can do, and now he's in trouble and at risk. Min manages to taunt him once again. It's the Minmon show, baby.
Yep, and now Born zoning them out, almost killing Box as well. They're now pushing straight in. Orange Esports, unfortunately, not able to get another kill, but it does not matter to them because they got the Lord. The base is exposed. Born, he's so confident. He's just standing there in front of all the members of SUHAZ.
And finally, Box's 100% win rate on Diroth might be coming to an end right here. AJ now getting a Genius Wand. It's not going to really do much at this stage of the game. Falling Star Moon does fall onto Mondo. Born, he's getting low, but Lola has more than enough damage to start picking them off. With Lord crashing through, they need a reset. High ground defense comes at a cost.
Yeah, this is going to be SUHAZ Esports' swan song. Lord is on the crystal. Min jumps in, gets 3-man. I'm offended. Nibiru's passion doesn't do anything. Lord is still alive. Crystal dropping low, and Orange Esports breaks it open in a reversal of the face to once again bring it to game number 3.
They do it again, and they do it consistently. They bring it 1-1 against SUHAZ Esports. A good game coming out from Orange. A shaky start, but finally some solid momentum.
That was exactly the kind of performance we're expecting from Orange, to be able to even things out. Really well done. Even though at the beginning of the game things look a little bit shaky, once Gary started to get a bit more of that confidence, once he had that damage and scaling on the Paquito, going for the 1v1 kills, that's when SUHAZ started to fall apart.
This Ruby pick coming in from Min, he makes magic happen. He has been catching them so often, slowing down the aggression and cutting off reinforcements from SUHAZ Esports. He's reading them very, very well. And now, as we move in towards Game 3, Orange Esports, if they get a draft like that again, they might be able to take a full series for themselves.
Yep, that's what we always say when Orange is able to get victory in game number 2, but something always happens to drop the ball. I'm hoping that's not the case here, because this is the kind of Orange Esports all of us want to see moving on into the MPL.
Oh, absolutely here. Woo! As the teams are going to be reevaluating what the drafts are, I think it's really going to come down to just the drafts. In terms of micro, I do think SUHAZ is a little bit better overall, but that draft from them isn't going to work anymore. I don't think that the Diroth is going to be good enough, especially when it's up against Paquito. Let's look at the item builds and predetermine what it was just to get some confirmation.
Yep, overall, this was a very quick game compared to game number 1, lasting only just under 14 minutes. And Orange Esports come out on top very powerfully with the 12 kills compared to only 5 on the side of SUHAZ.
Yeah, I mean, Eevee was doing such a good job at just keeping Born in check, and afterwards, just one gank really turned things around. Oh man, Eevee's going to be ending the game at level 12 compared to Born at level 14, 2k ahead of him.
Yep, I'm actually really impressed because, as you mentioned, in the early game, Eevee was just zoning Born out of lane so evidently, and just a really strange reversal, but really well played to Orange, recognizing that they need to up the momentum, knowing that Gary is going to be stronger than Box in the jungle, because while The Derov is really good at 1v1. Paquito is even better, especially if he has a slight farm advantage. Once they got that, they used Min and Man to start delaying the rest of the team. They know that Zed is going to try to look for farm on his own because SUHAZ likes to roam together without him to make sure that the marksman can get his farm. So Gary can very easily get these 1v1 solo kills, and that's why Zed ended up with a 0-3 KDA.
It's a feels bad here. Let's not forget that Days actually decided to go for the roam blessing of encourage instead of the traditional conceal. I guess he wanted the extra attack speed for Box, so he's able to get that third hit from his passive. That's the only reason I can think of, because attack speed generally isn't that great for Beatrix because you still have, it doesn't reduce the time for you to reload.
Another thing that I would like is that both Min and Born got the Radiant Armor just to deal with the Lilia and Esmeralda a bit more. But MVP for this game gonna go over to Man on the eve, 75% match kill participation. We didn't manage to talk about him very much earlier, but in addition to Gary and Min, the real world manipulation, the void crystals to catch up people hiding in the bush, to set up fights for the rest of his team were really valuable for Orange Esports to take control of the battlefield.
No, I think it was really good because the real world manipulations were not wasted. They were used very effectively, and more so once Orange Esports had the information from which direction SUHAZ Esports was going to attack, that's when you expect the real world manipulation to get dropped.
Yep, I think Man did a very good job there. The Min-Man combo still continuing to be terrifying on the Land of Dawn. And if the rest of the team of Orange Esports is able to maintain the same kind of confidence they had in this game, we might be seeing Orange pick up their finally their first victory.
Well, let's see if they're even going to make it that far here. But well done once again to Man on his eve. General build, I think that's the thing, right? The utilitarian build, going for the Ice Queen's wand into Glowing Wand, making sure that he is just chunking people out and continuing to persist with damage, right? Nobody can really heal from it. The burns continue to go. Even if you're in, even when you come out from the Black Shoes, you still feel that burn, which is unfortunate because Lilia doesn't have a lot of health.
Yep, that really did make a lot of difference. We could see in these fights, even though SUHAZ starts off strong, once they realize, we've been standing in the real world manipulation a little bit too long and taking so much more damage than they anticipated that they instantly have to back off. And it's very difficult to escape because Min is always waiting there to grab people with the I'm offended. Not to mention Born separating the fight, zoning out SUHAZ just with his sheer bulk and not allowing them to take these fights the way they wanted to.
And in these last fights, you can already see how effective the real world manipulation is. Oh boy, it just zones off an entire section of the map for SUHAZ Esports, and they cannot engage through there. I mean, well done to Orange Esports once again. The classic 1-to-1. They always are able to scrape a game off.
Yep, so it's gonna come down to game number 3 to decide who is going to win this one. Will SUHAZ, with Zed in their lineup, be able to bring things back and secure their victory in game number 3? Or will Orange finally find the momentum they were looking for and solidify their first victory?
Well, there's only one way to find out, as both teams are going back to take a bit of a break, reanalyze their drafts for this upcoming final game 2 of the day. In the meantime, we're going to take a short break, and when we come back, more MLBB action.
Like a blizzard, we march far. We will survive! Ha! Ha! Taste the frostbite! Back off! The snow shall rain. Taste legendary! Taste my royal station! Taste my royal turret is under attack! Imperial justice! Imperial justice! Leave it to me! Taste the
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you'd be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
Orange Esports does it again, but will they be able to finally bring it all the way? Welcome back to MPL Malaysia Season 9, ladies and gentlemen. My name's Stafa. Once again with me is Gideon, here to present you guys with some intense MLBB action, which is all possible thanks to our amazing sponsors, the official gaming chair, Secret Lab, partners in esports, TikTok Alive, Esports Charts, and EGG Network, and our co-organizers, ESI.
Thank you so much for making this event happen. Beautiful arena, lovely audience to accompany us here. It's so good to have them pump up the environment, especially with some good games happening up on screen. But as you mentioned before at the beginning of the show, Orange Esports does it again. They seem to be so good during Game 2. I don't know what's stirring them up. It feels like out of all the wins we've seen thus far, this has been an extremely convincing one from Orange Esports.
Yep, the question is, are they able to keep that up after all? Having a look at the previous match recap, the damage numbers are not that high overall because it was a very quick game, but we do have to highlight the MVP of the last game, Man on the Eve, doing 50,000 damage.
Now that's a lot of damage there coming out from Mon, but let's not forget, the setups coming in for Min has really slowed down how generally SUHAZ Esports want to play the game. And unfortunately for Box, he doesn't get those 1v1s he so desperately needs, especially against people like Clint. And even when he's playing against Clint, there is a lot of counterplay. The trapping recall is such an effective ability when you have it off of cooldown and timed just right.
Yep, Clint still continues to be a very consistent marksman in the gold lane, just not really picked up quite as often these days because his scaling in the late game is not that effective. But up until that point, he does a lot of DPS, and I think Lola was doing a pretty good job there. In comparison, this is probably Zed's worst performance so far. To no fault of his own, he was just getting hunted down the entire game.
Yeah, I think Gary really stepped up this game. Something about him in the middle of it, the early, he was kind of just playing a little really passive unnecessarily, and then finally, once he got his 2 items, that's when you see him really start to pop off and feeling the confidence and taking them out one by one. SUHAZ definitely got a little confident and unfortunately sloppy at the same time.
I think now that we've seen this happen, the Paquito pick is going to start being a bit more contested by both teams. Since SUHAZ already seen, Gary is quite dangerous with this hero, and it's something that Box can play quite comfortably. I wouldn't be surprised if the hero was just banned out by whichever team is going on the blue side this time.
Yeah, but let's not also forget that the Diroth win rate in the jungle by Box himself, well, set by Box himself, has dropped down significantly to a 66.66%. So, I don't know. Well, the win rate is tanked.
Yep, it sure is, and I don't think SUHAZ are going to be returning to that in this series. They're going to need to change things up. I don't think giving Min a hero that can set up things that well, like the Ruby, is going to be safe for SUHAZ Esports. They can't afford him to make those aggressive early to mid-game plays. Otherwise, they're going to find themselves floundering like they did in game number 2.
Well, let's see how they play this out once again on the winning side for SUHAZ Esports on the red, where they were able to achieve their first win against Orange Esports. Hopefully that's going to change as Orange Esports need to think of a counter draft, especially after game number 1. They're still banning out that Ollis. They don't want to give Box that scaling.
Yep, they're gonna start off with that. Won't be surprised if SUHAZ ban out the typical red side bans. The Selena going to be their first choice. Probably gonna be followed up by the Valentina and maybe the Lancelot.
Yeah, no, we have to take into consideration the very first game between SUHAZ Esports and Orange Esports, where they decided, you know what, Kufra jungle is the way to go, especially if we're going to let Fanny through.
That is true. That's an option SUHAZ Esports can still make at this point. Orange Esports going to ban out the E. They're on the blue side this time. There's a very high chance that SUHAZ will lock it in themselves. And since Man is going to very personally know how effective the hero is, they're not going to let it through.
Yep. Now let's see what SUHAZ Esports is going to get rid of. I'm assuming Valentina. They don't want to let that through. But if they do let it through, hey, you know, I'm not complaining. I love seeing myself some Valentina.
Absolutely. The gameplay on Valentina is always really fun to watch. It's just sad that the hero is so strong right now that we never are going to get to see her. Well, one can dream either way, as looks like, yep, Valentina going to be the choice for SUHAZ Esports.
All right, now it's time for OE here. Where are they going to lean towards? Are they going to change their bans from the last time? I don't think so. They could be banning out Lancelot. They could decide to keep it open. It's really up to them. Although we are seeing a little bit of diversity coming in from Gary, right? Like initially, okay, hey, he plays the Fanny. All right, that means he does play assassin-style junglers. He does an outstanding performance, very similar to Geekfam's Burpee on that Paquito. And now they decide to ban out Cho.
So they are leaving both Lancelot and Fanny open and allowing SUHAZ to be the ones to make the choice. since they don't know whether or not Gary can really play the Lancelot just yet. This is an interesting decision there. SUHAZ, I think the smartest choice here would be just let both of them through, lock one in for themselves, and that does look to be the choice they're making. They ban out Min's Franco.
All right, choices need to be made here. Fanny let through the draft. The first ban phase, actually, once again. Where's Orange Esports going to put their priority on?
And this is where we'll get to see it. Does Gary like the Fanny or the Lancelot more? Guess what? It's the Lancelot. So the Fanny is open for SUHAZ Esports. But I'm not sure if this is a hero that Box is that comfortable with playing, so I guess we'll find out.
I mean, the only time we've seen him actually touch Fanny was during Season 8, and even then he wasn't able to win that game. We could be seeing another Fanny again, but I would like to see how SUHAZ Esports play for this early to mid game with a Fanny.
Yeah, it would help out a lot because Lancelot, his early to mid game is going to be really terrifying. SUHAZ Esports need an answer to that. Honestly, at this point, even the Kufra jungle is still on the table since Lancelot has high mobility.
Yeah, all eyes are now on Eevee. It's like, are you gonna do the smooth thing again? Are you gonna play Fanny in the EXP lane?
There's also the Phoveus open since Orange didn't get to ban it out this time. Not a bad choice, but SUHAZ going for the safe pick. I do agree with them locking in the Ruby first. Don't want to give that over to Min again. Still gonna give AJ the Lilia.
Yep, I think that's fine. Generally, with Yves not on the board, at least Mon is going to be as effective as he did in the previous game. Let's see what he's going to be locking in this time. It could be Kagura, Kadita, as we saw in game number 1. Could be very similar, just a bit of different flavors.
There's also the Beatrix still open for Orange Esports, and we know that Mon, he likes to play that Beatrix mid, so they might just lock it in as a bit of a flex choice here. Guess we'll find out as the second take down. That on top of Min's hero is what I think Orange should prioritize right now.
Well, let's consider that SUHAZ Esports have generally been playing for their gold lane, their side lanes as we call it. And Orange Esports, they lock in the Brody and as well as the Uranus. I think they might actually want to go for the 50-50 matchup. I would love to see Zed pick Clint and go and try to out-mechanic Lola in lane.
Yeah, that would be quite a sight to see, but I like this draft from Orange Esports. They know that Zed might actually be a bit more comfortable on the Brody as compared to the Beatrix, so they're gonna steal it away from him since they already know that they are able to deal with Zed's Beatrix if they're able to catch him unaware. The Paquito is still open, so if SUHAZ don't ban it out in the second phase, then Gary can just do that once again.
I think Paquito's pretty good here for SUHAZ. It does well against both Brody and as well as Lancelot, but Esmeralda instead is going to get locked in. Born did play a pretty strong Uranus game mid to late. The early stage, that laning phase, is where Eevee really took the game away.
Yeah, so I think SUHAZ will try to give Eevee a little bit more help going into game number 3 just to ensure that Born isn't able to really start coming online and becoming a nuisance in the mid to late game. Second phase of bans now going to be coming out for both teams. SUHAZ has the first choice of what to ban out. Orange still looking for a roamer and a mage, so the Kadita is going to be the first one banned out.
Okay, fair enough. Get rid of the counter pick coming in for Lilia. That's very understandable here. If they get rid of Kagura, I think we understand where they're going to put their priorities here. Orange Esports, this time they're going to be banning out the Beatrix. Yes, Brody technically can actually deal with Beatrix in the lane, but most of the time what happens is that it becomes a stalemate. Beatrix doesn't really want to walk up, uses the Renner, clears the wave, and Brody can't actually get the trades through. So better to get rid of it. And now the big question here, right? I want to see Zed either play Popo and Koopa or Clint. Either or is totally fine with me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with you. Since the Brody and the Beatrix are no longer open to him, that means we are 100% gonna see Zed on a hero we've not seen him play yet, as they now ban out the Farsa, so they are targeting down all of Mon's heroes here, and Orange finished things off with the Clint ban.
Okay, Zed, work with us here. Work with us. Show us that you can play Popo and Koopa. Show the versatility of your marksman pool. But first, before we even start considering about what Zed is going to play first, let's see. What are the other options in terms of jungles?
I think going for Paquito here is probably the choice for SUHAZ, right?
I mean, they can technically go for Ling if they want to. Hayabusa, arguably, as well.
they could, but it has been a while since we've seen Box on the Assassin junglers. Is it more important to prioritize the jungle or the gold lane at this point?
I think the gold lane, no matter what, is basically going to get like an either even matchup or a lane bully coming in from Zed. It's either Popo or Koopa or he plays something else. So...
okay.
Okay. So it looks like Popo and Koopa may not necessarily be in his pool, but I think at the very least, Carry is able to deal with Uranus. So...
It's able to deal with Uranus, but Carry against Brody 1v1?
Yeah.
That is gonna get absolutely shit on.
He's gonna, yeah, he's going to get demolished on. So, oh boy, you hate to see it, but okay. If I really thought about it, the only way Carry wins is if he can out-trade Mon at level 1, and even then, it's very dependent on what emblem he decides to take. We'll analyze it afterwards, but we are going to see Sicilian instantly locked in for the side of Orange Esports, and they need one more. They've got the scaling on their side. They need a support. Lolita, absolutely perfect.
Yeah, that's gonna be really good because it straight away just counters the Carry by being able to block all the projectiles. The Sicilian, a little bit more unusual to be played by Mon, because we know that Mon likes to play more of the early to mid-game scalers rather than a super late-game hero like the Sicilian. We'll be very curious to see whether or not it works out. But it is also true that Orange needs a late-game option since both Brody and Lancelot don't really scale that well.
Karina's actually not too bad. I guess they want to make sure that they shut down Lola in his lane. Mon, on the other hand, I mean, you know, Karina is able to close that distance very, very quickly. Even if she does decide to use her ult to get and close that gap onto Mon, she will generally win it unless Mon flickers away or does something. And then on top of that, the Shadow Dance, which gives her that movement speed to once again close that distance.
That is true. Going for the Karina means that they will be able to hunt down these squishier heroes in the early game. But it's been a while since we've seen Box play on an Assassin, and I'm not sure if we've seen the Box Karina just yet, so it's time for him to prove himself, and Zed as well on the Carry. If we once again look at the recap of both these teams' lineup, Orange Esports, their lineup is looking pretty solid. Their late game is going to come down to Sicilian as well as the Uranus, whereas on the opposite side, SUHAZ Esports going to be seeing Box playing on the Karina. This time they have the Ruby, so they're looking for the setups, but will they be able to catch out the more slippery members of Orange Esports in game number 3?
Is this going to be the first time we see Orange Esports win a series, or is SUHAZ going to be walking away with a 2-1? Orange Esports on the blue side, SUHAZ on the red. Let the games begin, and this is going to be a very important matchup. Look at that invade from Box, straight away going for the orange buff.
Yep, that's very aggressive, and the rest of his team is instantly coming here to try and stop Gary from taking the purple. Probably won't be successful, but will at least force... No, they're not going to be able to force the retribution out, as now Gary instantly looks to translate over to the Little Wanderer.
Yeah, he has no idea. Gary has no idea. Brody did not spot Karina take away the beetle camp from him, and now he's gonna walk. Notice, oh whoa, where did my jungle go?
Yep, looks like Box was able to successfully sneak out 2 jungle camps away from Gary, and if he's not able to rotate quickly for the vertical jungle, then the Lancelot is going to be behind Box in farm, especially since the Karina also has Demon Slayer.
All right, unfortunately at the end of the day, oh no, that's gonna be a kill. Zed's dead. There's no way he survives this, right? Lola just chases him down. Yep, perfectly done here. The ace needs to match Min. He is not allowed to walk around like that.
Yeah, especially to help out this Brody. It's already difficult for Zed to win the 1v1. A 1v2, well, the Carry is dead for sure.
Yep, and they also got the flicker out of Zed. So now there is potential for Orange Esports to actually re-dive the bottom side of the map. So SUHAZ have to be extremely careful. First, predetermine where Min is, and then they will know the movements of Orange Esports.
Yeah, but the ace is being a little bit less aggressive than usual here. Not really certain where exactly he wants to bolster, because he needs to focus on a lane right now. I don't think his jungler really needs a lot of help. But we'll see exactly what happens. We're gonna go into a pause for a moment. Looks like still a little bit of technical difficulty going on.
Based on the I want to say webcams, but the player cams here up on stage, it looked like Zed was having an issue with his phone. Not entirely sure what it was, but hopefully that issue did not cost him that lane, because now he's basically got no laning phase, and Brody is only going to continue to snowball. Wait, we fight, we never, okay. Surrender. Wait, is there more after this? No, perfect. We fight, we never surrender. That is the true way from Mr. SUHAZ himself in the audience, man.
Yeah, giving some support over to his team, to his players up here on the stage, but the rest of the audience looking very anxious to see how this game tree is going to turn out. That is going to be a pretty bad start for Zed. We already knew the carry would have a really tough time against a Brody, but dying like that on top of the flicker being expended means that the early game is basically lost for this gold lane.
Wait, Captain Shaja, support SUHAZ. I'm assuming SUHAZ, yes, because. Sorry, we're just live translating it for you. Because supports SUHAZ because of Captain Shah only. But now if you see on the bottom side, we see Zed already hitting that level 4. The immediate redive was here, but SUHAZ managed to actually defend it perfectly. That's great. Zed really needs this help.
Yeah, they managed to defend it, but that's going to be the entire gold shield melted down for Orange. While it's true they had to rotate everyone over, it doesn't look like they ended up losing any lanes. So I think Orange Esports are still going to come out on top a little bit there.
Yep, they did get the ult out of Mon. Brody's going to get a quick lane clear here. Is he ahead of Zed right now? Yes, he's slightly ahead of Zed, which is... It should have been another kill during the redive, especially when you have the torn apart memories, but I think SUHAZ managed to counter it just in time. So now Zed is still in a losing lane, but he's not as at risk as he was before.
What's going to happen now is that the Ace is going to mainly be playing around this middle river between the mid lane and the bottom lane, just to ensure that if any rotations come down towards Zed, he will be able to respawn. He misses the I'm offended, but zones out the Lolitas for just a little bit.
Yep, and now you can see Zed. He's just playing off the spinning light wheel at this point in time. He can get some damage onto Mon so far, and yes, it's good damage. Very, very good damage, especially since Min has plenty of HP that Carry's passive can actually profit off of. Box wants to secure this kill. All right, there we go. The ult just was not enough.
Yeah, but they were able to force out the Flicker, so the Flicker Numenon Blast is not going to be a threat for a little while at the very least. Gonna give SUHAZ a bit more peace of mind, but looks like Gary, since he knows that, hey, the Karina is down at bot lane, I'm gonna invade his jungle this time.
Oh wait, no, there's gonna be a 2v2 up inside. It's 3v1, 4v1. I don't think Lancelot should be able to get away for this for free. Let's see whether Gary can actually pull it off. The punctures are important, but he ends up dying anyways as Eevee sacrifices. He's already proxied the lane. He's one step ahead.
Yeah, I don't think Gary was going to be able to outplay that one. His death was certain. He tried to go for the aggressive jungle steal and was able to do so, but losing his life in exchange. I think his map awareness wasn't quite there yet. So that sort of aggression is what enabled Orange to win game number 2. So I'm hoping that's not going to stifle Gary's attempts to be a little bit more aggressive.
Oh, the I'm offended missed again. The Ace might be in trouble of dying here. Lola is going to get a couple more auto attacks, but unfortunately doesn't commit the torn apart. Oh wait, he already used the torn apart memories way earlier in that fight. So they already get the pick off of Min, which is great for SUHAZ because now it does mean that Carry is brought back in towards this game, slightly behind in gold, but not EXP.
Yep, good rotations from SUHAZ. They knew Zed needed some help, so they provided it. And we can see that they didn't really lose out in terms of map pressure on the other side of the map too. They actually are the ones with the net worth lead so far, so really good response by SUHAZ to make sure that Zed isn't out of the game straight away.
Yep, Eevee should be okay here. There's no point, there's no way he's dying, especially since he has Purify. SUHAZ continuing to play on the bot side of the map, and right now Eevee once again dumpstering the EXP lane. Born is struggling. He needs to get his first item before he is of relevance, but now Min is getting absolutely attacked. The Guardian's Bulwark ain't gonna protect him this time, and Lola can only do so much. Torn apart memories doesn't secure the kill onto the Ace either.
Yeah, good rotations. Again, they're only catching out Min, and the Roamer doesn't really mean too much in terms of farm right now, but it gives them more space to work on the map as Eevee really nice sidestepping, just not letting any of Gary's abilities hit him.
Now that's what we call some movement, as Eevee, once again, he's going to be dancing around that top side. Born is running out of mana to actually make an impact in this stage of the game, and more importantly so, without mana, he won't be able to use the Ionic Edge to clear out the wave. Now SUHAZ is going to turn their attention down up to the top side, right? You can see Zed, he is running up there. He wants to be a part and break that top tier 1, and if maybe getting into a team fight here might be a pretty good situation.
Yeah, Gary will be able to get out, still is able to secure the purple buff, but they've chased him away, zoned him off the turtle, which is now going to be spawning. SUHAZ will be able to start working on this box, already doing a fair amount of damage. The rest of the team zoning out Orange Esports.
Yeah, Zed has been doing a pretty good job despite having a well, not the best laning experience in the world, but now with the help of his team and the support required, he's back on his feet. He's kind of even the odds, and Eevee, he just has to hold pressure for himself, doing a good job at buying that time and even surviving the torn apart memories. Oh, he's gonna go straight on to mid. Oh no! Oh boy! Eevee has slowed down Orange Esports, and now Born is gonna have some trouble dealing with Zed. That true damage coming out from his passive is gonna be more than enough, but Born having to use his concentration early on to maintain health.
Yep, Eevee is right in his element here. The Uranus, the Esmeralda type heroes, he can play them all day. Sidestepping abilities, taking 1v3, 1v4 dives and surviving it is really, really impressive. And that amount of time he bought is going to allow SUHAZ to really start scaling in. Zed has already comfortably caught up and is now ahead of Lola in terms of levels.
Now I'm very curious to know what he's opting to build here. What is he prioritizing? AJ, he's going to be getting an Ice Queen's Wand to help increase the amount of peel, to buy that space and time for Zed later into the game, but generally it's just good for someone like Lilia. Once again, the tier 2's under threat. Ooh, the Am Offended lands on towards Born, but it really isn't going to prove too much as AJ continues to clear off the mid wave.
Yeah, Born was just collateral there. The Ace was using I Am Offended to pull the purple buff out of the pit to get the reset and just delay the Lancelot from picking this up as much as possible, allowing Vox to come closer. They want to see if they can look for the steal, and if not, go for a pickup.
Zed should, Zed should be able to break this on the next wave here, especially with how much support he's getting. Even Eevee is just waiting to jump into the middle of this fight. Technically, he could still be pushing down bot side, and I think that should have been the call from SUHAZ. But again, let's remember, Zed is the main win condition here for SUHAZ Esports.
Yeah, but it is still very risky because, hold on, Eevee almost gets taken out by the Sicilian ultimate, but is able to survive that. Born now scouting out the Lord, but he's out of position, gets caught out. As Fox goes in, a 4-man Numenon blast, but no one is here to take advantage of it. As now they go in, they see Lola, they have his eyes on him, but they get the kill onto Ruby. They pick off Lola, they pick off Min. Fox is still going, tries to go onto Man. He's now the one in a little bit of trouble, but his movement speed gets him out just fine.
I think this is the perfect time to go combo coming out of box, chaining those kills together, and that was the fastest flicker I've ever seen from Zed. He quickly phantom steps flickers to get away from the range of the torn apart memories because that was about to kill him.
Yeah, really well played by SUHAZ Esports there. Box is quite low here, going for this Lord. Could be dangerous if he's not careful, but is able to secure it with the Retribution. So SUHAZ Esports get the first Lord of the game. Orange not that far behind in terms of net worth right now, but this is starting to look a little bit dangerous.
Yep, looks like it's going to be the traditional carry build with the Endless Battle on top of the Demon Hunter sword. I'm pretty sure he's eventually going to get a golden staff to double up on the auto attacks and get more procs, but we'll wait and see.
Wouldn't be surprised if he went for something like a Wind Talker as well, but the Ace instantly getting caught out. The CC chain not allowing the Ruby to escape. So without that, it's going to be difficult for SUHAZ Esports to look for an engagement. And with the Lord pushing up top lane, I think they're going to want to use that as a distraction instead of attempting to escort it for structures.
Absolutely. I mean, SUHAZ, they want to play for the later stages of the game. They want Zed in the perfect position. They want Eevee to be able to scale nicely. And they played this mid transition into late quite well for now. The question is, how many mistakes can Orange Esports make before SUHAZ is cracking open the crystal?
Well, I guess we'll find out. Oh, that's a lot of damage. AJ is squishy, yes, but the Sicilian starting to scale up. Numanon Blast gonna miss on Eevee as he's going in for the 1v3. Almost picks off Man, forces out the flicker. He's trying to go for Born. Born not gonna be able to do too much here. The Esmeralda way outscales him at this point in game.
Yeah, and this is where you start to question the Lolita pick, right? It's like, yes, you can block all these projectiles, but as soon as Lolita's passive gives a teammate a shield, Eevee is just like, yes, give me more sustenance.
Yep, more shield for the shield goddess herself. The Ace still doing a good job of zoning out the rest of the team, but SUHAZ is gonna start slowing things down a bit. They probably want to wait for the next lord to really start pushing in on objectives, because while their team fighting is pretty strong, their split pushing is a little bit slower unless it's Eevee, and they want the Esmeralda alongside them to take a big fight.
Yep. Now Zed, as the rest of his team, is going to be pushing up. If they can open up this mid-tier 1, that's going to open so many possibilities of rotations through the enemy jungles, and I think that's what SUHAZ wants access to at this point of time. Orange Esports, once again, in Orange Esports fashion, don't want them to crack it open. They will sacrifice every other turret except for mid-tier 1.
We could see there that SUHAZ Esports was trying to make a bit of an illusion to Orange. They were trying to go for a 1v1 front-to-front fight, but they had the Karina waiting behind for an ambush. Unfortunately, it was Min that walked into the brush, so he wasn't able to get a free cheeky kill, luckily for Orange Esports.
Yep, they did crack open bottom mid-tier 2, which is great, but that's not what they're looking for. They're looking for something a bit more meatier. Something along the mid lane would be nice. 10 more seconds until the Lord comes through. Eevee needs to proxy this next upcoming wave and then join the fight.
Yeah, Orange Esports are going to be the ones in better position to start going for this. They have all 5 members here. We can see that Eevee, he's not going for the lane cutoff. He's actually waiting behind to see if Orange Esports goes for the retreat, or perhaps to go for a backline engagement if they truly invest for the Lord.
I think it's a little bit of a waste. I feel like SUHAZ understand that they're getting close to their power spike here. The moment they hit 38k, that should mean that the cores have all 4 items at that point in time. Let's
a beautiful cast by the Ace. 2-man I'm offended, pulls them back. Box going straight in. Gary doing some damage to the backline, but not enough. Wind of Nature already popped down by Zed. They're instantly having to do a retreat. All of them dropping real low in HP. And Orange Esports and SUHAZ both going to look for the disengage. Eevee still wants to see if he can catch off any stragglers, charging up the falling star moon, but Orange, they're already gone.
Yep, imagine if this was not the decision. SUHAZ Esports would have gotten the top tier 2, forced Orange Esports to make a decision, and if they try to rush it, SUHAZ can slow them down. They've already got the ace at this point in time, and now they have the Lord for themselves. Can they press the advantage? They find Born with a falling star moon. Box does it again. He finds the instant execute with the help from the proc from Zed. Oh, the ace, he gets the initial ton onto mid. The Sanguine Claws do not connect on anybody, but Box waits patiently for the right opportunity as Orange Esports playing it well, opening up each brush one by one systematically, but with the Luminous Lord crashing down on the bottom side, AJ looks to retreat.
SUHAZ were able to get the Lord, but they end up losing the ace, which means that they aren't able to continue on in the fight. Eevee, he spots out Min. He's gonna try to go for it here, but Man gonna be backing him up, and right now, the Sicilian is the primary threat on the side of Orange Esports. The only one really doing serious damage and preventing SUHAZ from going in for the all-out engage.
Yeah, but notice how Lord isn't dying as quickly as you would like it to. Like, yes, they've got plenty of damage with the bad impact, but they really need Lola here, and Lola is doing his best to chunk it down, but now, finally, mid-tier 1 is broken open, and now SUHAZ can instantly look to transverse the enemy jungle.
A lot of respect by both teams right now. They're not going for full 5v5 because they know that if they put themselves in a bad position, they have every possibility of losing the game straight away. The game is really starting to inch towards that point in time. And while hold on a second here.
Oh, the ace actually gets hit by the Numenor Blast. He hasn't been able to play the game. He finds the defender, pulls Sicilian back into the enemy lines, but Min survives the damage, gets his ult off just in time. They find a good pickup, but Orange Esports is the one that capitalizes, winning a 4v5 and getting a bot push.
I don't know how Man actually got out of that one without using his flicker, but that is going to be huge for Orange. A good attempt by DAs to pull back the Sicilian, but not successful. And as you mentioned, they end up losing a player as well as quite a lot of structure health down here in the bottom lane. SUHAZ are still ahead in terms of net worth, but Orange are taking these fights really well.
Yeah, right now Man is playing a really good game so far, anchoring the team down and guaranteeing the late game for Orange Esports. I'm surprised mainly because AJ didn't get his damage down in time. The burst just wasn't there, and I don't think he was expecting the Ace to go for a desperation play just before he dies. Zed, unfortunately, all of his auto attacks get blocked by Min with the Guardian's Bulwark. That connection between the twins really coming into effect.
Yeah, Min and Man still again being the backbone for Orange Esports, but the rest of the team starting to come online as well. They do have to watch out a lot for this Brody as well as the Lancelot, which can dive into their backlines. Although Zed, he's already gotten most of his items, he's still a very squishy hero, and if he's caught out of position, well, SUHAZ Esports' win condition is going to melt very quickly.
Now here we see Eevee on top of Born so far, and we can tell that Lola, he's getting the Deadly Blade, making sure that he can reduce some form of healing from the Ace, or at least from Eevee. Most importantly, if Zed even gets touched once, he's not going to get as much health as you would like. Born, he's playing with fire here. He can't deal with the damage Zed, and as well as Box is able to provide out. That's going to be a 5v4 matchup now. Orange Esports, unfortunately, how are they going to deal with this?
Well, Bon, unfortunately, forgetting that he's playing against a carry here, walks up thinking that he's invulnerable. Min almost gets caught out with the I'm offended, but it's fine. No. Box now going in, but he's gonna get caught out by the Numenon Blast as the Ace tries to delay them as much as possible. They're gonna pick off the Karina. He still has immortality. They find one more. Lola right on top of the Ace. The Ace.
Gary!
Gary comes in from the backline, gets the double kill. Box gets the Lord, but they get Box as well. That's gonna be a shutdown. 4 members of SUHAZ Esports down for the count.
Oh my god, Gary comes with a miracle play. 4v5. Oh my goodness. Sorry, no, 3v4. That's even more insane. Mon wasn't even close to the fight. Got zoned out by Eevee, who is the only one to hold them down. With the Lord Empowered minions, he's gotta clear it. Eevee sidesteps. They're gonna take him out. Orange Esports have done it. They find their win. The first one against the new SUHAZ Esports.
Orange Esports have done it. They have claimed their first victory of Season 9. You can see the fatigue and the emotion in their faces. Well played to Orange Esports. A valiant attempt by SUHAZ, but it looks like the draft this time favored Orange. The execution was on point. Let's have a look at what they had to say in the mic check.
Boleh tak? Nice! Satu, dua. Aku tarik dulu. Nice! Aku tarik dia. Nice! Nice.
Mid boleh, mid.
Aku tarik dulu. Bawa, first skill bawa. Bunuh, ulti bawa. Nice! Bodyguard! Nice! Nice. Woo! Satu.
Boleh.
Dua. Pop! Dia dah ulti. Turret. Sebelah Maib. Turret.
Mati tak? Backup. Nice. Nice! Boleh.
Boleh tu. Mati tu.
Abi, main.
Mati tu.
Aku Kau fokus dengan aku Lola.
Aku on dua. Aku belakang ni, aku belakang.
Aku dia. Aku dia. Mari. Aku dia. Tengah. Dapat. Cepat tu. Gun! Rotate! Nampak.
Dah.
Main. Flicker. Ruby flicker. Dia nak dua tahu. Dah. Kata dah.
Aku tak ada.
Kata. Nice! Nah.
Dah tak kena tag.
Jadi man. Boleh. Main go boleh. Go aku block. Nice. Kata.
Cukup.
Go. Tahan minion. TB.
Makan. Go!
2 markah yang berharga Tapi kemenangan yang cukup istimewa untuk pasukan Orange Esports. Anda bersama saya Sid dan juga salah seorang pemain daripada pasukan Orange untuk sesi temu ramah. Sekarang kita bersama dengan Min, bukan Man. Min, satu perlawanan yang cukup sengit. Apa perasaan Min sebentar tadi?
First, rasa syukur lah Alhamdulillah sebab sebelum ni kan kita orang kalah banyak kan. And then first kemenangan untuk kita orang, so kita orang happy lah sebelum ni.
Yes, dengan kemasukan Gary nampaknya merubah segalanya. Apa yang Min boleh cerita personality Gary ni?
Sebelum ni Gary pernah bermain dengan saya di MPL bersama tim Reborn Esports. And then dia bersama saya dengan di tim Hub. So mungkin daripada chemistry, daripada mekanik semua saya faham sendiri macam mana Gary-nya gameplay.
Alright, sebentar tadi kemenangan 2-1 terhadap pasukan SUHAZ. Bagaimana kalau Min nak cerita sedikit sebanyak draft untuk pasukan Orange menyebabkan kemenangan terhadap pasukan SUHAZ?
Sebenarnya kita orang rasa patutnya menang 2-0 je, tapi kita orang bagi chance kan. So daripada drafting benda biasalah sebab dari kita orang dah kaji dia orang, so itulah.
Alright, jadi tahniah sekali lagi diucapkan kepada Min. Tetapi sebelum kita melepaskan kepada Posho sedikit sebanyak kata-kata kepada penonton yang datang menyokong pasukan Orange dan juga yang menyokong ketika menonton live stream ini.
Kepada penyokong Orange Esports, terima kasih kerana support kita orang. InsyaAllah kita orang akan buat yang lagi terbaik untuk minggu yang akan datang. Terima kasih.
Yes, masih lagi panjang perjalanan untuk pasukan Orange. Adakah mereka mampu mengekalkan momentum ini? Tetapi kita akan pergi terlebih dahulu kepada post-show kita untuk cabaran yang lebih lanjut.
Kemenangan yang pertama buat Orange Esports. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga Lafel. Ya Allah Lafel, ini satu permainan yang Aisyah sangat-sangat excited tau. Sebab Aisyah nak tengok Orange menang dan akhirnya dia menang. Tadi.
Ya, dekat sini ini pun skrip kita letak kat tepi lo memang. Baguslah, Orange Esports dapat menang game yang hebat, good game daripada kedua-dua pasukan. SUHAZ main dengan sangat bagus. Tetapi ini menunjukkan pada bahagian late game tak boleh lakukan apa-apa kesilapan. Sebab walaupun Orange awal-awal sampai mid game kita pun rasa macam oh ini susah untuk Orange, tapi late game team fight tu mengubah segala-galanya.
Ya, sebab tadi kalau kita tengok permainan mereka pun ada sepatutnya yang game yang mereka tak sepatut masuk war. Tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan dulu item build untuk kedua-dua pasukan iaitu SUHAZ Esports dan juga Orange Esports.
Ya, dekat sini kita boleh cakap di mana Orange Esports berjaya untuk dapat 10 kill, SUHAZ berjaya untuk dapatkan 8. Walaupun kill tak banyak dekat dalam game ni, tapi percayalah banyak perlawanan yang ada banyak scrimmage antara kedua-dua pasukan dekat sini. Dan kalau kita tengok main dekat dalam game ni, walaupun tak ada kill, tetapi percayalah damage dia sangat-sangat besar. Dan Sicilian siapkan Ice Queen Wand. Boleh dikatakan hanya untuk pastikan pasukan SUHAZ Esports tak boleh nak kejar terlampau dalam kejar Lola dekat dalam game ni, di mana 4-1-4 itemization dekat sini fokus kepada Blade of Despair terlebih dahulu, kemudian Malefic Roar. Dua item ni sebenarnya adalah dia punya damaging item. Yes, dia ada anti-healing, tapi anti-healing tu seperti mana yang kita nampak, fokus untuk pastikan DAs dan juga EV tak boleh nak melarikan diri. Ada dekat dalam game ni Lola dia punya impact besar, tetapi Min dekat dalam game ni dia punya setup jauh lebih cantik.
Ya, sekarang ni kita saksikan pula post game stat.
Yeah. Post state tu dah lain. Tapi kalau kita tengok total heal SUHAZ Esports, EV dekat dalam game ni heal banyak kali. AJ juga dengan menggunakan dia punya black shoes dapat heal banyak kali. Main dengan Lola mereka keluarkan damage besar. Tapi sebenarnya saya terkejut. EV 71,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Dialah the carry. Tapi untuk Orange Esports, Lola dan juga Man keluarkan damage besar. Dan dekat sini unfortunately Z yang menggunakan carry 24,000 damage sahaja yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan. Dan numbers kalau kita tengok Syah sebenarnya banyak kita boleh cerita, tapi macam mana sekalipun yang last team fight menang kat luar terus push.
Sebenarnya dia start daripada mid game mid lane tadi yang tengah-tengah tu, lepas tu diorang terus push tu. Aisyah rasa macam wow.
Ya, sebab kalau kita tengok diorang berjaya untuk dapatkan 4 kill. Dan 4 kill, diorang nak respon balik dalam 40 saat. Tak sempat untuk diorang recover. Diorang cuma ada 1 minion tu, tapi 1 minion tu betul-betul membantu. Dekat dalam game ni, Man juga berjaya untuk dapatkan damage paling besar untuk pasukan Orange Esports. Sebab tu saya cakap, walaupun dia tak ada kill, tapi dia mengeluarkan banyak damage.
Kita saksikan MVP untuk game yang ketiga sebentar tadi jatuh kepada Orange Esports Gary dengan match KDA 5-1-1, match KP 60%, manakala match GPM 722.
Ya, dan macam mana kita nak cakap, Gary masuk dalam Orange Esports. Orange Esports berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan, dan last team fight Gary keluarkan impact yang sangat-sangat besar. Sama juga dengan Man, sama juga dengan Min. Pasukan Orange, I boleh cakap they deserve this win.
Dan Gary menunjukkan prestasi daripada game yang pertama.
Safe, tiba-tiba ada.
Saya tengah serius.
Okey.
Menunjukkan prestasi yang cukup baik di game yang pertama, sedikit off di game yang kedua, tetapi apa yang dia belajar pada game yang kedua menunjukkan game ketiga terus dinobatkan selaku MVP, dan kita akan terus masuk kepada highlight yang dirakam oleh Samsung
Galaxy A series. Terima kasih Syah. Dan kalau kita tengok dekat dalam game ni, saya punya criticism terhadap Orange Esports sebenarnya adalah di mana Min menggunakan Lolita. Saya rasa mereka kena play around Min lagi banyak, sebab Min sebenarnya dapat beberapa setup yang bagus, tapi setiap kali dia setup, dia punya follow up tu tak ada. Manakala untuk SUHAZ Esports, mereka main dengan confident, mereka sentiasa ke depan. Kita tengok Min selalu bila ada dia sendiri ke depan, mungkin salah Min, mungkin salah orang lain, Min berjaya untuk dapatkan 4 orang, tapi semua sekali terlampau jauh, tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa.
Ya, walaupun saya kadang-kadang agak surprise kenapa dia pilih hero Lolita, kerana game sebelum ni apabila dia menggunakan Lolita, bukanlah hero yang boleh create ataupun menangkap mana-mana pemain, tetapi lihatlah bagaimana penggunaan nominal blast. Lihat function dia sebenarnya dekat sini. Dia bukan saja boleh set up ataupun dia sebenarnya boleh melakukan sesuatu, dan kita lihat bagaimana satu nominal blast yang cukup baik berjaya mendapatkan beberapa pemain daripada pasukan SUHAZ.
Ya, walaupun kita nak puji Orange, tapi kat situ saya kena puji The Ace. Tengah-tengah dalam team fight tu, dia berjaya untuk menggunakan I'm Offended kepada Lola dan tarik terus kepada bahagian belakang. Tapi inilah dia punya point, inilah momen di mana pasukan Orange Esports double kill yang sangat-sangat penting bab kata kita punya caster dan juga save, berjaya untuk pastikan SUHAZ Esports mereka punya respawn timer hanya tinggal EV, seorang lawan dengan 4, tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa. Kemenangan pertama untuk Orange Esports.
Tapi sekarang kita saksikan untuk standing kedudukan kumpulan untuk Group A, di mana tim SMG masa lagi tempat pertama SUHAZ Esports, kedua MAB Esports, ketiga Homeboys dan Orange Esports akhirnya mendapatkan 6 mata.
Ya, dan dekat sini kita dah boleh nampak hanya satu perlawanan 2-1 dah banyak berubah. Perubahan pertama di mana SUHAZ Esports mereka di tangga kedua. Walaupun mereka kalah, tapi kalau mereka boleh kekal momentum mereka, kalau mereka boleh pastikan point lebih tinggi daripada MAB, mereka masih boleh pergi kepada bahagian upper bracket. Dan Orange Esports dengan kemenangan pertama, walaupun Homeboys 7-1, Orange Esports 1-7, tapi point mereka perbezaan 1 saja. Kalau Orange Esports terus dengan mereka punya kemenangan, dan kalau Homeboys tidak berjaya untuk dapatkan point lagi, Orange Esports bakal naik lebih tinggi daripada Homeboys.
Yes, dan nampaknya pasukan Homeboys terasa sedikit tekanan memandangkan hanya satu markah yang membezakan di antara pasukan Orange Esports dan juga pasukan Homeboys. Dan seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lafel, SUHAZ walaupun mereka tewas, tetapi strategi mereka tewas 2-1. Satu markah yang cukup berharga yang perlu dikumpul untuk pastikan dia boleh berada di dalam kedudukan yang sangat-sangat selesa.
Jadi kalau kita tengok statistik ini pun, kalau Orange Esports kekalkan momentum, mungkin dia akan naik satu tangga dan menjatuhkan Homeboys. Tapi itu semua terpulang kepada performance mereka lah.
Ya. Dekat sini dia happy dengan sedih at the same time. Diorang happy sebab diorang masih ada peluang untuk masuk pada playoff, tapi dia yang sedih sikit, mereka kena harapkan pasukan Homeboys yang kalah. Jadi dia still dalam keadaan yang susah di mana rezeki mereka atas tangan pasukan lain.
Yes, bukan itu saja, malah selepas ini perlawanan untuk pasukan Orange, mereka akan berhadapan dengan kesemua pasukan daripada Grup B, di mana kita pun daripada awal mengatakan Grup B mempunyai pasukan yang cukup kuat. Mampukah mereka mengekalkan momentum? Kita akan masuk kepada minggu yang ke-6.
Uish, tak sabar rasanya sebab sebenarnya masa menunggu saat-saat genting tadi, Aisyah dah menjerit kat belakang ni.
Itulah. Ini sebenarnya kita punya cawan diganti kan?
Oh, dah diganti
cawan tadi
kan?
pecah.
Tadi pecah.
Pecah macam mana?
Dia betul-betul genting.
Selamatkan sebelah sini ada extra. Letak macam
Orange
ni je.
macam tu. Ya Allah.
Baik.
Minta maaf kau menonton.
Tapi kan kalau walaupun Orange
Kalau
menang
walaupun.
dan sabar no.
Kalau walaupun, alright.
Okay, walaupun Orange Esports menang untuk match yang kedua seperti tadi, apa kata kita tengok rookie untuk tim SUHAZ pula? Macam mana Z punya performance bagi pendapat Lafel?
Pada pendapat saya, Zaid punya performance bagus. Tetapi kita tak boleh nak abaikan di mana carry masih 0% win rate. Dan dekat dalam statistik tadi, walaupun Z dapat beberapa kill di mana Born menggunakan Uranus terlampau ke depan, kemudian kita tahu di mana carry bagus untuk lawan dengan apa-apa tank. Dia adalah tank killer. Tapi damage dia masih 20,000 lebih sahaja. So, saya rasa Z sebagai seorang player main dengan sangat bagus. Tetapi kalau dia diberi pressure dan kalau dia diberi hero yang tak boleh nak keluarkan damage besar, impact dia tak besar.
Yap, lagi-lagi adanya pemain seperti Lolita yang mampu untuk pastikan pemain ini sering saja terpaksa fokus daripada arah belakang. Dan kalau kita bercakap tentang belakang, pemain daripada pasukan Orange seperti Man yang menggunakan Sicilian mampu untuk mengeluarkan damage yang besar, especially apabila pasukan SUHAZ lebih memfokuskan untuk geng beramai-ramai, dan itu memberikan satu kelebihan yang besar kepada pasukan Orange Esports.
Ya, dekat dalam game tadi juga kita kena cakap di mana Gary kemasukan baru dekat dalam Orange. Mereka berjaya untuk menang. Walaupun jujur pada pendapat saya performance dia bukanlah yang terbaik, tapi kita tak boleh nafikan di mana bila dia masuk pasukan Orange berjaya menang.
Kita pun dah habiskan match yang kedua. Sekarang ni kita nak saksikan match yang ketiga, iaitu CARACAL versus RED ESPORTS. Macam kita tahu kan, macam kalau kita tengok, kita dah tahu dah CARACAL adalah all-star player. Okay, all-star player. Tapi macam RED ESPORTS adalah satu pasukan yang kira baru.
Tak, okey. Untuk pasukan Red, ramai orang suka macam pandang rendah pada mereka. Tapi dengan mereka punya points, mereka punya statistik, Zaid juga masuk sebagai mereka punya jungler. Betul-betul surprisekan semua orang. Dan just untuk bagi tahu, minta maaf kepada semua orang yang tengok live stream, tapi siapa yang datang kat sini, tadi saya ada nampak sikit ada banyak CARACAL punya merchandise. Jadi saya rasa siapa yang datang dekat kita punya venue mungkin dapat banyak hadiah.
Yes, ramai yang cakap ini perlawanan di antara pasukan RED ESPORTS bertemu dengan pasukan CARACAL. Tapi kalau kita dive lebih dalam, ini adalah perlawanan di antara individu di mana Zaid akan bertemu dengan Ling Eza, Mal akan bertemu dengan Lolials. Jadi pergelutan ini di lane mereka akan menunjukkan pasukan manakah yang kuat ataupun mekanik skill manakah yang lebih terhebat.
Oh, sangat menarik. Bukan setakat tim lawan tim, tapi player, individu lawan individu. Tapi sekarang ini kita saksikan dulu MPL Learning Shoutout, di mana MPL Learning Q&A campaign, di mana pasukan manakah yang mempunyai kadar permainan paling pendek pada minggu yang keempat. Tim CARACAL, MAB ESPORTS ataupun SUHAZ ESPORTS. Jadi anda boleh scan QR code dan mendapatkan random one skin daripada kami.
Okey, kejap. Kita cuba berfikir. Kita cuba tolong kita punya fans. SUHAZ, MLBB dengan tim CARACAL. Perlawanan yang paling pendek.
Paling pendek.
CARACAL kot?
Ya ke?
Jadi kalau mereka rasa itu CARACAL, jadi kena tulis tim CRCL dengan huruf besar. Scan QR code tersebut untuk dapatkan random skin khas untuk anda semua.
Saya rasa saya betul.
Ya
Nak
ke?
tahu kenapa?
Kenapa?
Biasanya kalau saya salah, saya akan dengar satu suara dalam kepala saya yang dia akan sebut nama tim lain. Tapi sebab suara tu tak cakap apa-apa, saya rasa saya betul. Ya.
Aduh.
Okey. Jawapan bocor.
Okey guys, sekarang ni dah ada pun jawapan. Bocor, Lafel dah bocorkan. Jadi korang jangan terlepas untuk memenangi skin itu. Tapi kita dah habiskan match yang pertama sebentar tadi. Match kedua sekarang ni kita nak bukan sekarang tunggu dulu.
Kita akan pergi rehat sebentar, bagi masa untuk pasukan Red dan juga CARACAL untuk siap sedia.
Ya, kita akan saksikan match yang ketiga sebentar lagi. Jadi anda di rumah jangan pergi ke mana-mana dan teruskan bersama kami. Tapi sekarang ni kami nak berehat sebentar.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance. Crumble into dust. Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area. Pathetic. Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun ku menempuh segala. Demi negara ku buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to be the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
The sweet adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill!
What should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles!
You have slain an enemy! Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill!
Cinnamon is no ordinary touch.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
you perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh orang kata istilah fat untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
Like a blizzard, we march on. We will survive. Taste the frostbite. Back off. The snow shall rain. Taste legendary. Taste my royal station. Taste my royal turret is under attack. Imperial justice. Imperial justice. Leave it to me. Taste the frostbite. Taste my royal station. Killing spree. Imperial justice. Taste the frostbite.
I love you, cutie, kitty, best party, happy journey. Hello, hello, we are bodies, cutie, friendly, we are bodies. It's kitty and bodies, be together, be forever. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, really friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, cutie, friendly, kawaii. Hello, hello, arigato, happy cutie, happy journey. Heidi, Heidi, Vice, Heidi, Heidi, Heidi. Come to kitty, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, higher bodies. Then to the Heidi, Heidi, Vice, Heidi, Heidi, journey. Come to kitty, higher bodies, Heidi, Heidi, happy cutie, happy journey.
What's up, everyone? Welcome to the latest episode of Hero Spotlight, featuring Xavier, the third hero of the Forsaken Light series. Xavier is a ranged mage, boasting superb sustained damage. With his unique skill set, he can extend his attack distance almost infinitely and enhance his power each time he lands a skill shot on an enemy. Hero skills. First skill, Infinite Extension. Infinite Extension is Xavier's foremost damage tool. Xavier fires a mystic bullet that damages enemies in a straight line. The bullet's flying distance increases each time it hits a target. Second skill, Mystic Field. Mystic Field is a functional skill that integrates pursuit, escape, and crowd control. Xavier conjures a mystic barrier that slows enemies and speeds up allies. When hit by Xavier's other skills, the barrier will expand into a forbidden field that immobilizes enemies within. Ultimate Dawning Light. Dawning Light is the first ever global attack in Mobile Legends. Xavier unleashes a beam of mystic magic that damages all enemies in a line on the map and directly enters the Transcendent state. Passive. Transcendence. Transcendence allows Xavier to scale steadily in battle. Each skill hit on enemy heroes grants Xavier a passive stack that enhances his subsequent skills. At max stacks, his next skill cast allows him to enter the Transcendent state, during which all his skills are enhanced to the maximum. Pro tips. Pro tip number 1. Make use of minions and creeps to extend the attack range of Infinite Extension and launch a surprise attack on enemies in the distance.
Crumble into dust.
Pro tip number 2. Cast Infinite Extension or Dawning Light and then Mystic Field on the path of the skill to control enemies in the target area.
Pathetic.
Pro tip number 3. For positional teamfights, accumulate 3 passive stacks with Infinite Extension and Mystic Field. Then cast Dawning Light to hit as many enemies as possible. For sudden encounters, directly cast Dawning Light to enter the Transcendent state. Then spam the enhanced Infinite Extension and Mystic Field for damage. Skill combos. Laning phase. During the laning phase, use Infinite Extension for wave clear and poke. Look for opportunities to slow the enemy with Mystic Field, then cast Infinite Extension again to activate the field and immobilize them. Finally, cast Dawning Light to secure the kill. Team fights. In team fights, cast Mystic Field to restrict the enemy's movements, and then Infinite Extension to activate the field for crowd control. Launch Dawning Light on the immobilized enemies and enter the Transcendent state. Then finish them off using the enhanced Infinite Extension.
Double kill.
Not even close. Tactics. Early to mid-game. Xavier's performance in the early to mid-game is mediocre. Relying heavily on cooldown reduction, he needs to wait until he gets his hand on a few pieces of equipment to unleash effective attacks during the Transcendent state. Late game. Xavier's damage will skyrocket in the late game. Once with sufficient cooldown reduction, he can easily enter and extend the Transcendent state and chuck out the enemies with his enhanced skills.
Enemy has been slain. Triple kill.
For equipment, we suggest this build for maximized cooldown reduction and magic power. For emblem, choose the Mage emblem to further boost Xavier's cooldown reduction and damage capabilities. As for battle spells, Flicker is recommended to make up for Xavier's lack of mobility. Well, that's our new hero, Xavier, the Defier of Light, coming on March 22nd. And until next time, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn. Defier of Light, Xavier, coming on March 22nd.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar.
Assalamualaikum dan selamat kembali ke MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9 yang dikuasai oleh Muntun, dipersembahkan oleh McDelivery, Samsung sebagai telefon pintar rasmi kita dan juga diraihkan bersama Nescafe. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga Lavel dan Sid. Jadi kita
Aida tenang sikit. Tadi kita excited sangat sebab Orange Esports berjaya untuk menang lawan dengan SUHAZ Esports. Like, boleh dikatakan upset tapi it's amazing. Kita dah tenang, kita dah chill, kita dah fokus untuk game seterusnya.
Yes, penantian akhirnya berakhir untuk pasukan Orange untuk mendapatkan kemenangan yang pertama.
Betul?
Dan Carry still tak dapat kemenangan. Masih 0% win rate. 5 kali cuba.
Tapi itu orang cakap tengok game tadi memang excited, darah terus naik sebab saya menjerit tadi. Okey, tapi sekarang ni kita nak saksikan match yang ketiga iaitu CARACAL versus RED ESPORTS.
Ya, dan kalau kita berbual pasal Red, memang Red is my blood dekat sini. Gimana? Sebab tadi berbual pasal darah kan.
Kenapa macam ni lah?
Tak, sebab tadi ada seorang caster dekat sini. Tapi kalau kita berbual pasal Red dan juga CARACAL, kita memang kena berbual pasal mereka punya jungler, Zaid dan juga Ling Eza. Dua-dua perform dengan sangat-sangat hebat, di mana Ling Eza dalam satu game dia berjaya untuk dapatkan lebih daripada 1000 gol per minit, yang paling tinggi in a single match. Tetapi Zaid lebih konsisten, di mana dia punya gol per minit sebenarnya lebih tinggi daripada Ling Eza kalau kira secara purata.
Kalau kita nak bercakap tentang konsisten seperti yang dikatakan oleh Lavel, Zaid menunjukkan prestasi yang begitu cemerlang. Ini menunjukkan kenapa mereka berada dekat tangka yang terbaik di dalam grup B.
Tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan kita sukses untuk kedua-dua tim, dan kita start dengan CARACAL, di mana yang poin yang pertama secure mid lane at all cost, kedua get creative with rotation, ketiga creative space for Ling Eza, yang keempat, prioritize aim heroes.
Dekat dalam ni, antara kesemua key to success, apa yang pasukan CARACAL sentiasa berjaya untuk lakukan adalah nombor 3, create space untuk Ling Eza. Kerana kita kena tengok, rahsia dia berjaya untuk farming laju dalam setiap game bukan daripada dia seorang. Of course, dia sebagai player memang mechanical skillnya bagus. Tetapi disebabkan kita tengok, untuk pasukan CARACAL, dia punya roamer dan juga mid laner akan masuk ke dalam enemy punya jungle, memberi info dekat Ling Eza, okey, dia dekat bahagian atas, boleh curi farm dia kat belah bawah. Information ni sebenarnya sangat-sangat bagus sebagai seorang jungler. Kita tahu bila selamat untuk ambil farm enemy.
Ya, dan bercakap tentang mid lane daripada pasukan CARACAL, lihat kita sukses yang pertama dan juga yang keempat, secure mid lane at all cost dan juga prioritize aim hero. Kalau aim berjaya mendapatkan hero yang dia suka ataupun hero yang dia selesa, dia boleh secure mid lane tu tanpa sebarang masalah. Kita lihat ataupun kita reflect balik apa yang berlaku pada minggu lepas. Apabila aim menggunakan hero yang bukan total magic seperti Matilda, dia tidak dapat menunjukkan prestasi dia yang sebenar.
Dekat sini saya cuma boleh cakap, kalau aim rasa selesa, aim rasa confident, dia akan berjaya.
Ya, tapi sekarang ni kita saksikan pula kita sukses untuk RED ESPORTS.
Yes, sebenarnya kita dapat melihat slow down Ling Eza, control neutral objective. Seterusnya, rank QT must contain Kai, dan yang terakhir, contest Chow or Glue.
Dekat sini kita tengok di mana key to success untuk pasukan RED ESPORTS adalah untuk fokus dua player specifically. Mereka nak kena fokus kepada Ling Eza dan juga Kai. Di mana Kai, dia duduk kat bahagian EXP lane. Kalau kita cerita pasal consistency, Kai memang konsisten dekat situ. Jarang kita nampak dia kalah lane. Kalau dia kalah lane juga, boleh dikatakan dia disebabkan pasukan lawan dan memang snowball terlampau kuat. Nak slow downkan Ling Eza ni boleh, tapi nak slow downkan Ling Eza, macam mana kita tengok key to success untuk pasukan CARACAL, mereka kena menang kat bahagian mid. Kalau untuk pasukan RED ESPORTS, MAB dan juga Ash boleh kontrol kat bahagian tengah, boleh masuk dekat dalam jungle Ling Eza, dan Ling Eza boleh kena contain.
Tapi kalau kita nak tengok, sebenarnya Aisyah excited juga untuk permainan CARACAL dan juga RED ESPORTS. Kalau CARACAL kita dah tahu mereka ada skill yang tersendiri, and kalau kita tengok dia punya roster tadi pun muka garang-garang habis kan. Tapi kalau kita tengok RED ESPORTS, kalau kita nak bezakan permainan mereka dengan minggu lepas, permainan mereka agak menakjubkan. Jadi
tak, dekat sini saya cuma nak cakap perbezaan yang paling besar antara kedua-dua pasukan. CARACAL dia macam burst damage. Untuk pasukan RED ESPORTS, dia macam DPS, damage per second. Di mana untuk pasukan RED, mereka jauh lebih konsisten. Walaupun mereka tengah kalah, mereka boleh menggunakan shadow step, di mana kita nampak MAM guna conceal, dapat balik position yang bagus kat bahagian map, dekat bahagian tengah, dan mereka boleh execute team fight jauh lebih cantik. Manakala untuk pasukan CARACAL, seperti mana kita punya MPL learning tadi, di mana mereka boleh endkan game dengan sangat cepat, tapi mereka juga boleh kalah dengan sangat-sangat cepat. Mereka burst punya style of gameplay. Sekali menang besar. Sekali kalah walaupun diorang tak ada nak comeback sangat.
Dan kalau kita bercakap itu adalah perbezaan di antara pasukan CARACAL dan juga pasukan RED ESPORTS. Tapi kalau kita cari apa persamaan di antara kedua-dua pasukan di mana mereka mempunyai jungler dan juga good lane yang memfokuskan kepada farming. Jadi ini akan menunjukkan pemain mana yang farming lebih pantas. Sebenarnya peluang mereka untuk mendapatkan kemenangan berada di landasan yang betul.
Kalau kita tengok persoalan dekat situ, kita kena fikir balik di mana Sora Payung sebagai coach untuk pasukan RED ESPORTS, dia juga mengaturkan draft untuk confusekan enemy. Di mana kita selalu fikir Mal akan pakai hero farm, dia akan pakai hero marksman. Tapi beberapa kali kita boleh nampak Sora Payung memberikan Mal hero fighter seperti Yuzong dan juga Yin, di mana dia akan menang dalam dia punya 1v1. So walaupun kita punya expectation kepada pasukan Red, Mal akan farm, Zai akan farm, Sora Payung boleh adjust dia punya draft untuk pastikan kita semua keliru. Enemy pasukan CARACAL akan keliru dan mungkin mereka boleh dapat kemenangan atas diorang punya surprise picks.
Kalau kita dengar pun kedua-dua pasukan ni memang orang cakap masing-masing ada kehebatan masing-masing. Tapi itulah Aisyah memang dah tak sabar dah nak saksikan permainan yang pertama. Tapi macam Aisyah dengar cerita juga sebenarnya RED ESPORTS ni ada secret weapon ke Wafel?
Ya, dengar-dengar diorang ada Z4 dekat sini. Z4 kita boleh nampak bila dia main dekat dalam stream orang lain, dia punya performance is okay. Tapi bila kita tengok macam mana Zai bermain, macam mana Mal bermain, saya tak pasti Z4 boleh ke tak main, saya tak sure.
Tapi kalau, sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Speaking.
Tapi kalau kita melihat bagaimana sebelum ni mereka telah pun mengeluarkan salah satu lagi secret weapon mereka iaitu Dragon.
Oh ya, 100%.
Takkan ni 100%. Mungkin mereka akan menunjukkan satu lagi secret weapon mereka?
Untuk saya risky. Dia sangat bahaya sebab untuk lawan dengan Kai. Again, Kai walaupun tak semua game dia menunjukkan that outstanding killing punya potential, tapi dia sebagai EXP player dia memang sangat-sangat consistent. Dragon play yang bagus. Tapi buat masa sekarang ni kita boleh tengok setup daripada rank QT. Dia tak semestinya kena menang 1v1. Tapi dekat dalam team fight kita boleh tengok rank QT pakai Chow, pakai Edith. Dia boleh tangkap enemy punya sesiapa pada bahagian backline. Sama juga dengan dia punya jungler. Jadi untuk game ini di mana kena fokus kepada Lolials, kena fokus kepada Link Eza, saya rasa style gameplay rank QT yang suka tangkap playmakers, yang suka tangkap damage dealers, saya rasa rank QT jauh lebih bagus untuk game ni.
Tapi kalau contohlah kan, sebab kita suspect mereka untuk RED ESPORTS diorang lebih fokus kepada Link Eza. Jadi kalau betul-betul mereka fokus kepada Link Eza, adakah CARACAL akan ada efek?
Saya rasa kalau fokus kepada bahagian draft, sebab kita boleh tengok juga di mana untuk pasukan CARACAL, yes, diorang boleh farm laju dengan Link Eza. Jadi keluarkan hero late game ni macam Aulus, Pakito dia pun perform. Tapi jangan bagi dia hero-hero late game. Saya rasa antara banyak-banyak hero, walaupun Lancelot selalu kena ban, saya sebenarnya lebih rela untuk lepaskan Lancelot sebab kita boleh tengok playstyle Link Eza tu sendiri dia nak farm. Jadi kalau bagi hero late game, Link, Aulus, sangat-sangat bahaya.
Jadi kalau kita bercakap tentang draft, tadi Lafayette pun ada sebut tentang Sora. Jadi sebab kita tak tahu lagi apakah yang akan dilakukan oleh pasukan RED ESPORTS berhadapan dengan pasukan CARACAL. Sebab kalau kita bercakap tentang farming, yes, Link Eza pernah dapat GPM yang cukup tinggi.
Yang penting sekarang ni, MPL lagi seronok kalau korang layan bersama McDelivery. Di mana ada perlu menggunakan voucher MPL Rewards dan belanja minimum sebanyak RM50 dan akan mendapatkan 6 ketul nugget bersama skin eksklusif MLBB.
Tadi Aisyah cakap dia belanja. Maksud dia awak akan belanja kita orang ke macam mana?
Tak, saya belanja tapi guna duit awak.
Okeylah, normal.
Let's go, kita akan saksikan coin toss untuk match yang ketiga ini. Game yang pertama untuk CARACAL bersama juga RED ESPORTS. Dan sekarang ni kita invite kita punya Head of Leagues Ops, Melina Lai.
Yes, di sebelah kiri anda ataupun dekat skrin adalah Neo daripada pasukan CARACAL, sementara di belah kanan kita ada Mal daripada pasukan RED ESPORTS. Jadi Melina Lai seperti biasa akan menggunakan kuasa dia untuk menekan dekat tab tu pasukan manakah yang akan memulakan drafting atau pasukan manakah akan memilih keputusan tersebut dan akan terus pergi kepada tail. Jadi Mal terus saja menunjuk nombor 1. Ini maksud dia akan memilih hero terlebih dahulu.
Ya, kuasa yang sangat hebat daripada Melina Lai. Dia boleh pilih siapa first pick, siapa second pick. Kadang-kadang dia punya tab tu saya tak nampak dia sentuh. Benda tu gerak sendiri.
Kau niat kot.
Hari tu tab dia yang berpusing.
Tab dia yang pusing.
Alright guys, kita dah saksikan siapa yang dapatkan first pick, draft pick dan kita akan teruskan kepada game yang pertama. CARACAL versus RED ESPORTS. Let's go to Caster.
Our final best of 3 today, week number 5, day number 2. My name is Getting Q. This is Sadafa. You guys are watching the MPL MY Season 9's English broadcast once again for a very fierce matchup between Team CARACAL as well as RED ESPORTS. Before we move on, we have to thank all our beloved sponsors for making such a beautiful event, a great stage, a live audience, all happening in front of your eyes. First of all, the official gaming chair Secret Lab for giving us the comfort that we need every single time we hit the cast, but not to mention our partners in esports, TikTok, Esports Charts, EGG Network, and as well as our co-organizers, ESI. Beautifully organized here.
Yep, last series of the day, but certainly not least. RED ESPORTS going up against Team CARACAL is going to be a very evenly faced matchup, as both teams have proven themselves time and time again to be among the strongest contenders in Season 9. And now that they're going to be going head-to-head, you can expect to see some sparks fly.
Absolutely. I mean, Team CARACAL, known to be as the super team put together exactly for this tournament league style operation. But then we also have RED ESPORTS, who have really turned a lot of heads, to be fair. I don't think anybody was really expecting them their current placing right now in Group B, the group of death, by the way, in case you just tuned in. RED ESPORTS have now become a new evolution, a new term of themselves, and more importantly so, they continue to consistently perform.
Yeah, all of the individual players in RED ESPORTS have been showing some really immense evolution overall. Their individual gameplay was always strong, but now that it's grown a bit, they've got some new names in, the coordination seems to be a lot better. We're seeing a different side of RED ESPORTS. But the same can be said of CARACAL, who, despite the potential egos and skill sets of the individual members, really have come together as one unit to move forward through the MPL and claim themselves a spot at the top.
Oh boy, I mean, I'm excited to see how this is going to turn up between the two teams, because this is the second time that they're going to be matching up. The first time didn't go too well for Team CARACAL, and RED ESPORTS continuing to climb up the ranks in the group of death is already a statement in of itself.
Yep, and that's a statement they want to continue making, because they're not about to let themselves drop a game to CARACAL after that first meeting. No, they're going to be keeping things consistent. So it's up to Team CARACAL to make some changes, make some adaptations, show that, hey, maybe we lost to you that first time we met, but things are going to be different this time.
I'm curious to see how it's going to be different here. And a lot of it happens to be, was it by surprise? Was it a fluke? Was it initially the draft? I feel like generally, you know, this iteration of RED ESPORTS has been the strongest we've ever seen before, and arguably even stronger than when they first started debuting in Season 6.
Yeah, I feel like even when RED ESPORTS started off with a strong momentum, it feels like it's only gotten better and better over time. They seem to be becoming cleaner, more coordinated. The players are growing overall. I'm really excited to see what's going to happen, but even more excited to see the players on both teams walk up onto the stage. Let's bring them up.
Team CARACAL.
With Zaraki remaining in the main lineup, CARACAL is looking for a way to achieve their very next win.
Yep, as they graced our presence on the stage, we can see him on all their glory. Link Eza, currently a very notable player in the MPL, has the highest net worth in a game. Can his farm be stopped? That's going to be the name of the game for RED ESPORTS to ensure that they will have a solid grasp of the late game.
They want revenge against their opponents today, so let's bring them out.
RED ESPORTS.
RED ESPORTS, so far they've been performing really well. We've already talked about their consistency. We know their late game team fighting is on point, and they have their own personal weapons to go up against Team CARACAL.
Yep. This time we've got a big argument in the jungle once again for their very second matchup. Zayed is going head-to-head against the Wonder Kid, Link Eza, the previous jungle MVP of the season.
Indeed, it's gonna be the previous jungle rookie against the new jungle rookie. Which one's gonna come out on top? Well, we're gonna be finding out very soon. Keep your eyes peeled.
Oh, I can't wait for this game to start. Honestly, when it comes down to the draft, I cannot wait to see what kind of picks, because both sides have very odd ways of thinking of the game. But at the end of the day, we have to look at the individual players on the stage. Zaraki once again coming in. He's got a signature hero, Ruby. He's played Natalia multiple times before and always seems to make an impact.
Yep, compared to Neo, for example, Zaraki seems to have a more patient and defensive playstyle, but there are times when that works out better for Team CARACAL, who wants to create space for Link Eza to farm as fast as possible and truly come online. While his average GPM may not be highest among the league, we all know the name Link Eza and all are looking forward to seeing what he's going to be bringing to the table today.
Absolutely. Kai, extremely consistent. Now, the two inconsistencies of the team is going to be Aim as well as Loliel's. Loliel's very lane dominant, but once he's outside of that lane, the space created, and usually it's predetermined whether it's Neo or Zaraki, makes it a little difficult. But let's talk about their opponents, RED ESPORTS.
Yeah, we're gonna be having Mal, Mom, Zayed, Ash, and Ren QT, the typical lineup right here. If we were to compare Link Eza as well as Zayed, Zayed actually has a slightly higher average GPM overall. We know that he tends to be a lot more aggressive too earlier in the game as compared to Link Eza. And when you pair that up to Mom and Ash, who both like to invade, who both like to make a statement in the land of Dawn, you have a very strong early to mid game lineup.
That's the arrowhead of RED ESPORTS, but we cannot forget about the side laners here, and especially from the gold lane, like Mal. We've known him to be one of the most insane marksman junglers previously, now transitioning into the gold lane, but now recently we've seen this evolution, picking up fighters as well. Yin, Yuzong, both of which Mal has success on.
Yeah, RED ESPORTS, they're the first team to really start bringing out the double fighter side lane composition. We'll see if they continue doing so. But before we get to that, let's have a look at the talent predictions. And Gideon, looks like you've got some explaining to do here.
Yeah, I usually am not the only person isolated, but generally I do believe that Team CARACAL has an advantage. They probably learned from their previous mistakes. RED ESPORTS, unless they continue to evolve today, I think CARACAL should be able to overcome their adversaries.
Well, let's see what the people at home have to say about that as well. Looking at the overall votes, Team CARACAL are going to be taking the majority vote. So it looks like the more popular team here today is going to be your choice, Gideon.
I don't know. I'm looking at the audience so far here in the arena itself, and it looks like we've got a lot of Red fans. So it's going to be very interesting how this arena is going to erupt whenever a play is made.
Yeah, and well, that is one of the highlights of being here live. That's a very interesting looking thing he's got on there.
Man, he's a professional player. Link Eza, do you think he jungles with hair in his face? No, he's going to increase his performance.
That is true. How are you supposed to have the highest GPM in the game if you have hair falling in your eyes? And how are you supposed to get yourself an awesome gaming experience without first having a look at the Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G?
Look, guys, if you haven't heard about it yet, it's got the sleekest design in the industry. And MPL Malaysia's Season 9's official smartphone, Samsung, is making it happen. You can get an awesome gaming experience today with a brand new Samsung Galaxy A52s 5G.
Yep, but without further ado, as you can see the final few seconds tick down at the top right of the screen, that indicates that we are about to enter the first draft of the final series of the day. RED ESPORTS drafting on the blue side, Team CARACAL drafting on the red side.
All right, interestingly enough, I would have expected RED ESPORTS, especially with Sora Bayong, making sure that he's really good at the counter drafts, right? So why not go on to the red side unless he's got a plan? And I feel maybe today is the day we get to see double fighters once more.
It's a possibility, but one reason that RED ESPORTS might prioritize the blue side is because they do have players that can play a lot of the notable meta heroes. Typically, when a team wants to go onto the red side, it's because, okay, they're comfortable, they have a lot of hero pools, they don't place a lot of priority on getting these really OP meta heroes. But when it comes to RED ESPORTS, they can play the Lancelot, they can play the Fanny, they can play the Valentina, so why not just take blue side and have the possibility of letting it through?
You know, speaking about possibilities here, CARACAL is going to clamp down on that side lane for Mal as well as Ren QT. Yuzong is going to get banned out within first rotation option. You don't see that happening too often. And Red Esports replied with the Lancelot. Now, Fanny, yes or no for Team CARACAL?
That is a good question. Fanny might be led through. Selena, also a very dangerous option that they have to consider. Maybe Team CARACAL, it might be better here to just go for the safe option and let both heroes through, allow themselves a more open draft. And that is exactly what they have done by banning out the Poppleton Koopa.
Okay, I get it. Now Mal is starting to get targeted with the last 2 bans coming up from Team CARACAL. Mal has been performing especially well and plays a very different style of Popo and Koopa, where he actually is capable of making plays as long as he has that flicker. Fanny getting covered. Do it, Zayed. You know you want him.
Yeah, we've already seen that Zayed is perfectly capable of making aggressive gameplay on the Fanny. And it looks like Red Esports will indeed lock it in. This means Selena gonna be open for Team CARACAL.
81 times banned, 7 times picked, and a 71% win rate on a Fanny. Let's see if it's going to persist. Team CARACAL this time. Franco instantly locked in. Let's see if they have any other replies or answers to this early mid-game jungler.
Interesting. The Franco pickup by Team CARACAL. I'm not sure if we've seen Zaraki play this hero yet, but a lot of roamers are finding themselves to be quite enjoying playing this hero this season, so not surprising that they would go for it. Selena still open. The Franco-Selena early game composition is very terrifying, but Team CARACAL decide they're not going to go for it.
Yeah, I do kind of understand where they're coming from, right? Think about it. I mean, if Team CARACAL picks up Selena and for some reason Red Esports get both a support that can wave clear and also something like Glue, I'm guessing from Mom, as well as Ash picking something like a wave clear as well, they're not going to have as much priority as they would like to. Then it's solely dependent on landing these crucial abilities.
That is true, and for that reason as well, I think Red Esports might not really lean towards grabbing the Selena themselves. As you mentioned, going for the Glue, we already know that Mom can be very strong on that hero. Cho still open as well if he wants to go for it, but if they want to solidify some other heroes, Ash could grab up his mage early on to make sure that he has access to the best choice he can get.
Well, let's see. When are they going to get? Kagura first and immediately Cho after. So Selena not going to be touched this particular game unless maybe CARACAL has had a change of heart after seeing both Kagura and as well as Cho. Now, let's also keep in mind that Red Esports at this point in time, Ash, signature heroes like, for an example, Kadita hasn't been touched this time and they're giving him Kagura instead.
What are they going to lock in here? Oh, something interesting here from Team CARACAL. Gonna lock in the Moskov. Is this gonna be for Lolils?
I guess. I mean, that's the only other valid reason, right? Okay, so if we think about it, I guess being able to displace your opponent is a very powerful tool. It doesn't necessarily mean that he'll win the lane, but he can push Fanny off of him if she manages to get into the backline.
But why prioritize the Moskov this early on? If they really wanted to lock it in, they could have waited until the very last pick, and it's still pretty likely that they'd be able to get it quite easily.
I guess. I kind of guess. I don't know. Maybe Lolios just had a really amazing like Mythic Glory game where he got like 30 kills or something like that, and he's really feeling himself. It's like, boys, trust me, I got like 30 kills the last time. I ain't #1 for no reason.
Well, I guess we'll find out exactly how effective this Moskov is as we now enter the second ban phase. Team CARACAL gonna be banning out the Glue. So they are a little bit concerned about the possibility this could still go into the EXP lane, or perhaps this is going to be an EXP lane Cho instead. They're locking down the possibilities for Red Esports. As for Red, currently, Team CARACAL, they're still looking for a mage and a jungler. Wouldn't be surprised if they banned out the Aulus. Yep, that's what they're going to do.
I mean, it's respectable. Link Asa is just a hard farmer. This man knows how to efficiently run through his jungle pathing and maximize his gold. And more importantly so, at least it takes away scaling options. And I think the one thing that we did learn is the keys to victory is to slow down Link Asa. I would make an argument that a different angle that they could take is to limit Link Asa's capabilities in the later stages of the game. Sure, you can farm really hard. How many late scaling junglers can you name off the top of your head who aren't a marksman and especially are in the meta right now?
That is true. There's not that many options, so if Red Esports decides to ban him out, it might put them in a better spot just because Linkeza wouldn't scale as well as some of their options. But Team CARACAL now can be banning out the Khalid, so yes, they want to make sure that Kai has a better time in the EXP lane on this Esmeralda.
This just shows that Kai is confident in his capabilities with dealing with something like Uranus. It does eventually outscale the Esmeralda, but it makes sure that laning phase is going to be super horrendous for Ren QT. He still has options like Edith. It's not too bad. He doesn't really lose the lane, but you neither win the lane, and maybe you can bring some utility later on in the game. Still tough to say, but let's see what Red Esports comes in with their final ban.
Going for the Edith right now would be a bit dangerous for Red Esports since they don't have a lot of late game scaling as compared to the Moskov and the Esmeralda. If they're not able to end the game fast enough, the Fanny isn't going to be able to do too much once the time comes around. So it's a little bit risky that Red Esports gonna continue banning out junglers going for the Ling.
Ling gets banned this time around. We still do not know who the side laners are going to be for Red Esports. Team CARACAL having an absolute blast up there, but let's see what their first pick is going to be, right? They're still missing a jungler. They're still technically missing a mid laner as well. In terms of mid laners, we still have Lilia, Kadita, all very good options, but all of them getting bullied out of lane by Kagura alone.
Yeah, it's gonna be a bit tricky to find a mage that would be effective considering that Yves has been banned as well, and I could see that you were finding it very comedic whenever the camera pans back to Linkeza.
It's really distracting. I'm not gonna lie. It's either gonna give him a buff or not, but either way, I think it's very, very, very distracting. Lunox is going to be the pickup for Team CARACAL. That's actually not too bad.
Yeah.
They have something that scales, something that even if you do get bullied in the lane, at the very least, AIM is confident in this matchup because this used to be a very old matchup during Season 5. Lunox into Kagura. You can out-sustain the Kagura. Kagura can go for the big one-shots, but at the end of the day, it's going to be the machine gun mage that's going to outscale her in the end.
Yep, it's a little bit risky by CARACAL because that means that their early game is going to be quite weak since basically all of their heroes need time to scale up. But if they're able to do so, Red Esports right now doesn't have enough options to deal with it, so they have to draft with that in mind. Starting off with grabbing the Dira as well as the 1-1.
Ooh, 1-1 into Moskov. Wow, we haven't seen a professional match look like this in a while. This is one of the nuance gold lane matchups that I never thought I would get to talk about until now. But before we even get to that, Dirov, especially up against something like Esmeralda, that's going to be a little rough on Kai.
Yep, it's gonna perform a very similar role to the Khalid in that it's very difficult to go for the in-lane 1v1. So Red Esports wants to secure their early game to build up more time for Maul and Ash to get that late game scaling so they can match up against the late game heroes of Team CARACAL.
All right, I'm thinking about their drafts. Both have some very interesting ways of playing, but it's gonna come down to supports to really set the tempo, the pace, the timing, and the shape of the fight. Let's recap the drafts one more time, starting off with Red Esports. They've got great scaling on their side, but they have an easier way to transition from early to mid. The crowd is ready. They've got their backs behind Red, but Team CARACAL, they scale heavily well into the late game as well. So where it's going to be dependent on their jungler as well as Zaraki to set the tone.
Well, we're going to find out which of these drafts are going to come out on top. We enter into the land of Dawn. Red Esports playing on the blue side, Team CARACAL playing on the red side, and Mom already up to his usual shenanigans.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Kai, he did sacrifice his level 1. Technically he can win that matchup against Ren QT, but only at level 1. So now that he's given up that priority, yep, there we go. We instantly see that Ren QT waiting in the brush, took his second ability to close that distance and also get the armor shred.
Yep, it's gonna be a tough lane down there, but Zai, the purple buff already looking to make an impact, almost taking out Zaraki straight away.
I'm sorry, was that the human blender or something? There was not a moment he wasn't using a steel cable in that short period of time. This is going to force Franco to recall straight away. And Linkeza, luckily he didn't lose out on that camp, I think.
Yeah, I don't think so, but Linkeza is definitely getting his farm slowed down a bit thanks to Mom's aggression. That's gonna put him slightly behind. Zayed already in his jungle, taking away any camps he might have left over. Something to note is that Zayed has elected to go for Festival of Blood as his emblem instead of something like an Assassin emblem or even a Demon Slayer, so he's looking to take extended fights.
Respectable, respectable. Looking at Loliel's, he decided to go for Electro Flash while Mal decided to go for Weakness Finder. Mal wants to win this lane, but it seems like Team CARACAL are prioritizing the top side of this map, so Mal doesn't necessarily have the most fun time in the world. Now also remember, let's also remember that Loliel's is going to be playing with Inspire, so it's going to work very similarly to Mia. If it does come down to that 1v1, both marksmen will pop their Inspire as soon as possible.
Yeah, but something to note about this interaction is that typically the way Moskov wants to play is to pin someone against the wall with his spear and then just go to town on them. And 1-1 has an inbuilt Purified, not to mention iframes with the crossbow of Tang. So on paper, the 1-1 is going to be much better at trading compared to the Moskov.
So I think that lane's going to go 50-50. Loliel should know better and should only focus on to clearing the lanes unless he's got support. Now, it's between Mom and Zaraki here who are going to be the biggest struggle as we see Zai just flying in already level 5. Man's been power farming to God knows what end to get first turtle. But look at Linkeza. He's on that top side. Ooh, first blood already achieved. Zaraki ends up dying, but they find a trade up on top side. Mal gets punished.
That's going to be a 1-for-1 trade, but RED eSports are able to secure the turtle. A very nice flicker Abysm Strike from Ren Cutie to secure that first blood kill. They find 1-1, but now Loliel's is the one in trouble.
Oh, a quick flicker coming in from Mom to lock down Loliel's, allowing them to ensure a kill. The return fire, current kill score 2-1.
Yep, the aggression has already begun, and we know that Mom is going to be the centerpiece of many of these engagements for RED eSports. Going in for the Way of the Dragon is going to be very easy on a hero like the Moskov with that really lacks mobility. And now we can see that early game harassment on Linkeza is really notably slowing down his farm.
Interesting. Arrow of Destruction actually finding for information about that orange buff so far, and now they know that Zayed is actually there. Mom losing out on his Way of the Dragon is going to open up some options for the next minute or so for Team CARACAL. Sorry, 40 seconds.
Okay, meanwhile in the bottom lane, Kai still doing a good job of holding lane, but since Ren QT is obviously at an advantage, that means that he is able to take control of the map and roam around to provide backup as compared to the Esmeralda, who kind of is forced to stay in lane to make sure he doesn't miss out on EXP.
Linkeza, he's got to really time his opportunities to get in on these fights. Whoa, wait, Mom and Ash walking up. Loliel's going to back away. He doesn't want to get caught out here. Oh no, he's still going to get caught out anyways. That feels bad.
That's rough, especially with 4 members of RED eSports rotating up to get the kill. Red already identifying that, hey, there's a Moskov in this game, a very easy target, so they're going to be focusing hard on Loliel's to give Mal a good time.
I think, straight away Zayed's able to punish the mid lane. Loliel's aim after the Brilliance gets instantly cut-throated and doesn't even stand a chance. Now, let's not forget the Moskov does have animation times when he throws that Arrow of Destruction, so he's got to be way more careful with his micro.
Zaraki spots out the turtle attempt, but Mom is going in. He has the conceal popped out to scout out and make sure Zayed is not stopped. And looks like they're not going to be able to do too much about that. Another turtle going over to Red, and they are making very good choices here, upping the momentum, knowing that the early to mid game is going to be way stronger than Team CARACAL.
Yeah, I mean, look at that. Kai can barely do anything in his lane. He's a level down on rank QT. Zaraki's going to get locked down, and Mal, he's got crossbow of Tang ready. Pop it, baby!
Oh, the 3-man Jikundo just to lock him both down. Loliel's dropping real low. Spear of Misery doesn't matter. This is Mal's signature hero right now, and he is making the plays to prove it.
I'm not going to lie, this game kind of feels over right now, and Team CARACAL, they're not going to be able to scale in time. Tier 1s and mid-tier 1s about to fall, but the wave gets cleared up just in time. Linkeza, again, Team CARACAL, they're going to bleed for a large majority of this game, but they cannot afford to lose their inhibitors, and they need to survive until Second Lord.
We already knew going into this that Team CARACAL would not be winning the early game, but the fact that RED ESPORTS has basically the best start they could have asked for going into this means that Team CARACAL are playing very heavily onto the back foot, and RED ESPORTS are not about to let up on their pressure.
Oh my goodness, Mom already has an anti-QRS on him. Zaraki barely has an item and he just has the rapid boots. Zayed is on the run, making sure that he's staying well ahead of Link Aza by 2 levels, and he continues to oppress him. This is an early game we haven't seen before from RED ESPORTS.
Yep, hold on here. AIM trying to go in for it. Brilliance doing a fair bit of damage, but Mom still going for it. Way of the Dragon finds one. They already took out Lolios up in the top lane. They find AIM as well, and now Mal still going in for Kai, doing a lot of damage. He gets the crossbow of Tang. Abysm Strike goes in, gets the kill. Mom is gonna secure it. Even Link Eza taking some collateral damage from Mal.
Yeah, I don't know what that was coming in from AIM. He had the flicker, he had all the options in the world. I guess he was just like, I guess Mom's not gonna go for it, I suppose?
I don't know, but right now Team CARACAL are playing really uncharacteristically disorganized. RED ESPORTS are just oh my goodness!
Oh, a double kill! He takes out Lolios and AIM. Yep, this game is done. This game is done for.
We are witnessing a dismantling that I don't think any of us would have anticipated. Team CARACAL, their chances aren't 0, but it sure is looking close to that right now as RED ESPORTS have full control, full confidence, and Team CARACAL, I'm not sure if they're gonna be able to get enough time to scale up to actually become effective.
There's no way they can recover from this. This is a 6k gold lead, especially at the 7th minute of the game. Look at that score, 25,000 to 19,000. It's not too far, but now Zaraki is going to be the next target. He's gonna hit, doesn't get hit by the 3rd hit of G Kundo, but Zaraki does lose out on his flicker. RED ESPORTS are just getting resources out of Team CARACAL basically for free, and Team CARACAL just has to weather the storm.
Yep, and we have to note, it's not as if RED ESPORTS doesn't have a solid late game. Au contraire, they're pretty strong there as well. So Team CARACAL, this is not just an uphill climb at this point. They're basically having to scale a peak of never before seen proportions.
Oh boy, Link Aza, you can see how quickly he needs to be efficient with his build. Instantly, Malefic Roar, he needs to deal damage. Straight away, he gets the War Axe. He unfortunately can't get the Endless Battle right now. He really needs that Malefic Roar if he's going to get anywhere near, or at the very least try to get a kill onto Mom, who quote-unquote technically is the weakest, is going to be the weakest hero amongst the lot from RED ESPORTS.
Yeah, but considering that he's always going to be there to set up with the rest of his team, even if Link Eza were to try to go for a kill onto the Cho, I'm pretty sure the rest of Red wouldn't be too far behind to go for it. Right now, it looks like CARACAL are trying to use Lolios as bait, but Zayed's not really biting onto the line.
Yeah, they're really making some good calls. They're playing off the information and noticing that nobody has really shown themselves on the map. So the best assumption is that they're on the top side when Lord is spawning. Bottom side, Dyroth would have seen something at the very least, or maybe even Mal. So very good read from RED ESPORTS.
Lord has spawned and RED ESPORTS are already instantly on top of it. Team CARACAL nowhere near enough to respawn, and it doesn't look like they're going to even try because they know there's no way they can take the 5v5 fight. The Spear of Destruction not able to get the steal. They're on the opposite side of the map to get whatever they can before retreating.
Oh my goodness, don't tell me he's actually going to go with this below 50% of his HP, right? He's not going to do it. Link Aza, he's going to try and take advantage of this Oki Shadow Kill right on top of him. They find a shutdown there. Unfortunate. Zayed's greed costed him.
Yeah, that was a bit of a misjudgment.
Oh, can he get out? Can he get out? Oh, no! Right
he gets it! Link Aza jumping in with the Quad Shadow. I don't think he has a way to get out. He's just gonna get caught.
Nothing that he can do there. He brings up the score, but now it's 12-2, and a Lord is coming soon.
Yep, and they don't have Link Eza to deal with it. Luckily, it's gonna be pretty slow. Link Eza will be up in time. But right now, this is looking really, really bad for Team CARACAL. RED ESPORTS continuing to have full control over the entire map, and any attempts by Team CARACAL, the moment they see more than 2 people, they know they can't take the fight.
Oh, this is so hard to watch. they've got no priority over any of their lanes. They've got a 6k gold lead for the side of RED ESPORTS, 10 minutes going into the 12th. And right after this Lord power play, there's going to be no outer turrets except for inhibitors. If they get an inhibitor, I think that's GG.
Yep, looks like RED ESPORTS are gonna try and do exactly that. Lord still pushing down the bottom lane. They've already taken out all the tier 2 towers. Lord will get eliminated by Team CARACAL, but Mom is looking for it. Gets caught out by the hook.
Okay, that's looking pretty good. Zaraki gets hit by the yin-yang overturn. They managed to defend the inhibitor at the cost of literally nothing except their abilities. So, pretty good defense coming in from Team CARACAL. RED ESPORTS will walk away scot-free. No punishment there for now. And this is what we're talking about. 7k. They didn't manage to hit the 10k because Team CARACAL played hyper defensively. But now, this is the one opportunity Team CARACAL has to get back into this, right? We're seeing that a lot of the members from RED ESPORTS will be able to get max level, and Zaraki has to make some god tier hook.
The only way Team CARACAL can come back into this now is if Zaraki gets that hook, as you mentioned. And it has to be on a core member of RED ESPORTS. The thing is, who can he even go for? There's so many ways for the members of RED ESPORTS to just escape from being hooked. Ash has an inbuilt Purify, Maul has an inbuilt Purify. Honestly, his best choice is to go for Ren QT, but then the rest of Red will easily respond.
Oh my goodness, they're 3 items ahead compared to 2. This is so brutal. Linkeza finally finishes his 3rd. He's evening up that score, but Loliels, as you can see, he's got 3 items as well. This is the moment where these situational items are going to make it or break it for the team. And Team CARACAL somehow has to out-mechanic it the entirety to buy those extra few precious seconds that they desperately need to win a fight.
Yeah, Team CARACAL, we know that they're able to take these team fights pretty effectively, but when you're this far behind, no amount of effective gameplay is going to be enough. It's gotta be perfect from Team CARACAL, or the game is just going to be over for them. They're setting up the ambush.
Coin flip it. This is the only way. If they can steal away this Lord, they might have an opportunity. But now here we see the turn. Mom gets a kick off to Zaraki. They find the first initial kick, but the yin-yang overturn is already gone. That's not too bad. There's still 20 more seconds. Aim. He's got to get on out of there. He's already used the brilliance. He's got flicker, but now they're looking to turn. He flickers into the middle of the team, and now the fight's going. Loliels, he makes the play of a lifetime as he managed to purify through it. But Mal says no. Stop right there. Comes in with a crossbow of Tang to change the pace of the game. RED ESPORTS walk away from a beautiful initiation from Team CARACAL. Holy cow.
Was such a good attempt there by Team CARACAL, even though they were 4v5. Zai gets hooked here, but it doesn't matter. He's gonna be able to pull off the inhibitor. Maul, this signature pick, there's a reason people feared this when he first debuted it a few seasons past. And now RED ESPORTS, they are feeling good about this game. 8k net worth lead, Luminous Lord easily in their pockets. Like, we're probably gonna be seeing the end of this game very soon.
Oh boy, I would love to say that it's checkmate already, but honestly, after that play, how do you not feel like they have just a slight bit of hope? I'm not even gonna lie, Lolio should have instantly died in that fight, but he timed the Wind of Nature so well. Poppin inspired to really make all the difference. If Maul goes down, there's a very good argument that Team CARACAL can come back from this, and the only saving grace Red has if Maul goes down is going to be Ash on that yin-yang overturn.
Yeah, that is true, but we know that Maul's positioning is always very clean. He is at his core a marksman player. He knows exactly how he wants to take these fights and knew that as long as he could time the crossbow of Tang, no matter how much damage Loliels does, well, the iframes aren't going to allow him to get picked off.
Oh, Loliels has got to be careful. They're going to lose their inhibitor here, but once again, Zaraki is the one that's going to get kicked. Yin-yang overturn. He actually survives as Loliels now in trouble. He's so low. He needs to heal back up to full. Throws down the Spirit of Destruction as they're looking to power through the base. RED ESPORTS, right when they're about to lose the fight, end the game. GG, well played.
RED ESPORTS had only one thing on their mind, and that was winning the game. You can kill as many of us as you like, but as long as that crystal's HP hits 0, the game belongs to us. A beautiful ending to a perfect execution by RED ESPORTS, not even allowing the Wildcats to breathe.
Holy cow! RED ESPORTS, what a draft that was. What a draft. What can you say about it? What can you say about that game? Literally outdrafted in the beginning. Every lane was losing. One death happened on Mal, and the second death really just didn't matter.
Yeah, RED eSports, that was like really great objective mindset. They knew exactly how to play around their lanes, taking advantage of the fact that Lolios was on Moskov. They started ganking around as much as possible. Zaraki, unfortunately, his presence in the roamer position was not nearly as effective as that of Mom. He was opening so much of the map for the rest of his team, allowing them to make very educated guesses and movements to make sure that Team CARACAL could never respond.
Yeah, it's just some sheer faith coming in from Mom. Usually you would expect people who play Cho to look for the core targets, but instead Zaraki got targeted in the later stages of the game, being the only threat to people like Mal, to people like Ash as well, and he made sure he gets them out of the way and trusts in the mechanics of his cores to do the rest of the job, and Mal did not disappoint.
Looking overall, this was a 15-minute match, pretty quick. I think RED eSports could have ended it faster, but they didn't want to take any risks. They wanted to push in with the Lord, ending it with a victory, 18 kills to 5.
This was, honestly, I would say this is technically a perfect game from RED eSports. Team CARACAL put an amazing defense against RED eSports despite the odds, but when it comes down to mechanics, RED eSports got them beat.
Yeah, I feel like Team CARACAL was just really heavily caught off guard this game. They were playing really sloppily in that early game, and I can't help but feel like they weren't expecting this kind of aggression from RED. So RED being able to take advantage of that, going straight in, having a draft like this, really solid against Team CARACAL as well. I think all of the cards were just in their favor.
Yeah, there's nothing much you can really say about the draft diff, lane diff, marksman diff as well. Like, how many diffs do you need to tell you that RED eSports convincingly took this away from Team CARACAL despite their best efforts? If this were a different team, if this was not against Team CARACAL, I don't think they would be able to put up a fight. This would have been 18-0, arguably 33-0.
I'm just so impressed by RED eSports right now. We already know that, yes, their performance when the season started was stellar, and it's only been improving over time, but this is just another level. Let's see who the MVP is of that last game, and it's gonna be Zayed on the Fanny.
Give it to the man. Towards the later stages of the game, he didn't really need to do much except dish out damage and trust in his teammates, and Mal made sure that his efforts were not wasted. The entirety of that early game, give it over to Zayed. He's making it so much more painful to lane in this game. You're already in a losing matchup, and not only that, you're getting dove randomly.
I really love the fact that not only is Zayed aggressive in his gameplay, but there's also a sense of discipline and trust in the rest of his team. We see that he got 6 kills in the end, but considering how ahead he was, how farmed he was, he could have gotten a lot more. He recognized that, no, while I want to be aggressive, while I can do a lot of DPS, I don't want to put myself in a position where I can get caught off and feed gold back into Team CARACAL. He went in, did the damage, didn't necessarily get the kills, but the job was done.
Let's check out these highlights one more time here, brought to you by Samsung Galaxy. And oh goodness, what can you really do? Every single lane was at a loss here. The overall just early game mechanics, especially this one. This is the one that I don't really understand here. Lolio should have known better about his animation timings, and especially with the knockback. Either or, they look very similar. I could be wrong here that he was trying to knock away Mom, but Mom made a very intelligent guess of when he was going to throw it, so he shouldn't pose it instead. So, there's a lot of things that could have gone on.
Except that wasn't Spear of Misery. I'm pretty sure it was Spear of Destruction. It wasn't the pushback. He was just doing damage. Lolios felt like he was so out of his element here in the early game. RED eSports took so many good fights, and even though at this point Zayed got caught off, that was the only time Team CARACAL was only really able to catch the Fanny, and then Link Eza had to pay for pay the price with his life right afterwards.
But that's not all. I mean, when you're looking at these bigger fights, this was the make it or break it for Team CARACAL, and it's looking good. Like, Lolios is getting some good damage. The collateral so that he is getting perfect. But Mal, just at the literally at the last second, gets an incredible crossbow of Tang, which takes out the rest of the members from Team CARACAL. And you literally just see AIM look on over to his opponents, and all he can do is clap. What more can you say?
It was just perfect execution from RED ESPORTS. Such a delightful game to watch. Literally the most textbook example of here is how you should play MLBB.
Oh yeah.
I'm honestly so excited for game number 2 now.
Yep, that's some of the sharpest mechanics I've seen from both teams. Well done. Let's see how game 2 is going to proceed. And number 1, the draft needs to be fixed from the side of Team CARACAL. They need some kind of priority is in lane. And unfortunately, with these pocket picks, the Dairoth that's coming out all of a sudden, the priority put in on Kagura after things like Yves has been banned out, that's when you start to understand that RED ESPORTS, they play for that priority. And if they can start pushing their advantage, they will.
Yep, they understand that both Mom and Zayed can be very aggressive early on, so they don't want to draft losing lanes anymore. They know as long as, even if they don't necessarily win the lane, as long as they can control it in their favor, their early game is going to be super strong. They can just completely snowball off of it. And I think that's just some really refreshing gameplay, just as refreshing as Nescafe.
Come and scan the QR code down below, get yourself that discount, and try some of the newer flavors here offered by Nescafe. They got like Bandan I saw just now. That's another recent one that I discovered after the Gumala Malacca, as well as the Bandung flavored one. I don't know how they keep making these, and I thought it was just a joke initially until I saw it in the talent room, and that's when I was just like, yo, where are they coming up with these? Why? How? It's not bad, but also like, how?
It sounds like Nescafe's hero pool is as wide as RED ESPORTS is right now in terms of flavor profile. So if you guys want to grab some of that for yourself, make sure to do so. But before we enter into game number 2, having a look at the previous match recap. This was just a really rough game for Team CARACAL. We can see both Zaraki and Kai basically did no damage that game.
Yeah, I think it was just some really good reads. Sora Payong making sure he really locked CARACAL out of the game. And I think it's just a relative struggle, right? The only way that CARACAL was going to be able to survive that early game was basically to either sacrifice the lane and give up, as many turrets as possible, or Zaraki manages to land some incredible hooks on priority targets like Ashe. Arguably, they should have been able to kill Mom as well, but Mom was playing a solid game as well, solid game too. So it's a bit of back and forth. I just hope that Team CARACAL is able to pull it back in game 2.
Yeah, looking at this draft overall, this was way too greedy by Team CARACAL. This has been a bit of a problem for this team. For a while, they tend to draft lineups that take into account a much more positive start than they can guarantee, and if they're not able to gain that momentum from the beginning, the entire draft just kind of falls flat. I don't know if this is even the case here, but part of me is wondering if this Moskov was a misclick.
Let's just hope so. That's all I gotta say. The fact that Moskov got picked so early on, especially since we didn't see any indication of what the gold lane was going to be, just kind of shows, right? It just kind of shows that Team CARACAL, they definitely have the most personality when it comes down to MPL. True. And I respect it, but this literally costed them the game.
Yeah, in RED ESPORTS, once they spotted that weak link in the team comp, they were all like, well, that looks absolutely delicious. We're just gonna aim for this Moskov all the time. Once we get a little bit of a snowball on Mal, with that, we can rotate over, exert more map control, force people to come up and protect him. And then once that happened, Team CARACAL were just on the back foot from then on.
Honestly, I would make an argument. If this was any other team trying to run a composition that Team CARACAL was trying to pull off, I don't think they would have been able to do it. I would make an argument for Todak, and I think the fights would look a lot different. This was a very textbook game. This was the peak of mechanics, as you saw from Loliel's overall play, with the sacrifice of Zaraki and as well as AIM to try to set it up for him.
I'm gonna be honest as well, I don't think that the Franco fits Zaraki's playstyle overall. We know,
really?
Yeah, I feel like we know him more for the Enchanter type supports. The Raph, the Matilda. He doesn't... while he does go for aggressive plays sometimes, he tends to be more of a defensive utility type roamer that protects his team and creates space rather than going on a Franco where if you have a Franco on your team, he has to land hooks, otherwise the hero doesn't do much.
That's fair. That is fair. With 40 seconds more on the clock, what do you think the adaptations are going to be from either side? Fanny ban?
Definitely Fanny ban. I think Team CARACAL are probably going to be on the blue side this time, so maybe they might let it through just so, you know, they're on the blue side, they can lock it down. RED eSports will be the ones that have to ban it out. There's definitely got to be some more modifications here. Team CARACAL can't go for such a greedy comp anymore. They know how scary RED eSports is in the early game, and that's a very important point of time to ensure that Link Eza can get the farm he needs.
You know what? That is a good point. If this draft, at least they need to go 50-50 in the draft alone and then trust in the mechanics of their players to carry out through the rest, because the only reason CARACAL ended up losing that was solely based on the draft. They played it as good as it could get in the situation that they were in and lost at some of the crucial moments, literally by a 50-50 whether that last hit onto Mal was going to crit or not.
Yep, well, it's gonna be the second draft here. We're gonna be seeing whether or not Team CARACAL will be able to respond to this. The first couple bans already coming out from both sides. CARACAL banning out the Franco and the Yuzong once again, and RED eSports banning out the Valentina and the Beatrix.
Okay, Valentina understandable, Beatrix understandable, but it looks like Team CARACAL is going to be sticking to the exact same bans as they were on the red side previously. So, well, there might be some limitations there, but let's see if it's going to be exactly the same or whether there are going to be some form of variations.
Right now, what we want to consider is the Lancelot and the Fanny. There's enough bans left for both of these, but since CARACAL are on the blue side, they probably want to lock it in themselves, which means that RED eSports has a choice now. Do they want to do what Team CARACAL did last game and just allow both heroes through? Personally, I don't think so. I think it's better to ban out the Fanny and deal with the Lancelot.
I don't know. I think it's a really tough call here. Personally, I would agree with you, mainly because at least with Lancelot, you don't have to like draft so many heroes to try and counter this Fanny and stop that early game aggression. But then again, Lancelot, if you have the mechanics for it, it kind of feels the same.
Well, if they let... Oh, they actually...
Oh, they open it!
They're gonna let both through, which means that if CARACAL wants, they can draft the Fanny. And I think if Team CARACAL does, this is the perfect ticket for RED eSports to go to double fighter side lane. Just grab the Yin and separate the Fanny from the fight.
Right? Okay, so Fanny gets locked in here for the side of Team CARACAL. Let's see whether this is going to be the double fighters, right? Is this going to be Yin plus something else? Let's also remember that Sorapanga was drafting winning lanes for his team. I don't know if he's got a different strategy for the red side of the draft. But I don't know. I have no clue whether or not he's going to draft Yin.
And we also have to remember, there was a time in previous seasons where RED eSports liked to bring the Baxia into the jungle, so a tank jungle isn't completely alien to them. We already saw the Kufra jungle to counteract the Fanny, so an option like that is still open as well.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Don't disrespect Zide like that. Don't make him play a tank. Make him play an assassin. Flex, please flex. That's all we want to see. There we go. Lancelot and as well as Cho gonna get locked in for RED eSports.
Alright, going for the more confident style. We're gonna be seeing the Lancelot versus the Fanny. Not a lineup we get to see very often. And Mom gonna be grabbing the Cho yet again. Pretty good lockdown though. The Way of the Dragon, if he lands it onto the Fanny, well, not much he can do.
Alright, so at least they have some form of ways to kind of stop this Fanny, right? Way of the Dragon, one way to kind of lock down for a short period of time so the rest of RED eSports can kind of collapse on top of him and try to punish him. Now, we do see CARACAL lock in the Matilda this time, something a little bit more, as you mentioned, in Zaraki style, very protective, very enchanter type.
Okay, as for aim, Eve is still open, and it looks like that's what they're gonna go for. They want to be the ones controlling the battlefield now, and honestly, having to deal with both real-world manipulation and the Fanny at the same time does not sound fun.
I'm thinking about it. Maybe Red could switch it up. They could flex this Cho for Ren QT They could still go for Selena if they wanted to. I don't think it's that bad.
I'm gonna be honest here, I can still see Yin being picked up for Maul in this lineup. Even if he doesn't grab the Fanny, just grab the Eve.
I think it's too early. I think it's too early to show it now because then he can get counter matchups in lane.
Well, yes, but I feel like the last time we saw it from Red Esports, they did actually pick it in the first phase.
That's true.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
This is not fair! This is not fair! Red Esports now going to flex back onto Team CARACAL here. And personally, I don't mind because with the Spear of Misery, you can actually knock Eve out of the real world manipulation. So there is a functionality to this. And don't forget that the Spear of Misery, if you knock somebody into another hero, they also get stunned.
My god, I cannot believe Red Esports is actually doing this right now. They are literally going to try and flex on CARACAL as hard as possible. Not just responding to the Fanny with a Lancelot, but even telling them, hey, we're gonna show you how to play Moskov.
That's so funny. That's so very funny. Red Esports this time going to be banning out Melissa. Very respectable because they understand that it's about lane bullies, right? Popon Kupa is already gone. Beatrix is already gone. The only other matchups that are going to be relatively difficult is going to be Melissa. I would make an argument for Clint and Brody, but there is counterplay for Moskov at the very least.
Yeah, and looking at the opposite side, Team CARACAL are going to start by banning out the Kufra, so they are suspecting that this choke could still go to Red QT and don't want to give Red Esports opportunities to jump into the back line to stop the real world manipulation. Makes sense. Red Esports, do they still want to ban the gold laners here? If they really want to make sure that the Moskov has a good time, then yes, but there's still so many options in the pool that I don't see much of a reason for doing so.
They might as well get rid of Wanwan as well, right?
No, looks like they're gonna ban out the Esmeralda instead. This could give us an idea here. Because I would have thought that Red Esports are in a better spot to pick that up since they're against Matilda and Eve.
Right? I thought that too. Maybe they're setting up for Phoveus potentially for Ren QT. This is just an opportunity to do so. You already got the Matilda. Fanny almost guarantees that you are going to get a proc at some point of time. And especially with Matilda, if somebody actually takes the guiding win, great, 2 for 1.
Well, I guess we'll find out what exactly Red Esports has in store for us. How much more are they intending to flex on their opponents right now? They are still looking for an EXP lane and a mage. This choke still can flex, but we'll see what happens.
There we go.
They are hovering the Phoveus, and they will lock it in.
Called it. All right, now Team CARACAL, how do they respond to this, right? Now that you don't have the direct counter pick to the Phoveus, what does Kai have left? He could look to try Paquito to bully him in a lane and still have some relevance by rotating early on to affect the mid lane. What other options are there? Uranus, I guess, to kind of work in tandem with aim on Eve, but I don't know if that's going to be the most effective strategy.
There is also the classic signature Kai pick of the Barats. We don't see it very much anymore, but if they can cause more chaos in addition to the real world manipulation, it could be quite a thing. But oh, they're gonna lock in the high-lows. We're gonna be seeing the glorious pathway on top of the real world manipulation into the blazing duet.
This is so interesting. I love how Loliels is just like, meta? I've never heard of it. I never heard of it. Don't need that. Let's just fight, bro.
What is Red Esports gonna go for here? If they haven't locked in their Gromer, this might not be a bad time to grab Diggy so that it would be easy to walk out of the real world manipulation.
That'd be funny. That'd be very funny, but unfortunately, Cho is already in. They also, the fact is, they also have Cho. They already have Moskov, so all they have left is technically a mage that they don't have, and it's going to be Selena this time. And I think, generally, I felt like Selena should have been like the first initial pick, and then you can keep flexing on with these, with the side laners. But hey, you know, to each their own. Very, very interesting comps on either side. Would love to see how the gold lane goes. And yeah, that's all my thoughts. Let's get this game started.
This is so interesting looking at both these drafts right now. Both teams going into game number 2 with something to prove. And as we approach the Land of Dawn once again, it's going to be very interesting to have a look at these two lineups. On one hand, Team CARACAL is going to be a massive team fight, wombo, combo, real world manipulation isolation, glorious pathway, blazing duet, and you have to deal with a Fanny on top of all of that. That's going to be difficult, but if anyone can do it, it's going to be Red Esports. On the opposite side, they got a little bit of a flex lineup. They're going to be drafting the Moskov yet again, and they specialize in pickoffs and skirmishing to split up the fight against their opponents. Will Red Esports show us an upset today?
All right, welcome to the land of dawn here. It's game number 2 of our last best of 3 for today. CARACAL on the blue side as Red traditionally and most homely on the red side.
Mom instantly going to be bothering Link Eza. I don't think he's going to be able to steal it, but he wants to try and force Link Eza to use the retribution if possible.
Well, I think that would be a good idea. That way he doesn't get Lethal Wanderer as early. And there we go. Retribution's already out. Link Eza immediately going to use his quick rotational speed to try and take the Lethal Wanderer. He gets it. No way. He gets it. Zayed misses the retribution timing.
Yeah, not much you can do about that. It is a Fanny after all. It's a bit difficult to deal with the damage instances from this hero.
Actually, correction. Zayed used his retribution earlier on his own purple buff.
Oh, okay.
They have the same timers.
So that means that Zayed wanted to clear his buff as quickly as possible so that he could rotate over to grab the Little Wanderer because he knows how quickly Link Eza would be able to rotate. Unluckily for him, didn't really work out.
Yeah, I mean, you know, fair enough, it happens. Mom's still continuing to harass, but this is where generally most of the fights are going to happen. Around this gold lane, right? Mal and Loliel's, nobody's really going to get anywhere, and generally Mal will be able to out-push Claude in the earlier stages of the game. But unfortunately, for Zaraki, on the other hand, it seems like Ash has got his number.
Mom is going to be much more aggressive than Zaraki here in this, but considering that Zaraki has the Matilda, he should be able to play a much more comfortable defensive style. While he's not able to get pickoffs, he will be able to protect his team from pickoffs. And considering that most of the heroes there don't really need help to get the kills, this should work out pretty well for Team CARACAL.
Oh, Zaraki still gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow. That's going to be first blood given over to Red Esports. So very quick. That's what I said. Ash has got his number.
He sure does. And Mom now looking to bother Link Eza yet again, taking a fair bit of damage, but I don't think Mom minds that at all. The longer he keeps him here, the longer it takes for him to go to the turtle.
All right, so purple buff achieved again. Wait, no, Mom, he's dead here. There's nothing he can do. The cutthroat's already through, and Zaraki wants to get, but he gets hit by the arrow once more. Lolios just take the kill. Take the kill. Finally nails it, but now Ash is going to cut him off. He needs some kind of help. Link Eza is going to leave him all by himself, but instantly Lolios has to expand his Purified to not get attacked by Zayed.
I feel like we just had a synchronous clenching of butts on our seats, witnessing Mom try to escape there. He got caught off eventually, but he bought a fair bit of time. Unfortunately, not going to be enough because Link Eza is very comfortable on this Fanny and instantly goes for Ash.
Oh, straight away. I think that should have been a dive angle, but he's not entirely sure because Mom didn't reveal himself when he was going to hit that level 4 since Zaraki hit his level 4. So he's just playing based off of the information at hand.
Zayed now looking for Zaraki. Really nice dash right in time to escape the Torn Rose, and the Spear of Destruction not gonna land as well, so Zaraki gets away from that. Currently still 1-1 for both teams, but Team CARACAL are ahead in terms of farm, mainly due to the fact that Link Eza, he has all the mobility in the world.
Well, that's not all. Let's look down into the EXP lane where Kai, level 6 Ren QT, just hitting that level 6, so Kai technically has a little bit of an EXP lead and is zoning him out from the farm.
Well, it's gonna be rough for Phoveus to go up against a Hylos in the early lane. Phoveus, after all, needs some time to scale up to do some damage, whereas Hylos can very easily just run at you, and there's not too much you can do about it. Red Esports, they know that their early game not going to be quite as effective with this kind of draft, so it all comes down to their scaling.
Well, I mean, you know, First Blood kind of tells me otherwise, and especially with the Forerunners being Zayed and as well as Ash plus Mom, they can actually match Team CARACAL if they really needed to. In terms of raw damage, that's where you see the big difference with Link Eza and as well as Zayed. Now, coming back down to the bottom side of the map, it's going to be left alone as an island for a majority of the time. It's about the utility they're going to be bringing later on into the game. Kai, instantaneous value, right? Ren QT, he's going to need a couple of items before you start feeling his value, but a quick lane swap.
Interesting choice here. I suppose Lolios wants to have a more comfortable lane. They know that the high-lows would be an easy matchup against the Moskov since there's not much Maul can do to him at this point in time, whereas Lolios can farm very comfortably against Rank-QT.
Okay, all right, that makes sense, I guess. Especially with the Avarice coming in from Lolios, I guess he was expecting to catch him off at some point, right? Now, Mom, he's looking for opportunities to get on top of Link Asa. If he can catch him off guard, nope, instantly goes for Zaraki. He purifies out of there straight away. Now, Mom is left all by himself. Ash can only do so much. The Circling Eagle comes on through, but again, Way of the Dragon, he doesn't want to give him the angle. Link Asa finds the hit onto Mom, and no, it's going to be AIM having to expand his flicker in a real-world manipulation to secure the kill. No survivors.
Mom is doing a good job of making Team CARACAL use resources, but they need to be able to take objectives in return.
Hold up.
Dropping real low, pops the Demonic Force, but no more dashes to take advantage of, and another kill goes over to AIM, but Zayed is able to steal the turtle away from Linkeza.
Okay, that's not too bad. You know, at the end of... Oh! Zayed manages to pick off Loliels. Ooh, boy. He already used his battle mirror image and was just basically strolling in the park and got attacked by a predator.
Yep, these assassins are just finding any opportunity they can get. Linkeza now does want to be a bit careful around Mom for the Way of the Dragon, but Circling Eagle is being used against Zayed down here in the bottom lane just to zone off the enemy assassin from the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, you can see AIM is making sure he absorbs as much farm as he can. Ooh, Linkeza really doesn't want to give Mom that angle. He should be able to take it away, but no, it's going to be the Abyssal Trap that gives on the EXP to Ash. So far, nobody has been able to kind of break through their limits just yet, but we're transitioning into the mid game, so things are about to get exciting.
Yep. So far, the teams are still pretty even. Team CARACAL has a slight lead in net worth, but it's pretty much a negligible amount. Even though their early game is going to be strong with Link Eza, they're a bit worried about engaging with Mom around, so they're gonna do it on the opposite side and catch off Maul.
Okay, but Ash is just waiting patiently for an opportunity to get an Abyssal Arrow angle onto AIM in case he uses the real-world manipulation. The rest of RED eSports don't want to take that full front-to-front just yet. It just isn't worth that time. But however, that is going to be Ash picking off Lolios once more, and Rank-QT is going to get into the middle of that fight. Come on, Zaraki, do something, because Ash finds the angle again. Circling Eagle is going to put him way out of bounds, and AIM can only help him for so long. Lands another Abyssal Arrow, but they now find AIM caught lacking here as Mom tries to go for a kick. It doesn't get as much distance as he wanted.
If it was anything else but a Phobius, that would have been an easy double kill. The frustrating thing about this hero is while he scales up to do a lot of damage, his damage is conditional. He needs the enemy team to dash, and they had literally no dashes left to even use.
Okay, and to be fair, that's not the only condition. Any sort of knock-up, any sort of CC that displaces your opponent, that's when you can use the demonic power again. So keep in mind that Mom is actually an enabler for Rank-QT on top of it all, as well as Maul.
Okay, Mom scouting things out. They're already on the turtle yet again. They want to balloon this. Abyssal Arrow finds Lolios in the background. Mom goes in, Way of the Dragon, but Lolios is able to flicker away. Oh, suddenly he gets hit with the Moscow. Zayed now going to be aimed down by the Fanny. Zayed dropping low. Oh, they're still going in. Linkeza still full health. Mom stuck under real world manipulation. Gonna get taken down by Kai. Forces the flicker out. Rank-QT buying time in the background. Looks like they will disengage from this.
Oh my goodness. They trade 1 for 1 for that. Mom was literally about to die, and unfortunately the retribution was just not enough to get rid of him. And even Kai just sitting there like hoping that his Law and Order would be enough, but the Shunpo makes it out just in time. Another Abyssal Arrow! Stop it, Ash! Miss an arrow, for God's sake! Somebody stop him! Zaraki is going to be the next to fall, but Mom gets canceled midway, and Linkeza saves Zaraki's life!
Ash just enabling all these pickoffs. My goodness, an Abyssal Arrow over and over again. They would have been able to get 2 kills if not for the Law and Order from Kai, making sure that the Way of the Dragon would not be able to connect onto Zaraki, just narrowly saving his life. RED eSports, they're starting to scale up, and we know that this team in the late game is a very, very scary 5v5 team fighter.
Absolutely, and Ash, he is playing a hot game, a really hot game. I don't know, maybe his fingers have crosshairs or something.
Now, looks like Team CARACAL going to be contesting the Lord again. Ash looking for the Abyssal Arrow. Mom going in. He wants to try and distract them so they're not watching out for the stun. And Zaraki gets hit by the arrow yet again.
Okay, Zaraki now, at this stage of the game, it's not so bad. He's able to use the Roam Blessing favor to kind of keep him topped up every time he absorbs an arrow, especially from max range, and as well as absorbing an Abyssal Trap. So, keep in mind, Zaraki, oh no, that's not all. Kai already getting the initial hit. This is good. It's an enabler. Link Aza wants to get into the middle of the Blazing Duet. Already comes out. Ash now in trouble. Link Aza takes him out, and the backline is gone. Law and Order gets onto the top of Red QT as Zion wants to get on top of AIM. He finds one. He finds second. Auto attack, but Mal now tries to make the play. Link Aza shuts him down. A killing spree for Moskov, but it's a little too late. A double kill. Zion comes up on top. A 3-for-2 trade in favor of Red Esports.
I have no idea how Red Esports turned that around in their favor. They're still looking for the Claude, not able to find him, but that was a great engagement by Team CARACAL, forcing the way of the dragon onto the least desirable candidate. It looks like they ended up wasting the real-world manipulation as Red Esports instantly backed off. And when it looked like Link Eza was going to be able to cause a lot of chaos with his DPS, he was only able to get a kill onto Ash. Maul just pelting people with DPS from the back line.
Okay, this is such a crucial part of the game. Nobody has much of a lead at this stage, but Lolios did purchase the Winds of Nature, which is really, really good, but the same goes for Mal. So it's all about the timings of their utilities. If they use it a little too early, they have to somehow dodge the rest of the damage. And I would imagine that it's a lot easier to dodge a Blazing Duet in comparison to just random penetration coming in from Mal.
The Lord going to be contested yet again, but now both teams a bit more careful. Ash still looking for the Abyssal Arrow angles, and Mom looks like he's not going for a too aggressive play now. He wants to see if anyone walks up to contest Zayed. Team CARACAL not going to bite the bait.
Good thing that they aren't. They're understanding the behaviors. They're understanding Mom especially. Now, the Battle Mirror image is already there, and Lolios is trying to bait this out. He's got Purify, but hopefully he's not playing with fire. It's going to be Spear of Destruction opening up a line and checking both brushes at the same time. Really smart plays coming in from Red Esports.
Yep, but it also tells them that Mal is on the top side of the map right now. Link Eza going up to respawn, clear the wave. He knows that Mal will have a difficult time 1v1ing him, so he's the best candidate to go and do so, as Red Esports does some damage to the Lord to try and bait out aggression from Team CARACAL, but again, very disciplined behavior from both teams.
Yeah, no, this is great. Red Esports, they're just using the threat of Lord to get these side objectives, get this tier 2. It's free bank, free money, don't need to worry about it, because Team CARACAL is way more worried about losing a Luminous Lord at this stage of the game.
Yep, and that's exactly the case. We know that Red Esports, they're very good at this objective-oriented mindset, and it can be risky at this stage of the game to split up your team to this degree, especially against a Fanny, but they are doing so anyway because that is what is going to nab them the most in terms of resources.
Oh boy, once again the Cold War has begun. Both sides refusing to initiate just yet. They're waiting for their resources to be down, but Mal instantly gets on top of Kai. Zaraki's trying to save his boy. Vengeance is already popped, and immediately Zaraki goes with a circling eagle. It's all looking good because the backline is attacked. Zion finds him. Lolios is trying to take him out, but it doesn't matter. Red QT is already here, and Mal has dealt more than enough damage to put them in the dirt. 2-for-2 trade so far, but Zaraki is still alive. He can top off the health of his team members. Lolios, he gets hit by an Abyssal Arrow. It's not good now. They gotta back off as Ren QT and Mom, and the continuous hail of fire from Ash. When is he gonna miss a goddamn arrow?
That last skirmish was beautifully played by Red Esports. They went for the stun onto the Hylos first. They knew they wouldn't be able to kill him and were fully mentally prepared to back off the moment they saw the glorious pathway get popped. Even though Link Eza got a really good entrance, taking out most of the HP on Mal, he was still able to turn it around, do a lot of damage in return. And although he lost his life in the end, he ensured that the enemy jungler would get picked off by the rest of his team, leaving Team CARACAL with no option options to deal out more damage.
If we look at the micro aspects of this game, right, Mal initiated specifically onto Kai, knowing that his Spear of Misery is going to be back up in time. He didn't bother using his Blink as well, knowing that there could be a retaliation from Team CARACAL. Now, RED ESPORTS right on top of the Lord. Let's see how they play this out. It's going to be Spirit of Destruction checking that purple buff. They do notice that it's missing, so now Linkeza is on his way, and they're playing it slow. Zayed is already chunked down to 50% of his HP. We already see the real one manipulations. Rocky manages to get out just in time, but the backline gets destroyed. Blazing Duet coming in from Lolios ends their life. Linkeza has bought enough time as Mom is trying to make it out. Demonic Force for the 5th time already is not going to put him out of his misery. Ash is done for. A 3-for-1 trade in favor of Team CARACAL.
Team CARACAL finally breaks through the defense of RED ESPORTS. Zayed still looking for aim. Tornrose comes out, but he's the one in trouble right now. Luckily, Linkeza does not have enough energy, but now Zayed in a lot of trouble. RenQT gonna be able to buy for Zayed to get away.
What mechanics! Zayed manages to walk on through, but let's not forget that RED ESPORTS secured the Luminous Lord, which buys them precious time that they so desperately need to come back.
This is an absolutely ridiculous game we are witnessing right now. 15 minutes in, both teams already sitting around the 40k mark overall. Team CARACAL slightly ahead in terms of net worth, but not enough to really make a difference. It really does come down to which team is able to execute the team fight more effectively.
For anybody outside of Malaysia watching this matchup, boy, are you in for a treat. If you haven't become a fan of the MPL MY, go follow their social media so you don't miss action like this ever again. It's once in a lifetime do you see teams at this caliber play like this. Lolios getting very greedy, but baits out all the spells from Zayed. Oh, Spear of Destruction getting blocked by aim just in time. No big spells coming out of Lolios just yet.
That's a very risky play by Lolios there. If he got caught out unaware, that would have been a big blow to Team CARACAL, but we are looking at both sides. The items are pretty similar overall. Team CARACAL, obviously, they have the better team fight, so it comes down to RED ESPORTS to be the ones to make the initiation and to retreat at the most precise moments possible to make sure that they are not caught out underneath the slowing effects of Team CARACAL.
All right, both sides have received, gotten up past the 46,000 mark. RenQT getting the blade armor, Ash getting a genius wand, Mom finding a kick onto Zaraki, a quick follow-up coming in from Ash, great Purify coming in from Zaraki as a response. Both sides not giving each other an inch so far, but let's see who's going to be running with it.
Kai gets hit by the Abyssal Arrow as well. Ash really just does not miss this man right here, but it is not enough. The game has gone on long enough at this point that the Abyssal Arrows don't actually do that much damage to most of the members of Team CARACAL. The best he can do is set up kills for the people that are outputting the most DPS right now, and it's all really going to come down to Mal. He has the best consistent late game DPS on RED ESPORTS.
I'm waiting for Team CARACAL and RED ESPORTS to hit the 53k mark where they start selling off their boots and start doubling down on max items, no boots, no movement speed, just focus on raw power.
Mom and RenQT going in, but the Void Crystal stops them, spots them out of the conceal, and instantly they have to back things off themselves. Neither team willing to invest into a full-out 5v5 unless they are certain the conditions are perfectly favorable for them.
I don't even know what conditions are going to be right at this stage of the game, because now we're going past the basics, right? We're going past the he doesn't have an ultimate. Now we're baiting people with our battle spells if we have to. What is Team CARACAL and RED ESPORTS willing to risk to win this game?
That is the big question right now. There's going to be multiple immortalities on either side. RED ESPORTS, they need to get a pick off. They need to force ultimates on Team CARACAL out, whereas Team CARACAL, they need to make sure that RED ESPORTS cannot retreat from their engagement.
They got priority over topside. Mal, he's not going to be able to join this fight in time, but the Lord is kind of difficult to kill. Lolios' build is great, especially against regular heroes, but now I think it's going to be a coin flip. They're going to back away, and RED ESPORTS do not bite the bait again.
So much discipline from both these teams. They know that Maul isn't around. Linkeza now going to be split pushing to make sure. So it's a 4v4 down here in the Lord Pit, and Mom is looking for it, but Zaraki is able to get away.
Oh boy, Linkeza rotates up to top side to clear that wave, but instantly Mal makes the call. I'm going to stay up here, and maybe if I can get a pick off of Link Aza, we can guarantee get this Lord. Lolios gets hit by an Abyssal Arrow. Ash isn't able to follow up on that damage, but you know that Zion, he's ready to pull the trigger when you are.
Yep, really good chance by Lolios to get away there. Kai once again zoning out the rest of Red Esports. This Hylos is proving to be a problem for Red to try and tunnel into the backline because he's doing such a good job of zoning them out alongside Zaraki to keep AIM and Lolios safe.
The next fight, oh, Mom, he finds a kick, initial kick, and jumps straight onto AIM in the backline. Blazing Duet is already out. Mom is in trouble. He's going to be the first to go, but Immortality brings him back to life. RenQT has nowhere to go. He jumps onto Lolios, hops on with a boundary image, procs his Immortality. Mal isn't even in the fight. He's about to join here as Zaraki and Lolios are here to save the day. Lens up. It's going to be Lingeza who takes out both RenQT and Mom.
Mal still going though. He's doing back to himself with the vengeance. Gets taken out by the Eve. Meanwhile, Zayed going in, trying to pick off people in the backline. Ash still alive, but Zayed is not. Ash is now the final survivor on the side of Red Esports. Zayed gonna get picked off. Killing spree going over to Link Eza with 4 members still surviving. Now Link Eza looking to see if they can find Ash.
Oh no, they found Ash!
He's in trouble. He's gonna get caught out. Blazing Duet gets popped down. Killing spree.
Run it down. Run it down the bottom side of the map. Mom is the only person who can actually stop this. RenQT is coming back up in 10 seconds. They don't have a lot of time to end this game. One chance, one hope. Mom is trying to end this, but it's a little too late. It's going to be Team CARACAL pulling it 1-1.
What a game coming out from both these teams right here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you not entertained? Team CARACAL instantly evening things back up against Red Esports, showing that they are not interested in going down without a fight.
Nice try flexing Mal, but not this time. The score is 1-1. GG. Well played to Team CARACAL. What a spicy game this is. What a spicy game.
Goes to show that sometimes karma is real after all. Attempting to flex a bit too hard on your opponents ended up costing Red Esports a potential 2-0 victory here. And just... wow, what a game by both these teams.
Oh, it's sweaty. It's really sweaty. It may be cold in this arena, guys and gals out there, but my God, is it hot in here. Woo!
That was a spicy, spicy game, and I want more right now. We're going into a game number 3, and honestly, what better way to end the day than with a game between these two titans on the MPL League right now. Neither side willing to give an inch over to their opponents.
Whew. Whew, that is a rough one. Let's pull up the item build real quick and we'll talk about it, because at the end of the day, Red Esports tries to get a pick on towards AIM and got utterly punished for it. They just ran out of patience.
Yep, unfortunately, once you hit that late game, Team CARACAL's Wombo combo is just way more effective than Red Esports' skirmish-style gameplay, especially when you consider that their late game damage does not scale nearly as well as that of Team CARACAL. So when it came to these big 5v5 team fights, there was only so much Red could do.
Yeah, and honestly, AIM, absolute genius here. It sells this item to get a Sky Guardian's helm, to top him up back to full so he can get right back into the fight and drop down the real world manipulation despite the initial engagement coming in from Mom.
Yep, just really smart play overall. We can see that both Kai and RenQT ended up building blade armor on themselves as well, because they know there's going to be a lot of physical damage coming in. I think in that last fight as well, Kai knew that he was being targeted by Mal and popped the Vengeance just in time to really do a lot of self-damage to himself.
Yeah, it's a feels bad moment for Mal, because in the heat of the moment, how do you call yourself off from that? And especially when Kai is in perfect position, he was looking like prime tender meat.
Overall, this was a long game, 20 minutes, but you can understand why it got to that point, because neither team was willing to give an inch. Red Esports understood that they would get completely steamrolled if they took these fights with a bit of carelessness. So they had to play perfectly, but you can only try to do that for so long. There's going to be fatigue. There's going to be extenuating conditions that prevent you from taking the best fight you can. Whereas Team CARACAL, all they have to do is catch someone.
Yeah, and looking at Rank QT's overall build, he didn't greed out. He didn't go for anything like the Holy Glaive. He went for the traditional Phoveus build. Didn't want to get that little bit of magic penetration, which I think would have been really good, especially since most of the time his main target was Loliels. But then again, you can make the exact same argument about his current build. At least he will be able to tank more damage to get more procs off of Loliels.
Yeah, unfortunately, Rank QT, he was trying his best in these fights, but I think Team CARACAL was just doing a very good job of preventing the demonic force. Let's have a look. MVP for game number 2 is gonna be none other than Link Eza on the Fanny once again. Guys, stop letting this hero through the fans.
Please, please end it, end it. We don't need this hero. We don't want this hero. Let's see what else they have to offer in the draft, but you can't stop giving respect to Link, Eza, and Zayed for their previous games. They played some really, really good Mobile Legends.
Yeah, but speaking of games, there's going to be one more coming up right after this. I'm very curious exactly what kind of alterations both these teams are going to be making. Will the Fanny finally be banned out? Will the teams finally let go of their ego and say, we're not gonna flex the Moskov anymore? That's a little bit of a problem overall. Who knows?
Who knows at this point? Honestly, there could have been an argument been made about Mia at that stage of the game, but the utility being shown about using Moskov's Arrow of Destruction, really, really interesting at the highest level of play. But coming back to the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy, Team CARACAL, very interesting how they actually played the early 2 mid games where they didn't want to leave any survivors. Whenever there was an engagement, they have to obtain that kill.
Yeah, but RED ESPORTS, they had to be the aggressors in this game because they knew once a late game came around, this combo is very difficult to deal with, and they did do a very good job of it. Mom and Ash were just picking people off left and right, but once it got to a certain point, once the tanks became tankier, once the DPS started to do more, it was very difficult for RED ESPORTS to find the correct angles to engage. If they go in on this hero, you get hit with the Blazing Duet. If they go in on this hero, they get stuck in the Glorious Pathway, the real world manipulation. It just required too much executional ability from RED ESPORTS, and once they made even a small mistake, it's very easy for Team CARACAL to take advantage.
Look at this play coming in from Link Eza, taking on so many members and salvaging a botched team fight by Team CARACAL. And right at the end here, even Zayed able to play this perfectly. Like, oh my goodness. I don't know how long. If this was a best of 5, somebody is eventually going to make a terrible mistake.
And despite their best efforts, RED ESPORTS were the ones that dropped the ball in the end. You can't blame them. A 20-minute game where you have to execute every fight perfectly is too tall an order, regardless of what team you are, what level of player you are as well. I think it's just really admirable that they were able to drag things out that long when the draft was already a difficult one to play.
Yeah, it was tough. But that begs the question, who is going to win the very last game of today? Is it going to be blue side? Is it going to be red side?
Well, who knows? But we will be finding out after we go for a short break. Once again, game number 3 coming up in just a little while. Don't go anywhere if you want to witness the victor between RED ESPORTS and Team CARACAL. We will see you guys in just a little bit.
Adventure starts here. Let's go out and play!
Introducing my buddy. That's Maru.
Friendship is a magic string that binds us together. Are you ready for a super cute adventure? I got this. It's not so hard as baking cookies.
I won't stop till I win. Same for my buddy here. Here we go, fam.
Mega kill.
should I draw today? Purin or a pudding? Making the magic happen on the tip of my paintbrush. Don't fear. Lauren's support is always on time. Let's create some miracles.
You have slain an enemy. Guess what's in my bag? A homemade monster kill.
Cinnamon is no ordinary touch.
So, diorang dapat pelbagaikan lagi gameplay diorang dan Angka yakin dua-dua tim ni boleh pergi sangat jauh dekat MPL.
He actually pushed everyone to harder, could be more stressful.
Pushes the limit of Mobile Legends in terms of meta, in terms of players' mentality, in terms of stamina. This is how you be a professional player.
Esme OT, skill satu dia dah mati, Mak. Terus ini for apa?
Malaysian meta is very taste the dopamine sort of meta.
You perlu telan rasa pahit tu supaya you boleh rasa kemanisan yang akan datang.
Our meta is more focusing on helping or contributing dekat marksman supaya dia boleh, orang kata istilah fat, untuk win the game. Pergi mana-mana region, any part of the world, kita orang boleh perform.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby.
Well, they say you save the best for last, and we have certainly done that today. Who's gonna win game number 3 between RED ESPORTS and Team CARACAL? We'll be here to join you in finding out. My name's Dafa. Alongside me once again, going to be Gideon for the last time today to inform you that all of this would not be possible without our wonderful sponsors, which of course consist of the usual suspects. After all, we have our official gaming chair Secret Lab, our partners in esports, TikTok Live, esports charts, and EGG Network, and our co-organizer ESI.
Yep, once again, the atmosphere here is electric. The live audience really adds an entire layer, especially since both of these teams are very vocal up on stage, so you're missing out if you haven't bought the tickets already, because this is one great game that we're watching here, and it's best experienced live. Now, let's talk shop. Game number 3 between these two teams. So far, blue side 100% win rate in this game alone. I think that's just going to be the situation all over again. Let's bring up the recap just in case you are just tuning in. The score is 1-1. CARACAL recently taking game 2 after an embarrassing defeat to RED ESPORTS in game number 1.
We can see in terms of damage done overall, Team CARACAL actually did way less damage compared to RED ESPORTS. It was pretty close overall, but when you consider that there were 4 members of RED doing 50k damage compared to only 2 on CARACAL, the fact that they were able to come out on top in the end is simply because their lineup was just so difficult to break through, and the combination of their abilities proved to be the bane of RED ESPORTS' existence.
Yep, and AIM definitely underperforming in this particular game as Ash was landing arrow after arrow after arrow, but when they needed him the most, that's when AIM popped off with his genius idea, switching out his items to get a Sky Guardian's helmets to rejoin the fight instead of having to recall and walk back. He comes in with a big real-world manipulation to set things up, a playing field for Link Asa to finish off that fight.
In addition to that, both Zaraki and Lolios having Purify meant that Mom and Ash would not be able to make plays on half of Team CARACAL as long as the cooldowns were available, which just made it that much more difficult for RED ESPORTS to get the necessary kills they were looking for to really start snowballing their momentum. And once it went head-to-head in the late game, well, Link Asa goes in with the Fanny and creates havoc.
Yep, Loliel's Blazing Duet played a huge part in a lot of this. The Wombo combos as well, locking them down within the real-world manipulation, slowing them all with the Ice Queen's Wand on top of the Void Blast, and instantly you see Loliel's run into the middle of them with the Blazing Duet to chunk them down to 40% of their HP. Makes all the difference. Each working their part to make this machine work. And with 13 more seconds on the clock, what do you think the adaptations are going to be?
Well, firstly, the Fanny needs to go. Unless you're on the blue side, there's no way the Fanny is gonna stick around again. I think both these teams understand that already. And the Moskov should probably go as well.
Understandably so. The Moskov has been quite the bane of people's existences as both sides trying to flex that they are the better Moskov player and both not finding the win at the end of that tunnel. Beatrix is going to be the first ban coming in from RED ESPORTS. Let's look on over to Team CARACAL. I have just the oddest feeling they're probably going to ban the exact same things.
Your team is banning.
But that would mean that they let the Fanny through, though.
Yup.
Really?
I feel like they're gonna do it all over again. Maybe it could be the 3rd ban that they decide to get rid of Fanny this time. RED ESPORTS again. We're seeing a repeat of history. This is looking like game number 1.
I don't know, man. If Team CARACAL decide they want to flex enough to give RED ESPORTS the Fanny again, well, whatever happens, it's up to them. But yes, they are going to ban it out. I expected this to be the case.
Okay, finally. We're seeing the adaptations coming in. Fanny finally gone. It's too dangerous. It's too dangerous in anybody's hands.
Yep, absolutely. Now the next question is, what will RED ESPORTS ban out? We've already seen them ban out the All-List previously, but the Lancelot is still open, and that's something they have to consider, and RED ESPORTS will indeed get rid of that hero.
Alright. So that does mean that CARACAL has another option. They could be going for the glue, but instead they're going to target on what Mom has been playing consistently over the past 2 games, and that's going to be Cho.
Yep, that means that the Selena is wide open. We already know that Ash is pretty accurate with those abyssal arrows, but is it first phase pick material? And if RED ESPORTS lets it through, will CARACAL snatch it up straight away?
I do suspect that it might be one of those situations where Team CARACAL is going to give Link Asa either Allus or Ling within first rotation.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Considering that the Allus has not been let through the Team CARACAL in the past couple times, if Link Asa gets that opportunity, they're gonna go for it straight away, which means that RED ESPORTS needs to draft with that concept in mind. They're gonna start off, though, with, I believe from the voice line, that should be a Franco, right? Yes.
Yep.
Yes, that is.
Instantly a Franco lock-in for the side of RED ESPORTS. Respectable and more importantly, so devastating if those iron hooks land, and especially with the execution levels that both teams are showing. Whoever gets Franco and whoever gets hit by that iron hook is generally going to die. CARACAL, they're going to be locking in the Alas as expected here. That's the first adaptation. We're already hearing some claps in the audience randomly.
The people here know what they want to see, and they know that Link as Aldous is always quite a sight. I wouldn't be surprised if Team CARACAL were to go for something like the Matilda again, since Zaraki would be able to save people with the iron hook, and yep, that's exactly what's going to happen.
Okay, all right. Matilda is going to be locked in. Red Esports, on the other hand, who are they going to prioritize now? The last time in game number 1, they made sure that both Ren QT and Mal were their last picks in the second phase. So I'm guessing the fact that, you know, Franco is already locked in, Cho similarly locked in the previous matchup, other than the Fanny, I think it's going to be a mage.
A mage would make sense here. Wouldn't be surprised if they locked in the Link for Zayed as well, just so they could have a bit more early game presence. The Selena still open as well. Selena Franco, very strong combination for invading the enemy jungle, though it does lack a bit of wave clear.
That's the thing, wave clear, I feel like Red Esports is in a position where they actually prioritize this wave clear. They draw for winning lanes. And that's the general mentality that if I were to put my shoes in Sora Biome, that's generally what I would want to do. Popo and Koopa definitely can win lanes, and the same goes for lane. But CARACAL instantly able to lock in that Ruby for themselves. That's not too bad, but the big question is whether AIM is going to be the dedicated mage on the Matilda, and that's not too fun.
Your team is banned.
I guess we'll find out as CARACAL. I do think this is probably going to be, an AIM Matilda, since they are starting to ban out mages, so they're already comfortable with what they have, indicating, yes, this is an AIM Matilda.
Or, now hear me out here.
Or
they could lock in Selena and throw Kaya Bonus like, here's Ruby, do what you will with it.
Well, not impossible. As someone who loves to play the Ruby EXP lane myself, I'd love to see it, but I don't think it's gonna work out too well for them. Red Esports, since they've already locked in their gold laner, are gonna start banning out counters, starting with the Melissa.
Alright, fair enough. Melissa gets locked out this time. I think at this point, that only means, Dyroth gets banned out. If Dyroth gets banned out, that means CARACAL is setting up for Esmeralda, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be an Esmeralda, it's gonna be something like a Uranus, and this is a really good time for Team CARACAL as well. It's very smart that they ban out the Dyroth here, because banning out something this unusual at this point straight away tells the other team, I want to play an Esmeralda or a Uranus. Red Esports, they can only ban one.
Yeah, I think it's definitely going to be the Uranus. They would rather the scaling, and Kai is very good at actually maintaining pressure against an Esmeralda. He's done it billions of times before. Ren QT, he's comfortable on the Esmeralda. I feel like he will fall for it. Red, on the other hand, they ban out Kagura. Okay, trying to make sure to concrete the theory that AIM is going to be on this Matilda, and they want to make sure you don't have any other options. You better stick on this Matilda.
I think this is pretty smart by Red Esports. They're not biting the bait of trying to ban out Uranus or Esmeralda once they saw the Dyroth. They're gonna give one over to CARACAL. If they want, they can grab the other or make changes as necessary instead of locking themselves out from the possibility. Now, Team CARACAL, they're still looking for the EXP lane, they're still looking for the gold lane, probably go for the EXP lane here to keep the marksman a little bit more... No, go for the marksman here, since you know that the enemy team is gonna have the Popo and Koopa.
Right? I'm thinking Clint here. Clint is... Brody isn't too fun. At least Clint with the trapping recoil, you have options, but instead they're gonna go for the Esmeralda. It looks like Kai wants to get a little bit more aggressive. He wants to bully Ren QT a bit.
But that does still leave the Khalid open if they want to go for it. Perhaps I think Team CARACAL are putting Red Esports in a situation where, yes, go for the Khalid, because even if you win lane early, once our Alas hits level 12, it's not going to matter too much.
Oh, fair enough. I can respect that. Let's see how Red Esports is going to respond. They could look for counter matchups with the Khalid into the Esmeralda. Very classic matchup with that, now that he doesn't have Dyroth. Or he could just play something boring, play Uranus, buy that extra space and time for that team. But that does mean that they still are missing a mage, and Kagura, Lilia is already out. Farsa, Kadita maybe. Yuzong gets picked out, and Vale gets picked out. Wow, I haven't seen Ash play Vale.
That's pretty interesting. The Vale coming out from
Yin!
Esports and
Yin!
CARACAL.
What?
Grabbing this is a Yin gold lane. They're using Maul strategy against him again.
What? No way he wins this, right? No way he wins this. No, but then again, Maul did win his matchup on Yin against the Popo and Koopa. I don't know. These are the pros. They're beyond confident. They just know better. I'm just gonna assume they know better at this point. The matchups doesn't matter when you're that good at the game, you know?
Yeah, going into game number 3, I think this is going to be the most even we have seen the matchups from both these teams. They are bringing out the big guns, but still keeping a little bit of bad personality, flexing on one another to demonstrate that they are the true victors of this series. Starting off, Red Esports, solid early game, great late game scaling with the Vale and the Popple and Koopa. Pretty good team fight as well with the Black Dragon in their hands, but they're dealing with the Link Eza Aulus as well as the Lolil's Yin. A bit of a wild card strategy that could prove to work or not against Maul's Popple and Koopa. The Land of Dawn shall bear witness to this final battle between these two evenly matched foes.
Welcome to the sequel of Never Backing Down with Red Esports on the blue side and Team CARACAL on the red side. This is going to be one hell of a battle, and the early game is going to be predetermined by how Mom is going to land this Iron Hook and punish their opponents. Now remember, Ash at this point in time playing Vale, not exactly too great. Vale is not the funnest thing in the world, especially since he needs levels. Zaraki instantly being able to block the Iron Hook from Mom, he is not going to like Link Aza's farm get affected.
Yep.
Oh, wow!
Aim. That's the Matilda right there, ladies and gentlemen. You gotta watch out for that. So Mom not gonna be able to stop the early farm like he'd like to. In terms of emblems, both junglers have elected to go for Demon Slayer. And Mom, if I'm not wrong, that's focusing Mark, right?
By Mom?
Yes, the emblem.
Mom, where's Mom? Yep, that is focusing emblem. He wants to... Wow, he's not even taking concussive blast. He does not care. He wants to be able to Iron Hook someone and make sure that person dies.
Oh, that's an aggressive play by Mom right there. I like
What?
What? How did that happen? RenQT instantly winning out the first 1v1 against Kai. First blood going over to Red Esports.
Ooh, that's not good. That's really not good. RenQT did utilize his Petrify, so he probably got a really good trade with the Shot Residue and the Furious Dive. But Iron Hook doesn't land onto Zaraki as he continues to disrupt Zaid. He needs to get out of here. He still has Flicker. He should be fine, but here comes RenQT with an overly fast rotation with the Black Dragon form, and that's going to be another kill going over to Red Esports. That's the lead, the small little leads that you can develop in lane and push it against your enemies.
A beautiful rotation by RenQT, shoving in the lane against Kai and instantly rotating over once he knew the rest of his team was making a move against the enemy mage. And now Undying Fury gonna be dropped down. Kai focusing on Mom, flickers away. Link is secures the turtle as aim goes in. Kai gets the kill onto the Franco. They're now focusing on Zaid, pops the Tempest of Blades to escape.
Oh my goodness, Kai unfortunately got into the center of it and ends up getting knocked up. What is Lolios doing? He's trying to jack away the purple buff, and Ash, he sees this Zaraki. You gotta stop him, you gotta block him off. But Lolios, he's called it quits. He sees the fact that Zaid is already recalled and is coming straight for that purple buff. He does not want any part of this.
Both teams are just playing all their cards in this game number 3, not gonna give away anything, taking every advantage they can find. Kai once again getting zoned out, even delayed in his recall by RenQT, who is very comfortable in this lane.
Yeah, he already got that first initial kill and got a second kill on top of it, so he is way ahead of Kai in terms of the gold economy. Zaid as well as Aim just facing off against each other, but they're gonna back off. Lolios understands that he doesn't want to be a victim of circumstance, but now we see Zaraki once again. He doesn't have Flicker to actually save himself, but he does have the I'm offended.
Yeah, right now we're seeing a bit of passiveness from both teams. They're waiting for a little bit of scaling to come into play, but Team Red Esports, they gotta be a bit careful. Link has us. Oh, hold on, the hook lands.
All right, fine. They get the kill onto Aim, and unfortunately, Link Eza was not able to disengage in time. A full beautiful combo coming out from Ash, and a great lockdown from Mom. That's what you want to see from Red Esports.
Oh, that's the power of the focusing mark right there. Just topping off the damage to ensure that any poor victims of the Iron Hook are not going to be escaping anytime soon. Right now, Mom's doing a good job of matching Zaraki's movements. They're slightly behind due to the fact that he was picked off earlier.
Well, Kai understands this lane is over. I don't need to be there for now. I don't mind if he shoves it in because it's pointless just wasting my time sitting in front of that lane. But now that he's shoving it in, he has to go back. He knows the turtle is coming up and he has to absorb this wave.
Yeah, speaking of the turtle, it has indeed just spawned. Both teams gonna be looking to try and secure information over this part of the map. Zaraki and RenQT gonna be scouting each other out. They're not aware though that Kai is sitting in the bush behind them.
Yep, and instantly Kai's gonna walk straight up. Aim with the circling eagle gets on top of RenQT so far. He's got the petrify and he's gonna proc shot. Resident Aim is dead. He is gone. Goodbye. See you later. This is the RenQT show. He gets on top of Zaraki, but Zaraki gets the initial taunt. Linkeza doesn't want any part of this fight no more and uses the Undying Fury on the wave. Give it away. We've lost more than enough.
Alright, how much farm does RenQT have? I know Yuzong is painful, but not like that. He just instantly melted. Turtle going over to Zayed, and right now Red Esports are in the lead. 1.5k net worth difference in their favor.
Let's not forget that Aim is 2 levels down on RenQT. He hasn't been getting too much farm, to be fair. Loliels, he's trying to just shove out that wave. He needs the recall sooner rather than later, but the movements from Red Esports do suspect that they want to check out this top side, and Zaraki, he's suspecting something.
I'm curious what the plan is for Loliels in this game since he hasn't really used... Oh, Mom gets it! Oh, beautiful play.
Disrespectful. You shouldn't be doing that, Zaraki, and instantly gets punished, and Mom baits him into it. Ash has the extended range when it comes down to that wind blow, so he's got to be careful. Zayed, he's willing to take any fights at this stage of the game. He's 2 levels up on basically any of the side laners, and even the mid laner. There's just nothing much that CARACAL will be able to do. But, oh, straight it's my turn on towards Ash's side. He flickers on 4. He needs to get this kill, but unfortunately, Ash, he's moved out of the way. But outside, Aim is trying his best to buy some time. Loliels manages to get on out. Zaraki is here to back him up. Kai with a falling star moon isn't able to make it in time. Allus in the mid lane will have to deal with Yuzong all by himself, and he's in trouble. Black Dragon form is already popped. Linkeza is going down. No! Linkeza just enough movement speed to walk away. Ash loses his life, and Team CARACAL don't lose a single member.
Really good plays on both sides by both teams. Loliels picking up literally the best target he could with the Yin ult, and then the Allus... Oh, hold on a second. Tempest, the play is being dropped down. Really nice bloody hunt. Follows it up with the Iron Hook. Another pick off for Red Esports.
Ash, able to get just the edge of the wind blow, just to get the initial knock up. He doesn't need anything else. Beautiful plays coming out from both teams. Another Iron Hook from Mom onto Zaraki, but he's not priority. I'm angry, gonna get procced, but instantly Ash follows it up. That's his moment. 4-1-1. Ash is scaling fast.
Mom is just setting these up on a silver platter, and Ash is just having the grandest meal of his life. Currently, Red Esports 3k net worth ahead. 5 kills in their favor. They take another turtle, and now Team CARACAL, they've got a little bit of a problem on their hands. The Red Esports is scaling up pretty comfortably. They do still have the safety net. That is Linkeza. But Red Esports, I get the feeling they've already got plans for this Allus.
Now they're going to start moving away. They have to breathe because Team CARACAL, they're not exactly too far ahead, but Red Esports can do a lot with this small lead. When next item Power Spike, you'll see them immediately force out a fight against Team CARACAL. They don't have much of a window at this point, and more importantly, we do notice the level difference between Zayed and as well as Linkeza.
Of course, that doesn't matter too much to Linkeza. As long as he hits that level 12, the Allus is going to start dishing out some serious damage. The problem here is having to deal with both RenQT and Ash, who have some serious net worth advantage, is going to be a problem.
Wait, Linkeza, he's baiting this fight. 4 people, he's dropping the Unyielding Fury, but not in time. Linkeza will be giving up his life, and Team CARACAL cannot save him from going too far. Loliels, he jumps right into the fight. Why? There was no reason to. Now he's going to be a victim of circumstance. He tries to pull in Zayed as he taunts him in his own zone. Red Esports walk away with 2 free kills.
Red Esports just flexing in the faces of Team CARACAL, catching out Linkeza on his own. A beautiful sequence of crowd control to ensure the Undying Fury is... He gets the hook! The wind blow! The kill onto Ruby as well! Loliels!
The monster Ruby is no more, and now Kai is going to be the next that's going to fall in his pocket as Ash and Mom is going to take a journey across the land and absolutely dumpster Team CARACAL's lone members.
RED ESPORTS are taking full control of the momentum in this game, and things are starting to slip out of the grasp of Team CARACAL. Lord is coming back up, but Team CARACAL in no position to contest it. RED ESPORTS will be able to take this for free. CARACAL, they'll be happy if they can even take a single structure against this, but Rancuti already dare to respond.
I don't know, is this a premonition of the future here? Link Aza, he's already getting damage on towards Rancuti. Unyielding Fury, he takes the guiding wind. He's still running the back line though. Zaraki is trying to hold back as Loliels gets the initial kill. Mom is the next to fall. Link Aza survives and baits a good fight. It's a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Team CARACAL. They so desperately needed that win.
Yep, a beautiful split up by Team CARACAL using Link as bait. Perhaps not intentionally, but perfectly fine to do so. Splitting up the fight, picking up the squishier heroes with Loliels' ultimate, and being able to finally secure a battle for themselves. And now Zaraki gonna be forced to use the flicker to escape again.
Yup, Rancuti so far, he's been doing a phenomenal job. He's won his lane, he's been engaging on the right targets. He is making sure that when he executes with the Furious Dive into Petrify, he does not miss. Now the question is how RED ESPORTS is trying to end it. They've got the Lord on their side, but there's no way they can absolutely break open an inhibitor at this stage of the game.
Yeah, absolutely not with the first Lord, so they're just gonna use it as a distraction to take the mid and the bottom tier. 2 bottom will fall very easily, but Team CARACAL already in position to defend this one. They cannot allow this tower to fall for free.
Do it to a Mom. Do it to the Mom. Come on, it's gonna be Ash and Ash's mom at this point, throwing that iron hooks to catch these monsters. Come on, you can do it. Somebody's gonna fall for this, and Zaraki instantly, he's checking these brushes, and Zaraki is caught! Ash takes him out! That's why you don't walk into tall grass!
Mom just eyeing his prey like a predator stalking its victim, just waiting as long as necessary for Zaraki to finally let down his guard. Undying Fury has to be used to clear up the minion wave, but RED ESPORTS, they're just shoving everything in at once. Linkeza, he hit his level 12 a long time ago, but these catches from RED ESPORTS have not allowed Team CARACAL to make a single team fight in their favor.
Loliels needs to scale at this stage of the game, right? He needs to be able to eliminate one target from RED ESPORTS every single time, and right now I'm thinking maybe Ash should be that target. Mom, yes, he gets an iron hook. Yes, he makes something happen. But if you take away the follow-up damage, I think RED ESPORTS will slowly start to crumble, and they will have to depend on Mal, who will get chased down by literally everybody from the side of Team CARACAL.
That's true. That's going to be the conditions that Team CARACAL need to hit in order to bring themselves back here. They're not actually that far behind in net worth, considering how this game has been going so far. So the chances are still there once their late game heroes really start scaling up in terms of damage and survivability. But RED ESPORTS, we know them to be a team that doesn't make mistakes very often, so this will be a difficult climb for Team CARACAL.
I mean, more so, they've evolved so much from being a mid-tier team in the MPL to looking like they're playing for M4 right now. This is like their grand finals so far, and Team CARACAL is putting one hell of a fight. They're making sure that they are not giving them the space that they need, and that's exactly what Mom should be doing.
We didn't quite notice it, but Zaid almost killed Loliels in his own base just a moment earlier as Mom gets another hook on the Zaraki! No way! Aim now going in with the circling eagle. Undying Fury completely misses. Aim gonna get taken out. Double kill going over to the Maul. Knock up onto Kai. Triple kill for Maul. They don't need the Lord anymore. They'll still go for it, but this is bad for Team CARACAL.
Absolutely, RED ESPORTS, absolute masters at their craft. This is an elite 5, making sure these new trainers coming into their gym don't get their badge. RED ESPORTS gonna be walking in with Lord, and Team CARACAL have one last opportunity to defend.
Zaraki has to be feeling so tilted right now. He's been the target of Mom's hooks over and over and over again. It's as if Mom has future sight as to where this Ruby is going to go. And now he's just looking for more pickoffs as the Lord goes into the inhibitor.
Undying Fury going to be used on that top side to instantly clear that way, but it doesn't matter. They still managed to destroy it with the help of Popo and Koopa. Now, bottom inhibitor is still up. Lolios is able to kind of clear it just in time. They're going to get rid of Lord, and they hold on to one inhibitor just left. Mom misses the Iron Hook, and now it's going to be the green light coming in from Team CARACAL as they get on, but straight away, aim! He's gone! He gets hit by the wind blow. Zaraki's trying to buy that extra bit of time with the taunt. He's already used the I'm offended, but now Mal is looking for the end, and Lolios needs to take him away, send him to a different zone. He's gone! He's got it! 1 HP on the crystal! Team CARACAL come up with a defense of a lifetime!
How in the world did they survive that? Team CARACAL successfully defends the base against RED ESPORTS' push. Zion now the only survivor. Will he be able to hold things down? It's fine. RED ESPORTS, they still have most of their structures up, but the RED ESPORTS, they can't make those mistakes anymore.
No. Lolios is so very low. Zion knows he beats him in that 1v1. Where was Zion when all of this happened? How did he retreat? How did he get out? I have no idea. He should have been the last person to hit that crystal, and you can see the frustration on Mal's face. Why didn't I hit the crystal one more time? Where was my crit?
It's fine. There's still opportunity for RED ESPORTS right now, but that is literally the craziest base defense I have ever seen. A single hit separated Team CARACAL from losing this game, and if they're able to take that momentum and transform it into an advantage, this is going to be an incredible series.
40 seconds till the next upcoming Lord for RED ESPORTS, and this is a make it or break it for Team CARACAL. They fought so hard to get to this moment as RED ESPORTS have one more situational item compared to Team CARACAL, who's got no funds left. They're scraping whatever they can to get to this point. As you can see, it's going to be Immortalities being bought. It's going to be the Winter Trungeons being purchased as well, and they've got to be so very careful of Ashe.
While it looks like RED ESPORTS should be able to win this, no problem, considering that last fight. Hold on. Oh, they catch out Kai. The body hunt goes right in. Undying Fury gonna get stopped in the back line. Red Cutie is in the back with the Petrify. Black Dragon form gonna get popped out instantly. Shut down on Linkeza. Mega kill going over the side. They pick up the shutdown onto Lolios as well. Zaraki forced the flicker away. RED ESPORTS all still alive. Only 3 members of Team CARACAL here to be able to defend against this. They're not going to be able to do a 2-man wind blow. Get the Petrify. Suppress onto aim. Gonna stop him. Crystal breaks wide open for RED ESPORTS.
GG, well played to RED ESPORTS. Hats off and salutes to Team CARACAL. A beautiful game of Mobile Legends has been played today. Nobody is going to be forgetting that one.
Absolutely not. An incredible series. Incredible gameplay from this team. Let's see what they themselves have to say.
Tak, aku tak ada buff. Weh, dapat tu. Mantap lah. Aku ada. Nice! Aku ada. Masuk inspire.
Jangan dia kudu.
Masuk ni. Mana bos?
Taman!
Baik.
Tommy.
Dapat bangkau.
Mantap. Tahu.
Dalu. Tahu.
Semua malam dorang ni berlima aja.
Ya, orang berlima.
Iya.
Ada hero ya sih.
Dari set.
Jangan kena pick off je.
Awas ah.
Cil, kau boleh main atas dulu, Cil. Kau laju, Cil.
Hutan api, apa benda?
Bola apa juga keadaan?
Aku pun akan ikut kau mencari dorang, Kim.
Apa dah?
Kita merantau satu dunia.
Okey.
Cari Moskov.
Moskov di mana, Kim?
Dimit tadi.
Tuh.
Aku dah suntuk kau, Kim.
Tunggu aku. Kita boleh lot ni.
Ni.
Nice, bodoh lo. Guys. Ini. Aku ada immortal.
Kejar.
Aku ada sakul TP. Jangan takut TP. Aku tak boleh TP.
Boleh.
TP je, Cil. Boleh. Dia nak flee.
Jaga depan.
Nice.
Aku ada.
Tahu. Masa apa Acik Acik kau hidup, Acik. Cik, kau hidup ah?
Jap. Aku hidup lagi.
Kau hidup?
Aku hidup.
Aku tak luar.
Ni Ruby.
Laju. Ni. Halus. Dia alti siapa? Ren, boleh Ren? Ren.
Toleh tu. Dia duduk.
Belakang. Tiga orang je. Aku tak nampak. Mal. Mal.
Tapi.
Mantap.
Tapi Umat. Tahu.
Seperti melihat perlawanan akhir sebentar tadi, pasukan Red menunjukkan pencapaian yang cukup menakjubkan. Anda sekarang bersama saya Sid dan juga Ash, seorang pemain daripada pasukan Red Esports. Sebelum saya start tanya, saya ucapkan kepada Ash satu perlawanan yang cukup menakjubkan. Dengar sorakan tu. Wow. Alright. Sebelum kita pergi dengan lebih dalam, perlawanan kedua di antara pasukan Red Esports dan juga pasukan CARACAL. Pasukan Red Esports seperti tak tahu nak lakukan apa-apa. Apa yang berlaku sebenarnya?
Rasanya game tu kita orang terlalu nak memaksa lah. Kita orang patutnya kena communicate lagi better lah supaya dapat menang team fight. Itu je.
Yes, tetapi game yang ketiga sebentar tadi, kita dapat saksikan sorakan penonton dekat sini. Siapa yang tak ada dekat venue ni memang rasa sangat-sangat rugi sebab ada satu perkara yang cukup luar biasa yang berlaku sebentar tadi. Tapi Ash, sekarang ni apa perasaan Ash memandangkan sekarang menunjukkan pasukan Red Esports prestasi minggu ke minggu semakin lama semakin baik, menunjukkan momentum yang begitu baik?
Rasa happy lah compare to season lepas. Kita orang dapat buktikan yang bahawa kita orang ni ada pengalaman. Just perlukan coach je nak bagi kita orang jadi padu.
Yes, satu jawapan yang baik. Tentunya coach daripada pasukan Red Esports iaitu Sora Payong sendiri. Alright, memandangkan ini minggu terakhir sebelum kita masuk ke minggu yang ke-6, apabila kita masuk minggu ke-6, perlawanan di antara grup A dan juga grup B. Bercakap dengan grup A, pasukan mana yang Red nak sangat jumpa daripada grup A?
Rasanya SMG kot. Sebab diorang champion season lepas.
So kalau kalahkan SMG, Red boleh champion?
InsyaAllah.
Amin. Alright, sebelum saya nak lepaskan kepada Posho, ada kata-kata terakhir kepada peminat-peminat yang menyokong pasukan Red dan juga penonton yang menyokong daripada livestream.
Thank you kepada semua peminat yang telah sokong Red daripada season lepas. Walaupun kita orang banyak kecundang, tapi kita orang dah buktikan yang kita orang boleh.
Alright, terima kasih. Dan tanya sekali lagi satu perlawanan yang cukup memberikan satu goosebump kepada kita. Jadi, kita akan terus pas kepada post show untuk melihat apakah yang mereka nak katakan tentang game sebentar tadi.
2-3 kucing berlari, Red Esports menang lagi. Anda bersama saya Sleepy Godzilla dan juga Lafel.
Sorry. Tadi mata naik ke atas sangat macam dia punya cringe.
Tadi Aisyah dengar masuk casting, Adi, nak ambil sumber inspirasi dari situ. Tapi Lafel, perlawanan tadi intens.
Ya, perlawanan yang intens. Ini adalah Red Esports yang boleh dikatakan Red Esports yang berbeza. This is new edition Red Esports. Masukkan beberapa player, masukkan satu coach, and kita boleh tengok daripada segi mechanical skill, daripada segi disiplin, everything Red Esports mungkin boleh champion.
Tapi sebenarnya
boleh champion.
Okay, kejap lagi kita hold dulu. Kita akan lihat dulu untuk item view untuk kedua-dua pasukan Red Esports dan juga CARACAL.
Ya, kalau kita tengok daripada segi itemization, daripada segi kill 18 daripada Red Esports, 8 saja daripada pasukan CARACAL. Dan kalau kita tengok Red Esports dekat dalam game ni, Mal menggunakan Popol dan juga Kupa. Dia hero yang sama, Popol dan Kupa, okey. Dia bukan hero-hero yang berbeza. Tapi macam mana sekalipun, dia fokus betul-betul purely kepada burst damage. Siapkan Blade of Despair dan juga Berserker Fury. Dia punya on-hit damage sangat tinggi. Lagi bila dapat menggunakan Bidem Kupa. Tu yang bila kita tengok pada bahagian hujung-hujung game, dia berjaya untuk dapatkan triple kill dengan sekelip mata. Dan Ash yang menggunakan Veil. Ini hero ni, okay. Let's kita akan analisis hero ni. Di mana Veil bukan saja kuat dekat pada bahagian team fight, dia kuat juga pada bahagian late game. Dan apa yang kita nampak, Veil boleh counter Aulus, di mana Aulus nak tak nak dia akan masuk straight daripada bahagian depan. Dia nak flank dan sebagainya, dia susah sikit. Dia memang boleh datang daripada satu arah. Jadi kalau Veil boleh nampak dari arah mana dia datang, senang untuk dia execute dia punya combo and boleh mendapatkan kill. Tapi disebabkan MAB yang gunakan Franco sentiasa berjaya untuk dapatkan hook dekat dalam game ni, Veil tak perlu risaukan Aulus. Sesiapa saja MAB berjaya untuk tarik, dia just akan burst dengan cepat.
Itulah combo mereka sangat terbaik di mana Ash MAB orang cakap berbisa. Sebab bila macam banyak perlawanan tadi dalam permainan, Franco tarik, Vil buat kerja.
Ya, tapi selain itu kita juga kena buat pasal Ren QT yang menggunakan Yuzong 318. Dia punya bahagian early game terlampau sakit dan bila masuk kepada bahagian mid dan juga late game dah memang kita nampak tadi permainan ke-5 player Red Esports sangat-sangat menakjubkan. Dan kalau kita tengok Rich Guy dan juga The Carry, perlawanan antara jungler dekat sini, Zaid telah menang di mana dia berjaya untuk dapatkan 830 gold per minute dan 56,000 damage yang dia berjaya untuk keluarkan Zaraki Sandbag, 95,000 damage yang dia terima. Dan Forgotten One, saya rasa tak ada sesiapa yang boleh melupakan MAM yang berjaya untuk dapatkan 10 assist. Daripada segi damage, Zaid 56,000 damage. Dan benda yang kita memang kena banggakan, Ren QT yang menggunakan Yuzong 44,000 damage. Walaupun dia bukan damage tertinggi dekat dalam pasukan Red Esports, tapi semua kena ingat Ash menggunakan Veil. Veil kita tahu late game sangat kuat, dekat dalam team fight sangat kuat, tetapi Ren QT berjaya untuk dapatkan damage lebih tinggi daripada Ash.
Jadi kalau kita tengok daripada sini, Zaid win damage adalah paling tertinggi antara kesemua player di sini. Jadi kan sebenarnya Aisyah ada persoalan dekat Lavel. Kalau kita tengok performance mereka untuk ketiga-tiga game, antara Zaid ataupun Likenza, mana satu lagi perform?
Dekat sini sememangnya kita kena tengok Zaid perform dengan sangat-sangat baik, di mana Ling Eza dekat dalam game ni dia betul-betul perlukan farm. Tapi kalau dia dapat farm sekalipun, dia tak boleh nak lakukan apa-apa disebabkan ada dua hero yang boleh counter. Nombor satu adalah Veil, nombor dua adalah Franco. Dan kalau dia tak berjaya untuk tangkap, Mal juga boleh counter dia.
Baik, sekarang ini kita saksikan MVP untuk game yang ketiga sebentar tadi jatuh kepada Red Esports Zaid. Match KDA 409, match KP 72%, manakala match GPM 830. Saya tak boleh nak fokus sebab Sid datang masuk terus.
Itulah tu.
Gilek-gilek.
Itulah tu. Tapi macam mana pun dekat game ni, Zaid ketiga-tiga game dia tunjukkan prestasi yang hebat. Saya takkan terkejut kalau dia menjadi MVP of the day. Dia punya Fanny sangat-sangat menakutkan. Lepas ni janganlah. Dah 2 kali dah Zaid dapat Fanny kat sini. Please, bila dah masuk Group A lawan dengan Group B, tolonglah tengok klip-klip Red Esports. Tolong faham, Zaid ni tak boleh pandang rendah. Kalau kita rookie tu disebabkan dia baru main season ni, tapi buang rookie tu, dia memang hebat.
Ya, saya baru nak cakap benda tu. Kalau lihat pasukan Red Esports, sebenarnya mereka tidak boleh fokus kepada title rookie tu. Anggap Zaid ni macam dah 10 tahun bermain bersama Red Esports.
Tapi kalau macam tadi,
ML pun dah berapa tahun je.
Tadi Lavel cakap jangan pandang rendah, cakap nak pandang rendah. Zaid tinggi sangat.
Betul. Zaid dia akan pandang rendah kat orang, tapi itu disebabkan benda fizikal. Dia tak boleh nak, tak ada orang lagi yang lebih tinggi daripada Zaid. Tapi sekarang kita akan tengok highlight yang dirakam oleh Samsung Galaxy A series, di mana dekat dalam game ni banyak sangat player Red Esports yang perlu kita pujikan, dan itu menunjukkan kenapa mereka adalah pasukan yang sangat-sangat kuat. Damage daripada rank QT dekat situ sangat-sangat besar, di mana saya rasa AIM juga terkejut dengan apa yang dia boleh lakukan. Red Esports dah menunjukkan so far, pada pendapat saya, MAM the best tanker, dan Zaid menunjukkan yang dia boleh dikatakan sebagai the best jungler. Jadi dekat sini, pasukan Red Esports daripada segi mekanik, nampak kayaknya mungkin mereka yang paling kuat dekat dalam MPL season kali ini.
Tak, kalau ada gelaran the best ganking, saya pun boleh berikan kepada pasukan Red Esports. Bermain dengan cukup baik. Ada banyak best plays yang ditunjukkan oleh mereka. Lihat, rank QT daripada awal game sehingga masuk ke fasa mid game, dia menunjukkan persembahan yang cukup memberangsangkan, memberikan satu momen-momen yang penting kepada pasukan Red Esports. Sekaligus mereka berjaya mendapatkan kill demi kill, Fel.
Ya, berkali-kali kita boleh tengok MAM dengan dia punya Iron Hook, dan dekat dalam game ni pasukan CARACAL sebenarnya mereka kalah draft, di mana Aulus dia tak boleh nak lawan dengan Franco, dia tak boleh nak melawan dengan Veil. Walaupun kita nampak CARACAL mereka berjaya untuk jaga base mereka. That was very impressive dekat sini, di mana berjaya untuk menggunakan Milestone. Tiba-tiba dunia gelap dan semua terjadi. Triple kill diberikan kepada Ling Eza. Tetapi kalau kita tengok secara realistically, Milestone daripada Lolias, kalau dia berjaya untuk tangkap sesiapa, tak banyak orang yang dia boleh menang by one.
Ya, walaupun sebentar tadi ada seperti yang katakan oleh Caster, tarikan Ion Offended daripada Ruby berjaya mendapatkan kemenangan tersebut ataupun
Jaga base.
Yes, betul.
Ya, tapi sekarang ini kita saksikan kedudukan kumpulan untuk Grup B. Red Esports melonjak naik di tempat yang pertama dengan 16 poin. Todak jatuh ke tempat yang kedua 14 poin. Tim CARACAL di tempat yang ketiga 10 mata. RSG main di tempat yang keempat 10 mata. Dan juga GFAM di tempat yang kelima 4 mata.
Ya, dekat sini Red Esports menunjukkan kalau kita tengok daripada segi match win rate 75%. Paling tinggi daripada segi match game win rate. Pasukan Todak 65%. Jadi dekat sini memang sangat-sangat kompetitif. Ini kenapa kita cakap grup B ni sangat-sangat bahaya. Disebabkan Red Esports 16 poin, Todak 14, CARACAL dan juga RGMY. Dua-dua masih pegang lagi 10 poin. GateFam, saya rasa susah untuk mereka kejar balik.
Ya, dan kalau kita melihat prestasi yang ditunjukkan oleh pasukan Red Esports, sebenarnya saya tak terkejut. Mereka yang akan menempah slot di upper bracket untuk masuk ke peringkat playoff.
Saya tak terkejut kalau mereka champion terus.
Wow!
Performance mereka sangat kuat. Of course kita tengok tim-tim lain amazing. Tapi apa yang terjadi dalam game tadi? Terkejut sangat ke kalau saya cakap ada kemungkinan mereka jadi champion?
Sebab kalau melihat apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Red Esports, sebenarnya hampir sama apa yang dilakukan oleh pasukan Todak. Mereka, kalau kita cerita dari segi individual skill, mereka ada kesemuanya. Mereka ada the best playmaker, mereka ada the best jungler. In fact, mereka ada the best goal laner. Apa lagi tak cukup?
One of the best coach juga.
Yes.
Betul. Sebab tadi pun player tadi masa dia sedang interview kan dia cakap. Oh, ya.
Oh, kan. Betul tu. Itulah tu.
Saya stres lah macam ni.
Sorry lah.
Okey. Tapi kalau kita tengok tadi interview tadi pun diorang cakap diorang dah ada skill. Dia memang dah pasti mereka ada confidence dan ada juga skill dan juga keperoran mereka sendiri. Tapi yang penting mereka perlu dapatkan coach yang terbaik untuk membimbing kumpulan itu sendiri. Jadi bermakna coach mereka betul-betul main peranan besar di dalam pasukan Red Esports.
Ya, betul. Ya, Sora Payung again. Kita tengok macam mana dia dengan Orange Esports last season. Orange Esports nampak sangat-sangat kuat. Link Eza juga dalam Orange Esports pada last season. So, kita boleh tengok Sora Payung masuk dua pasukan yang berbeza. Players yang berbeza. Tetapi result sangat-sangat menunjukkan.
Yes, season lepas Orange di tangga yang ketiga. Kali ini dia membawa pasukan Red Esports melihat bagaimana prestasi mereka yang dianggap sebagai pasukan underdog tetapi masih lagi berjaya untuk mendapatkan kemenangan demi kemenangan dan sekarang di tangga yang pertama.
Jom kita saksikan key to success untuk kumpulan Red Esports.
Ya, dekat sini kalau kita tengok nombor 3, rank QT kena contain Kai. Dia bukan contain Kai, dia contain semua sekali. Sesiapa saja dia nampak pada bahagian depan, lagi game yang dia menggunakan Yuzong, dia akan tangkap. Bila dia menggunakan Dairoth, nampak you ingat you sempat untuk larikan diri, dia flicker ke depan. Dia berjaya untuk dapatkan Link Eza. Slow down Link Eza, game ketiga mereka lockdown terus. Bukan slow, lockdown terus. Kemudian mereka punya neutral objective sangat-sangat bagus. Chow dengan Glue tak membawa banyak sangat impact dekat dalam game ni. Tetapi kalau Chow diberikan kepada Mam, takut kita. Takut.
Game pertama, yes, ada impact yang besar di mana Mam menunjukkan penggunaan Chow yang begitu baik. 13 assist yang dimiliki oleh pemain ini untuk game yang pertama menunjukkan kenapa key to victory untuk pasukan Red Esports salah satunya adalah penggunaan hero dan hero tersebut adalah Chow. Jadi ini sebenarnya memberi gambaran yang lebih besar untuk pasukan lawan sama ada mereka nak ban hero tersebut ataupun mereka nak tengok macam mana penggunaan Chow daripada Mam.
Dan dekat sini, okey, kalau ada orang dekat pada bahagian komen, game satu perform, game kedua tak perform. Kita kena ingat, okey, Cho ni bila Mam pakai, dia letak cukai dekat pasukan lawan. Cukai itu adalah cukai purify. Nak tak nak, mereka kena pakai purify. Kalau tak, Mam akan tangkap. And then Mam dengan pasukan Red Esports, kita nampak macam mana mereka gerak sekali, confirm akan mati.
Saya tak boleh nak kata apa-apa lah sebab even Lafel sendiri pun ketal lutut tadi. Okey, jadi kita dah habiskan match, ketiga-tiga match pada hari ini. Jadi kita nak saksikan tomorrow punya jadual. Pada hari esok di mana RSG akan berlawan dengan GameFam pada match yang pertama. Match kedua CARACAL versus Todak SMG lawan SUHAZ eSport di match yang ketiga.
Ya, dan kalau kita tengok pada game-game hari ini, pasukan GameFam dan juga CARACAL, mereka kena reset kerana GameFam dan juga CARACAL untuk hari pertama mereka punya performance tak begitu okey. Jadi mereka kena reset balik sebab oponen yang mereka akan lawan sangat-sangat kuat. GameFam lawan RG, CARACAL lawan Todak.
Yes, terutamanya daripada pasukan GameFam yang sekarang ini mengumpul 4 markah. Situasi yang cukup genting untuk pasukan GameFam memandangkan kalau mereka kalah dengan pasukan RSG, mengikut matematik mereka sangat-sangat sukar untuk menaikkan diri ke peringkat playoff.
Ikut saintifik pun susah juga.
Oh, saya risau dengan keadaan Geek Fam. Tapi saya pun excited untuk melihat permainan pada besok hari. Tapi sekarang ini kita saksikan juga pula lucky draw announcement untuk 1000 share lucky winner. Kelima-lima nama, tanya kepada anda semua. Anda hanya lihat stay di MPL punya competition pun anda dapat something daripada kami.
Saya suka nama nombor 5.
Kenapa?
Nama dia Muhammad Syukur Amin. Dia dapat.
Yang nombor 1 pun syukran. Okay. So kita kena terima apa yang kita dapat dan kita kena appreciate. Betul tak, Sif?
Betul.
Saya dah tak nak cakap dah. Awak cakap lah.
Awak macam ada ayat satu lah.
Tak. Saya tak ada lah.
Hari ni sebenarnya saya nak, kalau kita boleh bagi MVP, sebenarnya saya nak bagi MVP kepada penonton-penonton.
Betul.
Wow.
Pada hari ini
sekarang pun boleh dengar diorang kat luar.
Yes, ketiga-tiga game mereka memberikan sorakan yang terbaik. Mereka memberikan sokongan yang begitu padu kepada pasukan yang mereka sokong, baik pasukan yang kalah maupun pasukan yang menang.
Ya, just in case kalau you guys tak tahu dekat mana berlakunya MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-9, anda boleh pergi terus ke Quail City Mall. Tapi sebelum datang tu, ceklah dulu tiket.
Yes.
Risau nanti dah sampai, tiket dah habis lah, Dik.
Sebab sekarang ni memang tiket habis laju sangat sampai ada seorang tu dia kena tunggu kat luar.
Yes.
Kesian dia. Tak, kawan dia beli tiket. Dia yang tak sempat nak dapat. Tapi macam mana pun kepada semua penonton, ini adalah peringatan, okey? Dekat venue, energi dia lain daripada kat rumah. So, players main dengan sangat bagus. Pastikan anda beli team season pass dan juga belikan tiket sebelum sold out. Sebab percaya cakap saya, dia sold out dengan sangat-sangat laju.
Ya, kita baru saja habiskan ketiga-tiga match. Thank you kepada Lafel dan juga Sin kerana memeriahkan hari ini. Dan kepada anda semua, jumpa anda pada besok hari. Bye-bye.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rockstar. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala.